Namaste, good morning, good morning, distinguished excellencies, speakers, and the wonderful audience, both online and that who are present here today. My name is Sanju Malhotra, and I'll be the host for today. Mahatma Gandhi was a true innovator who broke status quo and led by example. He disrupted things as they were and taught how a goal can be achieved and showed how not to give up until achieved. Let us use his example as a guiding light as I warmly welcome all of you to the 8th India-Sweden Innovation Day on the theme, Accelerating India's and Sweden's Green Transition, especially on the eve of COP26. Dialogue, sharing knowledge, and collaboration are a true catalyst for innovation for India and Sweden to achieve the SDG goals together. We have an exciting day lined up for you. Keeping the triple helix model in mind, we will connect the dots and bridge India and Sweden through our discussion on innovation partnership, energy, transportation, Industry 4.0, AI innovations from India, startup ecosystem, digitalization, and healthcare, with government leaders, business leaders, scientists, startups, and academia. India-Sweden Innovation Day is brought to you by India Unlimited in association with Embassy of India in Sweden, Sweden-India Business Council, Confederation of Indian Industry, and Startup India. This day has been made possible with the fantastic support of all our partners. So please, ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. I now welcome Håkan Kingstedt, Chairman of Sweden-India Business Council, to welcome our excellencies and distinguished speakers for the inauguration. Håkan, please.
Thank you, Sanju, very much. Looking forward to a great day, good discussions, and we are really moving the changes between development between the countries. To make that happen, we have distinguished guests that will join us, and on behalf of the Sweden-India Innovation Day, we warmly welcome the delegates, and especially respected Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister for Science and Technology, Government of India. We have Mr. Ibrahim Bailan, Honorable Minister of Business, Industry and Innovation, Government of Sweden. We have Dr. Renu Swarup, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. And we have Darja Isaksson, Director General, Vinnova, Sweden's Innovation Agency. We have the Honorable Ambassador of India to Sweden, Mr. Taimaya Lal. Welcome. We have our Ambassador of Sweden to India, Claes Molin, joining us today. Warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you so much, Håkan. Mr. Kingstedt, thank you. I would now warmly like to welcome Ambassador Taimaya Lal to please come and give a welcome speech. Thank you, sir. Please join us.
Good morning and greetings from Stockholm. Welcome to the 8th edition of India-Sweden Innovation Day. We are honored that Honorable Ministers Mr. Bailan and Dr. Jitendra Singh are joining this inaugural session. I would like to thank Dr. Renu Swarup, Secretary to Departments of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Ms. Darja Isaksson, Director General of Vinnova, as also Ambassador Claes Molin for joining this session. We are finally witnessing successes in the fight against the global pandemic through vaccines and diagnostics. This has been driven by the speed of scientific research and innovation and the close collaboration of researchers with entrepreneurs and government agencies. Last week, India crossed an historic landmark, that of 1 billion vaccine doses administered in just 9 months. Among other things, it is a testimony to India's innovation and ability to manufacture at scale. The large Indian economy is bouncing back strongly and registered a growth of 20% in the first quarter of 2021-22. As economic growth returns, the battle against global warming also resumes in earnest. Accelerating an inclusive green transition is the key. This requires innovative, sustainable solutions for cleaner technologies, circular economy, smart grids, AI and digitalization, and life sciences and health tech. These are also the areas of our ongoing collaboration and partnerships between India and Sweden. Sweden continues to be ranked number 2 on global innovation indices among the top 2, and is a leading economy on competitiveness and sustainability. India, too, is rapidly improving on all these measures. Innovation, research, clean technologies, therefore, form an important basis of our partnership. It is in this context that this annual Innovation Day brings together researchers, businesses, and investors alike, and we thank all the business leaders and other participants for joining today's interaction. Despite pandemic, our political engagement has further intensified. This year, our prime ministers have interacted twice, once in March in a virtual summit, and then followed by the India-EU summit in May. Trade ministers had a substantive engagement in April, and the defense ministers interacted with industry from both sides in June. The India-Sweden Joint International Initiative on Climate Action, the LEAD-IT, Leadership Group on Industry Transition, launched a couple of years ago, continues to attract important new members. The US joined earlier this year. The group aims to work on transition to cleaner technologies. Sweden has also joined the International Solar Alliance. Joint calls for co-funding industrial R&D projects have been announced by both countries in areas such as smart grids, smart cities, Internet of Things, and digitalization. India and Sweden are among the few countries who have extensive manufacturing capabilities in defense and who are also engaged in space and polar research. New avenues of collaboration in space technologies are being actively explored, and fresh collaboration is being pursued in polar research also. Here in Sweden, major new industrial innovations are underway, for instance, producing green steel and greener batteries at a very large scale. In India, too, extensive reforms are catalyzing startups and innovation. Despite pandemic, the number of unicorns emerging from India is multiplying. Drones are delivering vaccines. Space tech companies are testing 3D printed rocket engines. World's first DNA vaccine for COVID-19 has been developed and approved in India. Other major AI-assisted health tech solutions are being commercialized. FinTech is booming. Geospatial data acquisition, use, and application have been liberalized. Startups are demonstrating fast charging of electric vehicles. An Indian startup that has developed low-cost portable technology converting agriculture waste biomass into usable fuel while reducing pollution has just been recognized for the Earthshot Prize. Many such innovators and startups are supported by government agencies, including, for instance, the Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology. The Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, is also helping with incubation of space startups. India is well on its way to meeting its Paris commitments through investment in renewable energy and energy efficiency. India's ability to scale is reducing the cost of solar power significantly. Prime Minister Modi has also announced a national hydrogen mission to make India as one of the global hubs for producing green hydrogen. This too offers enormous opportunities of collaboration. Indian companies are working with Swedish partners to develop and deliver sustainable solutions here in Sweden. All this makes for exciting times where technology is being deployed for innovative solutions and scaling up response to meet development challenges, something that India offers. The future is promising, and this is a win-win situation. I would like to thank the India Unlimited, the Sweden-India Business Council, SIBC, the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, and Startup India for helping organize this event. We are grateful that Honorable Minister Bailan and Dr. Jitendra Singh have spared their valuable time to join this edition of India-Sweden Innovation Day. We look forward to their insights and guidance on the theme for today's interactions, Accelerating India-Sweden's Green Transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I would now like to warmly welcome Darja Isaksson. Please do come. Director General for Vinnova, Sweden's innovation agency.
Thank you, Mr. Malhotra. Ambassador Lal, Your Excellencies, dear friends, colleagues. Now, Sweden is a country with a long tradition and a strong belief in the power of collaboration. And our innovation ecosystem stimulates co-creation because we know that sharing knowledge, risk, and opportunities creates value for all. And strong international partnerships and collaborations is therefore a key priority for us. Sweden and India have very close bilateral ties, and our innovation partnership is supported on the very highest level. Vinnova, Sweden's innovation agency, therefore value our excellent relationships with China, including with the Indian Department of Science and Technology and the Department of Biotechnology, represented by Secretary Dr. Swarup here today. Vinnova, DST, and DBT have successfully collaborated for more than a decade now, through joint calls, through knowledge sharing, and through strategic dialogue and projects. I'm very pleased to announce that DST and Vinnova have now just agreed to fund more innovation projects that can start this autumn. Now, we need to work together more than ever, because the challenges of our time, as we heard, are global and urgent. We know that we need to transform our society in a very short time. Every city, every value chain, the way we travel, the way we provide welfare, and every consumption pattern needs to transform to lie safely within planetary boundaries, and this needs to happen in a socially sustainable way. Now, to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, we need innovation. In the meaning of radically improved technology, business models, ways of working, we need innovation at a level that brings about transformative change. Achieving this requires us to work and act differently. Business as usual is just not enough, and we need to do it together. Therefore, our efforts and our resources must be directed towards this necessary transformation. That's why our next upcoming Indo-Swedish call, planned to open early next year, will focus on circular economy, because circular economy is essential to a sustainable society. Reuse, recycling, and remanufacturing is needed for long-term use of materials and other resources. This is the way to reduce waste and limit excess extraction of natural resources. And transformation into a circular economy is a global challenge because value chains are global. And when we shift from a linear to a circular economy, this also means a shift from value chains to value cycles. This is a complex transition for society because it requires changes in just about every sector in society. Therefore, we will favor now applications contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals, projects where the efforts of different partners complement each other towards a common goal. And we will organize information sessions and matchmaking activities related to this call. If you're interested in applying for funding, do keep an eye out. And participating in this call from the Swedish side are government agencies FORMAS, the Swedish Research Council for Health, Living and Welfare, as well as the Swedish Research Council, the Swedish Energy Agency, also represented here today, and Vinnova, the Swedish Innovation Agency. And the participating departments on the Indian side are DST and DBT. And with this many stakeholders coming together, we can provide support for full value chain projects. Before I end, I would therefore like to take this opportunity to thank you all for all our Indian partners on innovation. Thank you for this fruitful collaboration so far. We look forward to continuing our joint effort to accelerate India's and Sweden's green transition. And lastly, I would really like to urge you to not miss out on today's last session on the topic of AI and digitalization. This is a strategic area for our partnership, and it's underlined in our agreement. So I look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Isaksson. And now I would warmly like to welcome Dr. Renu Swarup, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology and Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, to please address the audience. Please, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and very good morning to everybody, and congratulations on this 8th India-Sweden Innovation Day with a very important topic of accelerating India-Sweden green transition. Honorable Minister, Dr. Jitendra Singh, Excellency Mr. Ibrahim Bailen, Excellency Ambassador Klaas Molin, Ambassador Tanmay Lal, and all other dignitaries who have joined in from the Swedish side, from the Indian side, my colleagues from the Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology. It's always a pleasure to be on any India-Sweden event. One of our very old bilateral partners, a very productive partnership, and something which has gone through the entire value chain, as was being said by the DG Vinova. We've actually looked at each step in the value chain to take knowledge generation, discovery to product development, and also focused not just on building the bilateral partnerships in a specific identified area, but working towards building a very robust ecosystem. Collectively, we have over this long partnership been able to establish an ecosystem which has allowed us not only to support joint projects, but also to build human resource capacities, both in our academic research institutes, in our startups, in our entrepreneurs, in our incubation ecosystem, which has allowed us to take forward many of these areas that we are today discussing. The partnership which the Department of Science and Technology and the Department of Biotechnology have had with all the Swedish stakeholders has been very, very strong. And through this, as has been rightly said, programs have been supported across different areas of digital health, areas of clean energy, and of course, we are looking at newer interventions as we take it forward. Working very closely with the Swedish Research Council for Basic Research, with Vinova for Applied Research for the over past 2 decades, we have been able to establish this partnership, as I've said, taking it right into helping our startup and research communities to grow in different fields. One very important human resource collaboration that we did for building capacities is the partnership with the Department of Biotechnology has with the Nobel Foundation there. And I think that's been an excellent series that we've done where we've been able to reach out to a large number of students within the country to take the innovation ecosystem to them. And that, of course, the COVID has sort of put it's brought in the challenges where we could not do the event last year, but till before that, till 2019, we've been able to take this event ahead. And we hope that once we are done with this COVID and it's behind us, we will be able to resume that. We are also been DST and DBT have worked closely with the Swedish side to create these incubation ecosystem with a large number of incubators. And also we have been able to bring on board the industry participation. We have, in fact, Sweden being one of our key partners when we've organized the Global Bio India. Both in 2019 and in 2021, which was virtually, we've had a very active participation from Sweden. In the area of clean energy, it is also one of the areas for today's discussion. Sweden has been a key partner with India through many activities that we've supported, mission innovation being one of the main activities that we have done together. We have set up the first clean energy incubator, and we are very pleased that Sweden is our partner in that incubator. Ambassador Tanmay Lal spoke about the Earthshot project, which one of our startups just received, who is an incubatee of the Clean Energy Incubator. We hope collectively we will be able to take our commitment for the clean energy research beyond into many other areas. We have also closely worked on smart grids. We are also working on electric vehicles, which the Department of Science and Technology has now worked towards seeing how we could scale this and also open up for international collaboration, not only with Sweden, but many other countries. The Department of Science and Technology, as you all know, has a major focus on interdisciplinary cyber-physical systems, on quantum technologies, and rightly said by the Director General Vinova, these artificial intelligence, machine learning are key areas of focus for us, and we hope as we move on, we would be able to take these cutting-edge technologies for finding solutions for many of our computational problems as we move ahead. The Department of Science and Technology and Department of Biotechnology are committed to making available not only the resources for collaborative projects, but also being able to work along with our large number of institutes that we have and this robust ecosystem of innovation to work towards creating very important innovation hubs and clusters. Excellency Klaus Mollin will recall that when we've had discussions, we've always talked about the next way forward for this India-Sweden partnership. And I think now is the time when we have our Honorable Minister here, Dr. Jitendra Singh, who has again been always encouraging us to see how we can promote the startup community. I think now is the time for us to be innovative, not only in the projects that we support, but in the models of collaboration. And I think those models of collaboration have to move beyond just projects. We need to look at virtual clusters. The new virtual technologies have made us more advanced in our acceptance of these virtual technologies. So setting up virtual hubs, setting up virtual innovation clusters is probably the next step, which I'm sure the working teams on either side would be able to identify, that allows, again, the involvement of a much larger group that we can take forward. India is now positioned not only in terms of its global scale for scientific publications or its innovation, but we hope collectively we would be able to work with Sweden, which is known for its innovation ecosystem, to set up a model for joint bilateral cooperations as well. And we hope that the India-Sweden model of joint collaboration in research, in discovery research, in translational research, in innovation research across fields will be taken as a model which we will be able to emulate for many other countries that we take forward. Once again, my congratulations to the team, and I would also like to once again reiterate at the closing our sincere gratitude to our partners in Sweden for always coming out in front to be able to partner with us on new activities that we take on. And once again, to reassure you of our continued collaboration from the Department of Biotechnology and Department of Science and Technology, working with the universities and other ecosystem in the country. Thank you very much, and all good luck for this India-Sweden event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Renu Swaroop-ji. And I thought it'll be very good to tell you a little bit more about India-Sweden Innovation Day and what we have planned for you today, especially in the presence of both the ministers, of course. So I thought, after this, we will have a session on the accelerating India-Sweden's green transition with the leadership. And by leadership, I mean there'll be like the global leaders representing both Swedish companies and Indian companies, and of course, Confederation of Indian Industry, to also discuss these issues when it comes to the green transition. Sir, after that, we will also do a specific session on the innovation partnership, which both ma'am and Daria Isaacson has spoken about. And this is a very important partnership, so we really thought, since this has been active now for the last 3-4 years, it will be very important to talk a little bit about what are the next steps. Like ma'am, you just talked about, there's a potential here to do many more new things, so we will be lifting that up. After that, a very important area will be the Sweden-India on the energy side. The Swedish Energy Agency has been very active in India, and so they will be talking a little bit about the innovation accelerator that they have been active with in India, and talking about all the different energy innovations that both Sweden and India are working together on. You'll also be pleased to know that there are also Indian companies investing in Sweden in this area. So investment is going in both directions. It's not a one-way direction. Transportation, which is also a very key issue. How do we transport everyone in a safe, sustainable manner? That will also be part of our discussion for the day. And of course, industry transition is an equally very important big part of getting towards a green transition. And here we'll be discussing, Minister, the Industry 4.0 and future sustainable manufacturing. After which we will actually talk about AI innovations from India, which I think this will be very interesting also for Vinova to listen to. this about, there is a fantastic energy and also creativity coming from the continent in solving global issues that can be easily replicated. And I feel that might be very interesting for Swedish audience and for the Swedish audience to know, what is the innovations coming actually from the Indian side. After that, we will, of course, have a focus on the startup ecosystem. We've had there's a great network working between Sweden and India in this area. And we will be highlighting some of the unicorns from Sweden and some of them from India in this dialogue, which will be then followed by a special session on healthcare, which is, of course, very important for both the countries. And this will be a session on healthcare, which will then be followed by a session on digitalization. And you'll be happy to know, Minister, that there'll be about 6 startups presenting today, 4 of them from India, 2 from Sweden. So this is also an opportunity to give them a stage to actually present and come with their ideas and innovations. Having said that, I think it would be an honor and a privilege for us to please invite Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Minister for Science and Technology, Government of India, to please inaugurate India-Sweden Innovation Day. Sir, we welcome you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. His Excellency, Mr. Abraham Bellon, the Swedish Minister for Business, Industry and Innovation, my colleague and Secretary in the Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Renu Saroop, India's Ambassador in Sweden, Mr. Tanmay Lal, my other colleagues and the scientific fraternity from the Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, and also various Swedish agencies participating in this meet online as well as offline. At the very outset, I want to congratulate the Indian and Swedish scientists for successful 8 years of India-Sweden innovation and its celebration that we are observing today. And I also compliment the Embassy of India and the Swedish stakeholders who are involved in organizing this event. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an immense pleasure in stating that the science and technology cooperation, as was being mentioned by Dr. Renu Saroop, between the 2 countries forms an important component of our bilateral cooperation, not only confined to science, but in general, overall, holistically as well. And this was initiated through the Indo-Swiss Intergovernment Agreement signed way back in 2005. And the agreement envisaged provisions for cooperation through exchange of scientists, exchange of graduate students, exchange of research scholars, exchange of technologists, exchange of specialists, and other workers in the area of science and technology. Joint identification of science and technical problems, formulation, and their implementation of joint research projects, which might lead to application of the results of such research in industry, agriculture, and other fields, as well as the exchange of experiences and know-how resulting from such applications are the other aspects inherent to this mutual understanding and agreement. I have no hesitation to emphasize that the partnership between the 2 countries got a fillip after the visit by the Honorable Prime Minister of India to Sweden 2018, when Mr. Narendra Modi was there and he could accomplish the historic joint declaration of intent on India-Sweden innovation partnership. And this joint declaration provided momentum and substance to the overall India-Sweden bilateral relations, as I said, not merely confined to the area of science and technology alone. Following the visit of India's Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, the scientific cooperation was reviewed at official level by the Joint Committee at a meeting held on the 2nd of May 2019. This identified several important themes for science and technology cooperation, such as the smart cities, clean technology, circular economy, etc., etc. And both the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and the Swedish Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation have since been seeking to implement the same. Energy sector, as you all know, friends, is an important area of cooperation identified in the joint declaration on India-Sweden innovation partnership during the visit of the Prime Minister of India in April 2018, and which also envisages taking forward concrete cooperation between the two countries. We in India are looking for technology solutions to clean energy, and I'm happy to note that the Department of Science and Technology, as well as the Swedish Energy Agency, have together worked out and launched a call for industrial R&D proposals in this sector. This would have industry, academia, scientific cooperation in the PPP model, and I've been told that we have received about 20 joint industry-led proposals which are in an advanced stage of constitution. We may implement them after shortlisting them. And this is actually the essence of Prime Minister Modi's approach as far as all the endeavors are concerned, particularly in the area of science and technology. De-siloization and working in a more integrated manner with a more integrated and a holistic approach. In addition, the Department of Biotechnology is already engaged with Swedish partners on Incubator Connect, digital healthcare, and global Bio-India programs, enhancing the partnership in the field of biotechnology. Considering the mutual interest between the two countries, both the governments through the IST and Vinova have launched the joint call on smart cities, clean technologies, digitalization, including Internet of Things, machine learning, etc., etc. Incidentally, the joint call was also announced by Honorable Prime Ministers of both the countries during their bilateral meeting on the 5th of March this year, that is 2021. The joint call has resulted in 22 projects, and 3 joint projects have already been recommended from both sides for the purpose of funding. Both the governments, the Government of India, the Government of Sweden, have proposed to launch a new joint call on circular economy, including the themes such as earth science and waste to wealth by the Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, and the Swedish Vinova during the year 2021-22. The ICMR India and the Sweden Forte have also agreed to launch a new call on 2021-22 on broad themes like public health prevention, health promotion, organization, and provision of care. And therefore, I think we are on the right course. We are so far been successful in moving ahead the manner in which we have realized for ourselves. And this collaboration, I have the confidence to say, in the area of science, technology, and biotechnology has actually also paved the way for a greater bonding between the two nations of ours, and would also pave the way for collaboration in spheres not confined only to science and technology. And therefore, this innovation collaboration assumes greater importance than just meets the eye. It has a larger relevance than it apparently seems to be. And I conclude, therefore, by saying that I wish a great success of the event. I'm sure this would, as I said, and I repeat, further enhance the Indo-Sweden partnership, not only in the science and technology, but through the science and technology for a larger collaboration between these two friendly nations of ours. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh. Now, I would really like to warmly welcome Minister Ibrahim Baylan, Honorable Minister for Business, Industry and Innovation, Government of Sweden. Warm welcome back, Mr. Baylan. You have inaugurated India-Sweden Innovation Day now. This will be the 3rd year in a row, so it's a pleasure to have you back.
Thank you very much, and it is my pleasure, Excellencies, Honorable Minister Singh, friends and colleagues. The relationship between India and Sweden is, I would say, stronger than ever. Even during the most challenging of times, during this pandemic, India and Sweden continued to launch new bilateral innovation collaborations. Our close friendship and common interest in sustainable growth, solving societal challenges, was a key topic when Prime Minister Löfven met with Prime Minister Modi in a virtual summit earlier this year. Sweden is a global leader in innovation built on collaboration. We have been ranked the number one country in the European Union 5 years straight, and I think the latest global ranking we were number 2 after Switzerland and just before the United States. And I mention this because this is now more important than ever, that collaboration between countries, as well as between businesses, academia, and public sector, is necessary to face challenges and build new solutions, new resilience, and sustainable societies. That is why the partnership between India and Sweden is so important and gives us an opportunity to combine the strength of our innovation systems. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, Sweden has the goal of becoming the world's first fossil-free welfare society. We believe that encouraging companies to develop new climate-neutral technologies is a key component of our future competitiveness. Fossil-free steel from hybrid and H2 green steel, the Northvolt battery production, and the new Swedish electric transport laboratory are a few examples of our commitment to achieving this goal. It will have an impact in Sweden, but we believe that will also have an impact globally as new climate-neutral export products are being developed. That is one of the reasons why I'm so pleased that India and Sweden are in charge of the leadership group for industrial transition, the Lead It project. I'm also pleased that Sweden has joined the International Solar Alliance. And dear Honorable Minister Singh, we would love, by joining the alliance, we now expect more to see the sun more in Sweden also the coming years. So this is part of the commitment from India to guarantee Sweden more sun during the year. The innovation partnership between India and Sweden gave us a clear message to encourage Swedish and Indian stakeholders to build new bilateral innovation collaborations in a number of areas. The number of collaborations has increased since 2018. They follow the important principles of co-creation and co-development, connecting policymakers, businesses, academia, and innovators in both our countries. It's government to government. We are sharing experiences, discussing policy developments in areas such as science and technology, intellectual property rights, space, healthcare, and energy. One very important part of the partnership is the joint funding of innovation projects. The latest example from earlier this year, when Swedish innovation agency Vinnova and Indian Department of Science and Technology announced a new call for projects. And today, I am excited to hear about the plans to soon launch a new bilateral call for projects in the field of circular economy, with strong support from a wide group of research and innovation funding agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the topic of the India-Sweden Innovation Day reflects the diversity in our collaboration. We are building people-to-people links between businesses, academia, agencies, and innovation hubs from both countries, connecting research and industrial R&D. The innovation partnership creates many opportunities for trade and investments, and for increasing the competitiveness of companies in both our countries. Together, Indian and Swedish companies can develop solutions for a global market. I am very happy to see both startups and large companies represented in the program today. In this transformation, it is important to acknowledge that the interdependence between startups and large companies, as well as between industry and service sector. I believe we have a lot to gain from connecting innovative startups and large enterprises, both in India and in Sweden. Swedish companies have been making in India for many decades. Today, there are over 220 of them in India, employing over 200,000 people directly and 2.2 million indirectly. And Swedish companies continue to invest and partnering with Indian research and innovation ecosystem. Dear friends, the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center connects innovative startups with large companies, healthcare providers and policymakers. And the Sweden-India Transport Innovation and Safety Partnership continues working for innovations in safe and sustainable transportation. So, dear friends, I will conclude by just remembering my visit 2 years ago. It feels like an eternity now after the pandemic, dear friends. 2 years ago, I had the privilege of joining the state visit to India by Their Majesties, the King and Queen of Sweden. Together with a strong delegation, we confirmed the ambition of the innovation partnership in a high-level dialogue in the presence of Prime Minister Modi. I am very pleased to see that our bilateral partnership has grown even stronger since then, even during this pandemic, during the last 2 years. From my point of view, the future looks bright, and I encourage you all to continue this important work in the years to come. I wish you the best of luck for today's events and the best of luck with the innovation partnership and finding solution to how we could make our way of life more sustainable, but also better for people, both in Sweden and India, and by that leadership also may convince people globally that it is possible to live a good life without harming the environment or the climate. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Minister Baylan. I would now like to invite Honorable Claes Molin, Ambassador of Sweden to India. Ambassador Molin, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Sanju. Honorable Ministers, Dr. Singh, Mr. Baylan, Ambassador Lal, Madam Secretary, Dr. Swaroop, Director General Daria Isaksson, Håkan Klingstedt, all organizers and participants. Very good morning to you from New Delhi. I have precious little, I think, to add to what our ministers, secretaries, director generals, etc. have said. Suffice it almost to say that I and colleagues here in the embassy and the Swedish community in India look very much forward to participating in today's Innovation Day. It's an fantastic example, an excellent example of the Swedish-Indian partnership that so many have spoken of today already, which I think is amply illustrated by the large and strong political government, agency, private sector and academic buy-in that we're seeing. It's not surprising, perhaps, given the very clear mandates and leadership that our prime ministers have shown in this and in other fields, clearly indicating that innovation, sustainability are key areas for us to cooperate in. But listening to some of the statements this morning, not least to Dr. Swaroop, it's clear that it's not just a buy-in. It's very much a partnership that is being driven on both sides. Not just looking at what we have accomplished, but very much setting our sights to the future and looking at new and potentially very important and constructive areas for future cooperation. I was greatly gratified by a meeting with Dr. Singh earlier this year, where he gathered Dr. Swarup and all the other key players in his ministry and in Indian agencies, looking from the get-go of his taking up this important areas of responsibility, looking at how India and Sweden can cooperate much even closer than we have in years past. And so it drives us every day, and it's a reminder of our task. Let me, of course, also, on a day like this, congratulate my friend Ambassador Tanmay Lal and his very experienced team for this edition of the Innovation Day. I've been fortunate enough to participate in person in earlier years, having been in Stockholm at the time of year when the Innovation Day happens, and I know the impact that that this event has. Let me assure him and all others, as necessary, that of course we here at our end, Sweden and India, are trying to carry the same torch in furthering our cooperation, be it at the upcoming Bangalore Tech Summit next month, or at our very own Nobel Memorial Week in December, both, of course, heavily geared towards innovation and sustainability. Even before then, also in November, and I'll use this as my final point and a slight plug, we plan to showcase our services, the embassies, Business Sweden in India, Sweden-India Business Council in Sweden, as well as the Chamber of Commerce here in India. Together also with our very active Office of Science and Innovation within the embassy. In Sweden, in a week of meetings, the second week of November, in Stockholm, Gothenburg, Luleå, and Malmö, in meeting with interested parties, both to see what we can help Swedish companies and investors with in India, but also how we can tie these partnerships, especially perhaps on the startup scene, in making their efforts more valuable and easier as they look at tying up with Indian partners. We call it It's Time for India and Sweden, and I hope that you have received invitations for this. If not, let us know, and we'll be very happy to forward them to you. It takes place during the week of November 8th, and we hope we'll have as many participants as possible, and we'll take the torch forward as best we can on innovation and sustainability. Best of luck today to all participants. Thank you very much, and I look forward to taking part.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Claes Molin. We'd first like to thank from India Sweden Innovation Day all our partners, everyone present here today, to thank the Honorable Ministers Dr. Jitendra Singh and Mr. Ibrahim Bailan for blessing and inaugurating India Sweden Innovation Day, and a big thank you to Dr. Renu Swarup and Daria Isaacson. And we are so excited about this new announcement about the circular economy. Thank you so much, Ambassador Molin, and thank you so much, Ambassador Lal, for all your big support to make this day happen. And of course, the Embassy of India in Sweden, who without their support, we wouldn't be able to do this day. So thank you very, very much. And I would now request all of you to please join us here in the audience and continue watching. So thank you. So we will be moving on to our next session, which is the panel discussion on accelerating India-Sweden green transition. And now I would like to invite Arti Davis, who is a Senior Vice President with Sweden-India Business Council. Arti's work focuses on clean energy transition, and she's also the head of Secretariat for the Sweden-India Transport, Innovation and Safety Partnership. Over to you, Arti. Warm welcome.
Thank you, Sanju, for that kind introduction. And I'm very happy to be here to have the first panel discussion of the day, to unpack what we heard in the inauguration session, and to set the stage for the coming day of discussions on a pre-Glasgow climate partnership. We have with us in the studio Robert Andrén, the Director General of the Swedish Energy Agency. Connecting with us online, we have Amit Chadha, MD and CEO of L&T Technology Services, Martin Lundstedt, CEO of Volvo Group, and TV Narendran, President of Confederation of Indian Industries, all longtime partners of the Sweden-India corridor. Before we start the specific questions to each one of you, I wanted to throw an open question to the panel. We sit here on the eve of Glasgow and the climate discussion. One of the key elements of that discussion will be collective action with business, industry, academia, R&D, and government. I'd like to ask each one of you to give me a one-sentence answer, 5 keywords, what the audience and us should keep in mind as we go through the day. You represent industry, industry aggregators, and government. So I'm going to start with you, Mr. Chadha.
Sure. We'd like a level playing field between citizens, corporations, and governments from COP 26. We'd also like clear guidelines and, of course, some financial incentives that can help us through this journey in the early days as it happens. More than 5 words, but that's my take.
But good words, level playing field. With that, I'm actually going to move to Robert to respond to industry as government. What is your expectation for the next week?
Political leadership and commitment, both to meet the alarming reports that we're hearing from the scientific community of a 2.7 degree warm-up. Also to meet and facilitate the industry's leadership now in changing towards sustainability, much more pronounced. And thirdly, also to actually political leadership to deal with the energy situation we have now with high prices by looking at tomorrow's solutions rather than yesterday's.
Thank you very much. Energy prices, of course, something we can come back to later in the day. But I want to ask now to end today's the industry discussion with Mr. Narendran in India. Before I come to Volvo, you speak for Indian industry. You've had a long partnership with Sweden, with different of the sponsors and partners that we have represented today. What does CII, on behalf of Indian industry, want to see next week?
I think better alignment between the developing and the developed world on the transition plan. And greater thought on the complexity of the transition and the socio-economic consequences and how we plan for that.
Great, thank you very much. So I'm going to then end this lightning round with you, Martin, to ask you as Volvo Group, international industry partner. You, of course, are taking on many steps in kind of mainstreaming most of the discussion that's happening next week. What would Volvo like to see?
No, first and foremost, I agree with many of the other comments already made here. But most important, I think that we have outlined the plans now already before COP26. And when I go there, I would like really to discuss tangible actions together so we can see these results now, because a lot of the plans are set for 25, 30, 45. 40, whatever, but we need to start now, and we need to come together because there are new type of business models and solutions required. So between academia, authorities, and industry, and really looking forward to be there.
Great. So before I come back to you, Martin, I want to just, for our audience, sum up what we heard today. Level playing field, political leadership, alignment, and actually operational roadmaps to take business forward. But I want to come back, Martin, because of course, when we talk about climate, when we talk about the challenges that we face, 1.5, 2.5, 2.7, we know in the last 10 years, the demand for transport has increased. We know in the next 10 years, the demand for transport will increase. How does Volvo align itself with what might seem to the outsider a conflicting discussion?
But first and foremost, I think it was well said also by Mr. Narendran about, we need to find a sustainable roadmap that is both including the environmental, the social, the ethical, and the financial, so to speak, prosperity for different parts of the world, or all parts of the world eventually. And their transport, logistics, and infrastructure play a very important role. We know that has a very tight connection about developing society as we know it in terms of GDP per capita, etc. But that development is also driving a number of other challenges, obviously. It's about congestion, it's about noise, it's about close by neighborhood pollutions. It is about also, of course, the impact it can have on climate change. And therefore, more transport, more infrastructure needed, but it needs to be considerably more sustainable as we move forward. And that is, I think, a big challenge, but it's also great news for all of us that would like to continue to innovate in this arena. So what we are doing in that is obviously to say, okay, we will participate in the development. And India, Sweden, Volvo, and all our partners in India is a very good example of that. And not at least, I mean, before we come into the green transition, I think we have done great progress together in the area of safety. That is also part of the sustainability journey, for example, for transport and innovation. So now, what we will do here is, of course, utilizing the great opportunities we have in terms of technology innovation, both when it comes to propulsion systems, electromobility. It is about, and when I talk about electromobility, it's both about battery electric solutions, it's about hydrogen or fuel cell electric solutions. It is about renewable fuels. But it's also about utilizing the strength of digitalization and connectivity to optimize these type of flows in different shapes and forms, because already today we see an enormous potential when it comes to energy efficiency, when it comes to route planning, when it comes to safety and proactive maintenance planning, etc. But of course the big step will be when we are coming together as society, business and authorities, not only as OEMs, as big companies like ourselves, but also in the complete ecosystem here, and not at least with our customers and their customers to decide, okay, how do we want to proceed here? And what the good news is that we see a very quick development in so to speak, both the deployment of new technologies, but also how we think about the business models around this. I mean, in order to have a very efficient, for example, transport system, it's not only about the equipment that are connected digital and also with the right type of sets of technologies, but it's also about infrastructure, it is about the grid capacities, it is about the green generation of energy. And those are factors that are actually coming very neatly together between India and Sweden. We have the resources about it, we have the opportunities to go about it, we have the innovation power to go about it also. I mean, I think this is a field where we really can join forces, and that's the reason why the Volvo Group, for example, we have the one of the biggest sites of R&D, we have the biggest site of IT and connectivity. We have, of course, a full value chain, including R&D, the whole operations, both for India. For India, it's a home market, but also for exporting, etc. So in this area, we can do a lot, and we need to do a lot. And this is, of course, one of the key factors for both India and Sweden being successful in a global world.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to take the last words you've said about innovation power. One of the key aspects of the climate dialogue next week will be climate finance, to make innovation power accessible and operational and harnessable. Mr. Narendran, I'm going to ask you, now you've been working with Sweden for over, I think CI has had operations with Sweden for over 20 years. Is there something that you see on the horizon that can help us build a B2B framework that will allow us to harness climate finance for resilient climate innovation and investment?
Sure. You know, Arti, I think this journey is going to be expensive, right? And that's very clear. I don't think anyone's arguing about the direction or the need, but there is a complexity of transition and finances right in the middle of it, because governments will have to pay for it, industry will have to pay for it, customers will have to pay for it, right? So you need to manage this transition well. Second thing is the size of the problem from a financing point of view is huge. You know, even if you look at what was discussed in COP15 and COP21 about $100 billion a year coming from the developed world to the developing world. That's now been pushed to 2025, but that's an elephant in the room which has to get discussed and sorted out. India itself has estimated that it will need something like $2.4 trillion between now and 2030, or rather from 2015 to 2030 to do what it wants to do. This includes expenditure for mitigation, for adaptation, for disaster management, resilience, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of money involved here. But the good news is there's a lot of innovation happening. And I think the heart of the Indo-Swedish partnership is about innovation and technology. And how can we leverage innovation and technology and work the ecosystem to get the funding for it, get the financing for it. There's a lot of capital out there in the world. There are a lot of startups in Sweden, and India is now home to the third largest number of unicorns in the world now after China and the US. And so how can we leverage that innovation which is there to solve some of these problems so that you can find innovative solutions and use finance to scale it up? So I think that's where the Indo-Swedish partnership can work together. And there are specific areas we need to work on. We certainly need to look at storage solutions for renewable energy, for instance, because India is well on track to meet its renewable energy targets, in fact, probably exceed them. But unless you have solved the storage problem, how are you going to transition from a coal-based grid to a renewable energy-based grid? So there's a lot of money to be spent there. There is a lot of work to be done on carbon capture, usage, and storage. Because again, India is a coal-dependent economy. It will reduce its dependence on coal, but as long as you have coal, you need CCUS solutions. And of course, finally, you need to find hydrogen cheap and at scale, and also create the hydrogen infrastructure that is required. And of course, it has to be green hydrogen. So I think there are a lot of challenges out there which will need good ideas. I think there is an idea pipeline out there. There are startups out there who are working in these areas. We need to marry those ideas and opportunities with the financing that is available so that we can make this transition as smooth as possible.
Mr. Narendra, I couldn't have had a better segue to our next panelist in terms of what you've put out on the table right now. To look at elephants in the room, to look at how do we create frameworks for India and Sweden's SDGs and global SDGs. Robert, the Swedish Energy Agency has been working with India now, I think, for over 10 years. Creating opportunities in many of the key words that Mr. Narendran just raised: storage, energy efficiency, new technologies, and innovation for energy development. How would you see the opportunities for India and Sweden to work together to create ambition, but also operational real-time SDG roadmaps?
Well, I think that besides the fact that you need, hopefully the governments are showing this leadership and commitment in Glasgow, but also, I mean, all around the year, so to say, to actually make a change of how the society is functioning, going from fossil-based to fossil-free economy and society. We also have to show this in concrete ways, and I think that that's what we are doing now, trying to find projects, trying to find demonstration projects that shows that it actually can be done, that the cost is not at all a problem in the long run, because you will gain much more, both from a climate perspective, but also from a social and economic perspective, both from a company's side and also for the society. So I think that using the global processes that we have, mission innovation, for instance, the UN processes, besides only the climate COP, is so important, because innovation is at the heart of it, as has been said by the other panelists. And I think that then we need to find ways of both finding the new innovations, but also put them on the market, scale them up and commercialize them. And so that means that we need to find arenas where all these actors meet. And we have done so in Sweden-India perspective. And I think that we could share that way of working with the rest of the world and show that it concretely is done. We have, as was said earlier, a smart grid project together, which is one component that we need to address. We are evaluating the projects as we speak here, and will announce, I think, later on in November or so, what project that will be given the means to be tested in real life. And also the projects that were launched this, or the program that was launched this morning between DST and Vinnova, for instance, is another such concrete example. So that is another thing that we need to highlight and show the world, perhaps both in COP26 next week or the weeks to come, and in other fora and other processes. I think that sometimes we're talking about the costs of the clean energy transition, but I think that what we need to realize is that the cost of inaction is far, far more severe to the global societies and the governments. But that perhaps is a bit more into the future. But from a government perspective and the public sector, I think that is very important to have in mind. No, it's a cross-border challenge that needs cross-border solutions, that needs cross-border cooperation. And Sweden, India is showing how it can be done.
Thank you. I think what you're saying, and I think what makes sense to the panelists here, is real-time operational pilots, test beds, to see what we talk about. The abstract is not as meaningful as actually walking the talk. Thank you very much. And actually with that, I'm going to come to our last panelist. I started with industry on the Swedish side. I'm ending with industry on the Indian side. You've heard what the government has to say in terms of operationalizing commitment and ambition. Now, L&T Technology Services is also working in this area. And as an engineering and services company, what does L&T see it can do on the ground in terms of making the climate ambition a reality?
Sure. So, Aarti, thank you for that. If I actually start off by saying that sustainability is not a zero-sum game. Robert spoke about the cost of inaction. Well, just one data point, the first half of 2021 saw global insurers pay about $40 billion in losses, and there was another $90 billion in economic losses just from climate-related events. I can go on and on. I was in New York on September 1st, flash floods, all that. I mean, I was fine. I'm sitting in front of you, but it was a harrowing time, right? But I'll move on. If I look at what industry can do, I'd actually break it up into 2 or 3 parts, right? One is there's governments, and we talked about them creating common guidelines, citizens being more responsible. But most importantly, if I look at companies and what people like us are doing, so there are 17 sustainable development goals that the United Nations came out with, from no poverty going up to the 17th one, which is around partnership for the goals. Well, 7 of those, in my view, are clearly something that somebody like us can work on and is working on, starting with good health and well-being, to clean water and sanitation, to affordable clean energy, to industry, innovation and infrastructure, to providing sustainable cities, responsible consumption and climate action. I'll give you some examples. Martin spoke about electrification. Well, LTTS has invested in battery charging infrastructure and technology labs in India, as well as in Peoria in Illinois, providing onboard and offboard charging capabilities for people to do proof of concepts, etc. We've last month launched a hybrid vehicle of our own, bringing all battery technology as well as cooling technology, etc., that we had developed in our labs. We built a sensor lab providing alternatives for lower energy consumption, if that's what people are looking for. We've launched energy management tools for plants as well as commercial buildings, which are being utilized in Tel Aviv, in buildings, being leveraged in plants in Pennsylvania, and we're looking forward to roll this out further. We are right now dabbling, we're trying to work on models that could help us with entire sustainable cities as we speak. We worked with various companies in Gothenburg, in Stockholm, and beyond Sweden, in Finland, and our origin being Denmark, in Denmark, towards designing and engineering to a greener future. Having said that, I do want to make one point. We've actually announced, or we're about to announce, we will be getting to carbon neutrality and water neutrality as a company by 2030. So that's what we've been trying to do in helping our clients and others, industry in general, to make it a much better level playing field for the future.
Mr. Chadha, thank you so much. And with that, just to our audience here in the room and also the ones online, what you've heard today we'll be discussing at length during the panels during the rest of the day. We're looking at energy, finance, test beds, innovation, and first and foremost, collective action, working together across the triple helix to create change on the ground. Thank you all so much for joining us today, and please stay with us for the rest of the day for the discussions that we're having. And with that, we come to the end of the inauguration panel, and I'd like to hand back to the MC, Sanju Malhotra.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a little bit more time, I think, before Sanju joins us, and I'd actually like to turn to Robert to talk about the Innovation Accelerator and the different ways in which the Energy Agency is working with India Is there anything you see that you'd like to, in the next year, create a roadmap for and discussions that the audience here today could know more about?
I think that's a kind of an evolution that we're doing with India. But what we're doing is actually taking parts of the way we're working into other countries at the moment that we see possibility and potential in developing it. So, and then we are looking at what we're doing in other countries that are also key markets for our companies and our export, and see how we can evolve the collaboration with India. But I think that what we want to do is to get more Swedish agencies and more Swedish actors to realize the power we have within this collaboration. And as was said also earlier, it's not one way, it's both two ways work we're doing at the moment. And I think that India will see that there are huge potential and possibilities in what is happening in Sweden today, in the northern parts of Sweden, with the fossil-free steel production, with Northvolt, the battery production and stuff like that. So it's a lot of win-win for both countries.
Absolutely. And Sweden, of course, has just joined the International Solar Alliance as a partner for R&D and testbeds. How do you see that evolving in terms of discussions and dialogues? Because Sweden, of course, has a number of testbeds on the ground already with the Innovation Accelerator and other dialogue partners in DST. Is there a move to kind of elaborate and expand now that you have these different framework partners?
I hope so. I have to say that. But I think that what we need to do in Sweden as well is realize the solar importance of solar panels and solar production, because it's not a big thing in Sweden as such, but we have a frontier research on that, in that area, and we do have a lot of startups and very interesting actors that actually could make a difference in other parts of the world with those innovations. So I hope that we will wake up and realize the potential of solar, the solar area, so to say, and actually see that the exporting is huge potential and very important, rather than looking at how important it is for the Swedish energy system. It will be marginal here, but increasingly important still.
And of course, the discussion on storage, batteries, and how to move forward, which we have strong actors on the ground in Sweden.
That's why you need a system perspective.
Exactly.
It's so many components, and you need to shift the whole system. Try to do that. And as was said earlier by my colleague from Vinnova, Darja, is that you also have a whole value chain approach to this and a circular approach. And that is the challenge, to move from one component into the whole series of components that you need to shift simultaneously, really.
And we have that panel later on today when we talk about Industry 4.0, the global supply chain pivot that needs to happen as we move towards a circular economy, and how industry has to understand and have patience to make those changes step by step, but also allow for mainstreaming innovation in that process.
Sure.
I'm actually going to turn to Mr. Narendran, because you mentioned hydrogen, and of course the immense power that has in terms of creating investment for climate. Could you tell us more about what CII is doing in that space? I know that there's a mission on the ground right now in India, and there's a lot of discussion on financing that mission. Just a few words, and then I'm going to ask the other panelists as well to discuss new technologies, new fuels, and what this can mean for where we are today.
Yeah. So I think the government of India has announced a hydrogen mission. There's a lot of private sector announcements as well on hydrogen, because we realize that if we were to transition out of coal, we need to move to gas and then to hydrogen. So there's a lot of infrastructure being built on gas. And of course, eventually, hopefully, they'll transition into hydrogen infrastructure. India also has very aggressive renewable energy plans. I think we're well on track from nowhere to something very material over the next 10 years. So I think we'll rely on new sources of energy, but storage becomes extremely important, because large country, there is a national grid which is being built. So, the sources of renewable energy in some parts of the country, you need to reach it across to the other parts of the country. You need to have good storage systems, smart grids, etc., and hydrogen to supplement it. So between electrification with renewable energy and hydrogen, hopefully we'll be able to move towards a cleaner future. But it calls for a lot of investments. I know that in Europe, a lot of investments are being made on creating the hydrogen infrastructure. India needs to create that hydrogen infrastructure as well. India also needs to have the policies which are evolving to help industry transition into a cleaner future. So I think there's a lot of work which is to be done. A lot of intent is there. A lot of work has already been done. But I think CII, as an industry body, has sustainability as one of the keywords in our theme this year. So we are working with a large number of small companies. The big companies know what needs to be done. Many of them are already, in transition. But 90% of our members are the small and medium-sized companies in India, and we are helping them transition. And CII has a few centers of excellence which helps its members do this transition. So a lot of work is going on that, and hydrogen is certainly an important part of that.
Thank you so much. And of course, from Sweden-India Business Council's perspective, CII is a trusted partner. We've been working with you since the beginning, and a lot of the discussions we have are with your counterparts as well in India as we move forward. But new fuels, Martin, to you. Of course, new fuels, road safety and innovation. You touched upon the need for not necessarily moving the large industry, Mr. Narendran, but actually looking at small industry and helping them get the tools. Innovation and startup engagement can be critical for that. And of course, Volvo now has Campex in Bangalore. It has Campex in Gothenburg, where these innovations are harnessed and catalyzed for an operational output. Martin, any comments on new fuels, road safety, and the transport challenge?
Well, no, first and foremost, I think obviously the way of working that we do now, and that is really connecting also to what we have heard earlier, that it's about the system thinking, governments, authorities, but also, of course, business. But when we talk about business, it's both about, of course, the big corporates that can push, so to speak, the agenda, but we will not do it without having a really, really good ecosystem of the best in different niches. And that's the reason why we have created this type of platform with Campex, allowing actually us to really get in touch on a daily and a more informal basis with a number of great, both startups, but also well-established companies, but have an innovation arena in different shapes and forms. And when we talk about now, both of course on safety, where we have, and we will continue to drive that agenda, that is very close to our heart, obviously. But also when it comes to the transportation, the big bet now, of course, is to really make the transformation into fossil-free solutions. By 2040, the whole value chain, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, for Volvo globally, we are in 190 countries, need to be fossil-free in order to actually deliver the 1.5. And that means obviously that in leading countries, we need to be considerably north of 50% already by 2030, and that is around the corner. And what we see here now is that when we are ramping up, and we are doing that now, we took a big order on heavy-duty trucks, for example, more than 100 trucks a couple of weeks ago. That will come more and more. The interest is huge. But also it needs to be complemented both between battery electric and fuel cell electric. And the reason, there are a number of reasons for that. I mean, when it comes to applications, but it's also about exactly what has been said here, the whole energy system together with the transport and infrastructure agenda. Because hydrogen is nothing more or less than the other side of the coin of electrification. And the reason is obviously, how to now take care of the fantastic opportunities with green generation of energy that will come with solar, with wind, with other type of solutions. We need to have storage. Already today, 40–50% of the windmills are just turning empty during the day because you don't have the consumption. Electricity is consumed when it is produced. That will do for a number of applications during daytime, during peak hours, etc. But then you need really to have this interconnected, and that's the reason why it's so important. The good news is about that is also we see the importance, for example, on hydrogen and fossil-free steel. We delivered the first, commercial vehicle application made of fossil-free steel last week. Together with SSAB, and hydrogen will be a very important input material into that, green hydrogen. But that makes also the hubs for hydrogen available then to utilize then fuel cells, both for stationary power, complementary power, but also then for transport. So What we see, and that's the reason why we invest heavily in fuel cell technology, into battery technology, but also in the digitalization around this. And the Volvo Energy, the latest business area after Volvo Autonomous Solutions also, are really into this. Okay, how do we cope with this emerging landscape of grid, network capacity, storage, green generation, together with our implementation of green transportation and infrastructure. So it's super fun, and we need everyone to participate. And again, India, Sweden together are sitting on a number of core assets, digital innovation, energy innovation, and also same values about thriving into this new space. So looking forward to work closely together and to get to India finally, because I really want to get there as soon as possible again.
Myself included, absolutely. But of course, the lead IT transition that India and Sweden are leading together, and the green steel has been a huge innovation. And with industry accounting for 30% of emissions, that actually has a large impact for the way forward. Mr. Chadha, Martin mentioned the network, how important it is to have the network to move forward, to create the messaging and the information and the capacity to make the changes needed. Now, L&T Technology Services has a large network. How does that work in terms of you actually operationalizing the information required to make change?
So I'll answer this question in 3 ways. So Martin, number one, we met in the past, as you're aware, lived in the US for 20 years. I took the leap of faith, jumped onto a flight from New York to Bangalore, Mumbai last weekend. It's safe here, you can come, there's no problem. I'm in our offices in Bangalore. So that's to say it's okay. I had more N95 masks and sanitizers than clothes when I came over, right? So that's a reality. But having said that, before I go to network, I do want to make a point. If I look at the US, where I've now lived for 20 years, if I look at the Nordic region, and I look at India, I should tell you that demographics are changing. If I talk to our employees today, I talk to our stakeholders today, everybody is concerned about how are you spending energy? How are you conserving water? It's not just consulting, it's not just doing it for others, but what are you doing in-house? I'll give an example, you talked about the network. So as an engineering company, we set up labs for our customers. These labs require energy. Last week, during our board meeting, my CFO comes up to me and says, you know, business is great, we've got a great set of numbers, but can I please ask you to tell the sales team to not take any more orders that requires labs? And I said, why? He said, because it's not energy efficient and we're going to get negative towards the energy sink as opposed to positive. So one part of the network, one part of being global, local, whatever, is bringing everything together, providing more information and letting people take charge of smart choices. I mean, would you, and I'll give examples. Go to the CPG industry, how much water are they consuming? Can Pepsi or a Coca-Cola get to zero discharge? Can a P&G or Unilever get to zero discharge? I mean, can they reuse the water, etc.? This is one part of it. But another part is providing them the information so they can make those smart choices. But having said that, the entire computing landscape that you see requires a lot of energy. One of the things we're working on right now, and no names here, but with some semicon companies, is to see how do we produce or help them produce chips that will take less power, consume less power, that can finally give back to the grid, or at least take less from the grid. So with that, I mean, long answer, but that's broadly as we see it from a network, demographics, cross-industry standpoint. Last thing, US never used to be concerned about these things. Very honestly, you would hear a lot about it in Europe, you would hear about it in India, but not a lot in the US. That is changing. People are realizing it's important for us to be able to be right on the right side, if I may. I look forward to seeing the horizon of, you know, the seaside or the ocean side near Pennsylvania, dotted with with the windmills. Time to come, but we'll see where it goes. Maybe it'll look like Copenhagen or near Aarhus, like the way you see those windmills.
Thank you so much. So to the audience, You've heard L&T Technology Services, Volvo, CII, and the Swedish Energy Agency. And what we take away from today is we need to walk the talk. And for more of that, stay with us today for the rest of the panels and hear how this is being taken into programs and partnerships. Thank you so much. And until I see you in person, namaste.
Thank you. And happy Diwali in advance to those that know it's Diwali next week. Thank you.
And I would also like to personally thank Mr. Martin Lundstedt, Mr. Narendran, Mr. Chadda, and Robert here also for your partnership and support to make India-Sweden Innovation Day happen. So thank you so much. Please continue watching. We have a full day full of fantastic speakers. And now I would like to, we will talk about the joint innovation partnership between India and Sweden that was signed in 2018. And in this session, you will learn about the many different collaborations that are happening within this partnership and some of the plans for the future. I now give the word to Mr. Erik Åstedt from the Swedish Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation, who will be the moderator for this session. Erik, a warm welcome. And also for your information, Erik is really like the true friend of India. You've been such a great support. And thank you so much for always, bringing that energy to this discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sanju.
Yeah.
Thanks to all the organizers for making this the 8th edition of the India-Sweden Innovation Day. It's an honor to be here. Like Sanju said, I'm working at the Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation in Sweden. My name is Erik Åstedt, and I'm the manager of the innovation partnership between Sweden and India. And we heard the ministers before saying that this is a partnership that was signed in 2018, and there's a lot of things that happened since. And I really want to stress the importance of this being an agreement on the highest level between our two prime ministers. And it is a strong message that India and Sweden will work together to co-create and co-develop innovations for a sustainable future. And this is a partnership that covers many areas. It covers health, climate, digitalization, smart cities, transportation. It also involves many different stakeholders on both sides: policymakers, government agencies, innovation hubs, and companies. So, all this sounds really great, doesn't it? But I'm sure that some of you are wondering, what does this really mean? What does the actual collaboration look like today, and what will it look like in the future? Well, today we will try to answer those questions. So in this session, you will learn about the diversity of the collaborations within the partnership, ranging from India and Sweden driving heavy industry transition, startup matchmaking events, co-funded bilateral innovation projects in areas such as food tech and medicine. So I'm really excited to introduce today's speakers. And you have some of them to my left, and also, I hope, yes, lovely. We have a few people joining us digitally as well. So happy to have you here. We will listen to Dr. Gökçe Mete. You are the head of secretariat for the leadership group for industry transition at Stockholm Environment Institute. We also have Mr. Sasan Shaba. You're the director of international cooperation at Ignite Sweden. And we're very happy to have, from the office of the principal scientific advisor to the government of India, Dr. Sapna Poti, who is the director of strategic alliances. And we will also listen to Mr. Erik Månsson. You are the CEO of the very interesting food tech company Innocentia AB. Also very happy to have with us Professor Vrisha Madhuri. Dr. Vrisha is Professor Vrisha, I should say. You are a professor in medicine at the Christian Medical College in Vellore in India. And finally, I'm also really happy to have my colleague, Dr. Per-Arne Wikström. You are the Science and Innovation Counselor at the Embassy of Sweden in New Delhi. Those are the speakers. And without further ado, very happy to give the word to Dr. Gökçe Mete. And I'm really curious about Leadership Group for Industry Transition. This is a United Nations initiative, but what is really the importance of India and Sweden being in charge of the Lead It initiative? And this is an innovation day, so maybe you could comment on the role of innovation in the work that you do. And of course, looking ahead, what do you see for the future in terms of how Swedish and Indian stakeholders can take the lead and really be a positive example in this transition? Please, comment.
Thanks, Eric. I'll try to give it a go. Well, indeed, LEAD has been established in 2019 at the UN Climate Action Summit. Sweden and India are co-leads of this initiative, but the initiative itself actually brings together 16 countries around the world, including Korea, Argentina, several European countries, Ethiopia, among them, and 19 heavy industry companies also around the world. Several of them are Indian companies, and of course we have Hybrid and Volvo among the group. Now this initiative was set up to accelerate and raise national ambition in nationally determined contributions and long-term national strategies on heavy industries. And indeed, we have started as a platform for policy dialogue, which is of course crucial for enabling innovation. But we have been really also facilitating a knowledge exchange among our members. And Sweden and India had been really successfully cooperating on outreach because we are really looking at global stocktake in this initiative, where we are in 2023, how many countries have actually embarked on detailed plans for decarbonizing their heavy industries. When I started a year ago already with this project, we used to call these sectors harder to abate, and I'm seeing the language change, that we started to call steel and cement easier to abate industries. So part of it is, of course, this great collaboration. We are seeing also among the group, the cooperation between Volvo and Hybrid is a good example. But it also has helped that we have grown in numbers. So India and Sweden have successfully embarked on an outreach. So we now have US in the group. And they are now actively pursuing efforts to include also Japan, Indonesia, Vietnam in this group. And it will really add value because having those two partners has been important because we are really the only initiative on industry transition that has a focus on developing countries. There's no other example of that. So this year we've been working on establishing financing principles, acknowledging the needs of the Global South in accelerating finance. And I guess most importantly, we work on roadmaps. So we built within the leadership group, we built a methodology on road mapping based on Sweden's experience with fossil-free Sweden. And we've taken that methodology and sort of adapted it to a global framework. And India will be the first country that LEAD will support in this road mapping process. So Sweden and India really work closely in that process. We cooperate with local research organizations like TERI in India, and GIZ are also involved. So this will really be a great example, Eric, where we will see in the cement and concrete sector a sort of a collective buy-in on what cement decarbonization may look like in India.
And innovation is an important part, right?
Of course, and that's the point. Within the LEAD, I think the core of this group is really that all the partners, once you join LEAD, you actually commit to the belief that that industry transition stands a greater chance if public and private cooperate, because the challenge is great. It's easier to innovate, we call it, but it's still a great challenge. So that is one thing, and we really, India and Sweden collectively, really encourage all the country and company members to adopt roadmaps and to update them. And roadmaps may mean vision strategies, but they really actively pursue this role.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll finish with noting that it is also a prime minister level initiative. This year, prime ministers of India and Sweden also collectively called on a LEAD group and LEAD secretariat hosted by Stockholm Environment Institute to establish principles for a global cement and steel decarbonization strategy. LEAD and Sweden collectively host the LEAD summit. So that will be at COP26. And following on that, we are really looking into sort of publishing our strategy for cement and steel decarbonization, again, led by India and Sweden.
I'm really happy to hear about this. And of course, India and Sweden are really pushing the agenda and pushing these roadmap developments. So thank you so much, Geksha. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Mr. Sasan Shaba, Ignite Sweden. That's very interesting. That's a very interesting initiative, Sasan. You recently held a matchmaking event between Swedish startups and Indian corporates. Can you please tell us a little bit about this event? What are you trying to achieve, and why are you doing this with India?
Thank you so much, Eric, and happy to be here, all of you. It's a pleasure to work with India. It was our first matchmaking between Swedish startups and Indian corporates. I loved what Artie said about walk the talk, and walk the talk adding together with concrete results. So I think I have a small PowerPoint just to show you the results of it. And I think what I'm proud of is, of course, all the partners that was participating in creating this match day. Together is key. We had everything from the embassy to our local partners, CII, SIBC, NASCOM, etc. We're very happy to do this with them. And bringing the core Indian giants, I would say, not only corporates, to the table to meet the right high-tech or low-tech startups from Sweden. Corporates that participated, 5 of them, as you see here, it's quite huge ones, not small corporates from, it could be as Sweden, 5,000, 10,000 employees, but 200,000 employees. And of course, we're very happy to have their high-level innovation departments on board on this matchmaking day. We succeeded with doing this matchmaking day with 24 tech startups from Sweden. Many of them, I would love to just go back to the last session where battery technology was an interesting area, propulsion. I would add to that AI, technology in AI regarding battery systems, maintaining batteries was one of the topics. And we had 37 meetings with a follow-up so far on 30% of the matchmaking meetings that will take a next step. We haven't yet followed up with all the corporates. Still, we have a little work to do on that. But we expect to have about 45% of follow-ups on the startups. And that's something that we are very proud of, bringing tech startups from Sweden to Indian giants. And of course, why India? Yeah. We have heard it before. It's a great ecosystem, innovation ecosystem. We see a lot of interest from the corporates to meet the startups, and I think this could be reversed, doing it on the startups from India to Swedish corporates, for example. And there's a lot of great collaboration happening already, and I think that collaboration is key to create concrete results to achieve, if it's global goals, or I would say more interesting, reducing CO2 emissions in this case.
And startups can really contribute to this, a lot of development and innovations that can be acquired by larger companies. And
yeah,
of course.
I think it's key, actually. We heard it from Volvo Group saying that, Campex. We had L&T with us also on the matchmaking. We had Tech Mahindra, Tata. All of them wants to meet startups, tech startups from all over the world that can solve their challenges and the challenges that actually comes from the society. Yeah. So definitely startups are a key player in that.
Well, it's interesting, Sasan, that you mentioned Indian startups, because India has a very vibrant and very interesting startup ecosystem. And I think the next speaker will tell us a little bit about the potential for working with startups, Indian startups, with Swedish companies. I would like to welcome Dr. Sapna Poti. You are the Director of Strategic Alliances at the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. I know that you have a love for startups and the Indian startup ecosystem and innovation hubs, and etc. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit about your priorities regarding strategic alliances and your work at the PSA office, Principal Scientific Advisor's Office. What opportunities do you see for collaborating with Sweden? Please.
Thank you so much, Eric. It's been a pleasure being here today. Couple of priorities that I would like to touch upon. First of all, we need to look at what is the milieu that we are in, and then we look at the value chain, and then finally prioritize. We have a very good demographic dividend as a nation, as you would be aware. Technologically also, we are quite advanced, and I don't think we're a developing country anymore. We have several startups, I think one of the highest in terms of the numbers, and quite a few of them working on social impact areas. A lot of them are also, kind of getting to know the industry problem statements, and thanks to the Office of PSA, as well as Department of Science and Technology, which is outreaching the industry problem statements to these startups. And they are resolving some of these issues and aligning to the industry. And the value chain that we work on is completely from the research angle of an innovation, because every innovation also has a huge amount of R&D to be undertaken, to the fact that you need investors, you need market strategies, you need vision, and so on, and then finally market-ready innovations, which basically are provided to the post-startup innovations, which are provided to the industry as well as to the government. So in the entire value chain, where we would like to focus is a lot on research, which also has innovation and kind of incubation of startups and so on. So the prioritization is on centers of excellence, which we would like to have in some of the academic institutes. Somebody mentioned TERI. One of the speakers talked about TERI, and TERI is one of those which is focusing on circular economy. Similarly, we have centers of excellence on sludge management, on renewable energy, and so on. So we would like to focus on social impact as well as industry R&D as much as possible through centers of excellence, and that is one scope that Sweden has, for us to collaborate and set up centers of excellence. The second one would be on startup reverse of Ignite, where we would like industries of Sweden to be interested in our startups, requesting them to provide their problem statements as well as their announcements, which we could take to the startups. We work with about 50,000 startups on a literally daily basis. We also work with 200 premier institutes, almost all IITs, NITs, ICARs, agriculture universities, DRDOs, AIMS, etc. A huge number of national, academicians as well as researchers and innovators is what we work with. We're a single point of contact so that it's easier for organizations like yours or countries like yours to work with us. And the whole idea is how to get everybody to collaborate seamlessly so that global issues are solved. Because no country can say that we will only focus on our own country. It's today, all startups belong to the global requirements and needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's really interesting that you mentioned these innovation hubs and in centers of excellence. I do believe that we have a lot to gain from connecting Swedish innovation hubs, Swedish centers of excellence with similar places in India. Talking about startups, I'm very interested in hearing about Innocentia and your project, your food tech solutions. Mr. Erik Månsson, you are the CEO of Innocentia, and you are working with smart food labels. And I also know that you have an Indian co-founder of the company. So I'm very curious about learning a little bit about your project. You're running a research and innovation project together with partners in India. Yep. Could you please tell us a little bit?
Yeah, of course. I mean, basically, we are an Indian-Swedish food tech company. So we are clear evidence that people in Sweden and India are great in working together. And we've been doing that remotely far beyond this pandemic that we've been in. So we're really used to this type of working already. And I mean, we've been talking a lot here today about different areas where we need to innovate, where we need to move into a new type of economy. And I think the one that we haven't mentioned that much is the food industry. I mean, we have a growing population in the world, in India, also in Sweden, and we need to make sure that we can feed them in a sustainable way. We are not one of the companies that making sure that we can produce in a new type of way, but we are a company that thinks about how do we sort of make sure that we don't throw away what we have already produced. And I think we're all aware about the food waste problem. We're throwing away 1/3 of what we produce. It's a catastrophe. In the Western world, it's even more. In the US, it's 50%. It's crazy. And one of the things that we all do is that we look at an expiry date and we say, well, this expired yesterday, so I throw it away. I don't even smell it, I don't even taste it. And what we want to do is we want to provide tools for the end consumer to take that decision in a better way. So we have something, as you say, a label, a dynamic shelf life label, we call it, that actually shows and indicates the status in real time of the product inside the package. So we start off with meat, and we have developed this in-house together with our Indian team. So we have an Indian co-founder, Mr. Rambabat Lori. He used to live in Sweden, founded a company here, and then moved back to India, and we immediately decided to set up the lab there instead. So we have a team of engineers, 12 people now in Hyderabad in India. I usually say that all the smart people in the company are down there, and that's actually true. So we have food technicians, we have chemists, and a lot of fantastic people who are running this R&D at the moment. So it's really, really interesting, and I'm super inspired by this type of collaboration and doing this together with them.
So what are your plans for the future? Taking over the world with your food labels?
Yeah, of course.
Basically reducing food waste.
That's always the plan as a startup, right?
Yeah.
So it's a hockey stick evolvement. No, but we just recently, or we just in the end of a big project now, which we got funded by Gita and Vinnova, which is a great way to prove that governmental support is an important part of the innovation sort of society and way to promote innovation. And we're launching and starting testing our first labels now in the market in the spring. So that's super exciting. And I think, I mean, when we talk about all this, when we talk about the different sort of organizations, the governmental collaborations, there's one part that we're missing, and that's basically that in the end, there is the fact that people has to work together. If we're going to do this shift, there has to be two persons meeting and they together do something together. Yeah. Of course, in a bigger scale, but that's what we're going to do. And I think that working cross-country, Sweden to India, is a perfect example of that, because in Sweden we have sort of an inspiration and ideas, and we've seen proof of that there is possible to do the shift. And in India, you are all sort of problem solvers. So you grow up solving problems. Even sometimes getting to work can be to solve a problem. We don't have that sort of problems here. The government takes care of everything, and the infrastructure is already there. But in India, it's still a struggle sometimes. And if there's no power, well, then you go out and buy a generator and some diesel, and you're back on track. And we don't have that sort of mindset. So when we combine those two sort of groups, there is really magic happening. And that's what we see in our company every day. And I think that's the reason for why we need to continue this sort of collaboration together.
This is sweet music to my ears.
This
is definitely sweet music. And exactly what you're mentioning, the people-to-people links, connecting people in Sweden and India, that's what it's all about. And if Vinnova and Gita, and we listened to Secretary Swarup from DST and DBT before, and Director General Darja Isaksson, if we can support this type of people-to-people connections and co-funding and co-developing innovations, that's really the goal of the innovation partnership.
Definitely.
So, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Eric. I would now like to hear from Professor Vrisha Mathuri. Professor Vrisha, you are a professor in medicine at the Christian Medical College in Vellore. And I know that you have a very long track record of research and medical practice. I would love to hear a little bit about your project, because you're also running a project that is co-funded by agencies and ministries in Sweden and India. I would love to hear a little bit about your project and what does your collaboration with Sweden look like in this project, please.
Thank you very much, Eric. I'm very happy to be part of these deliberations. So this project actually started many years before we were actually funded, because we were following this type of cell therapy which was being developed in Sweden at Karolinska by Professor Cecilia Goetherstrom. And we were watching this with interest, and a chance meeting when I visited Sweden for one of the stem cell conferences, followed by my invitation to her to come and visit us in India. And immediately after that, the Vinnova DBT call was announced, and we submitted our proposal for this project, which we call Boost to Brittle Bones, which was the use of the innovative fetal liver-derived stem cells, which she had developed, for use in treating children who had brittle bones, where they fracture easily, develop deformity, and are stunted in their growth for the rest of their life. So what this partnership actually involved was that we used the cells which were developed and being manufactured by Vacura in Sweden, and using it in our very vast clinical arena that we had of actually more than 180 patients within our hospitals itself. But also we had the clinical expertise to do this clinical trial for using this in therapy and to adapt it for our population. So these cells were manufactured and they were exported from Sweden to us. And we developed joint clinical protocols as well as adapted the cell therapy which they were giving prenatally to give after birth and to older children for us. And instead of giving it venous, giving it through the veins into the blood, we actually gave it directly into the bones to overcome some of the challenges which are there when we give allogenic stem cell therapies. So this finally resulted in developing clinical trial protocols which are totally new, developing transport protocols for which took more than 1 week, sometimes about 1 week at a time, from Sweden to here of these cryopreserved cells, then testing of these cells, and then developing outcome measures which were suitable for our population. India is actually home to 1/3 of these brittle bone children, and even though it's a fairly rare disorder, we have about 130,000 of these patients in India. So this has actually now resulted in completing at least one patient has completed the treatment. And instead of being stunted, we have actually a normal child with normal quality of life and normal growth criteria that is seen for our other Indian children. And we have 2 other patients who are undergoing treatment. We have shown that it is safe for our children. And we have also found that this particular type of treatment has low immunogenicity for our children.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it sounds wonderful, and I'm so happy to hear. I mean, the lives of those children, the prospect of a life without those diseases and without those problems and challenges. If we can contribute to that with researchers from Sweden and India, that's of course a very good task to take on. So what are your visions for the future now? Do you have any upcoming plans for this project? What is the next steps?
So the next steps is that actually this project helped us a lot because we acquired very excellent protocols on how to develop clinical data for these particular kind of therapies. It helps us in developing other cell therapy products that we were developing in our own institution. In addition to that, we felt that if this particular kind of therapy works, then there are plans, and we have discussed this with our partners, of maybe manufacturing these particular cells in India for distribution in LMIC. This is another part of the thing that was discussed. So we are still waiting for the results of a larger study. Once that is available, then we could embark on this.
Okay. Well, that's very interesting. And of course, health and life science is an important part of the innovation partnership between Sweden and India. And I would also like to mention that we have a memorandum of understanding regarding health cooperation with the Swedish Ministry of Social Affairs. So the health collaboration between Sweden and India is very strong in many areas. So thank you so much, Professor Vrisha. It will be very interesting to follow your project. We're coming to the end of this session, and we have spoken a lot about these people-to-people links and people actually doing the legwork, connecting Sweden and India. And one person who is doing this is Dr. Per-Arne Wikström. You are the Counselor of Science and Innovation, and you're also the head of office at the Office of Science and Innovation at the Embassy of Sweden. And you and I, we're working very closely together, and you are leading the work of the Swedish Office on Science and Innovation, and basically you are the implementing part of the innovation partnership for Sweden on site in New Delhi. Could you please tell us a little bit about what kind of work do you do, and how do you support Swedish and Indian stakeholders?
and everyone. Thank you for having me here. Well, first of all, we're doing a small part of course, of everything this, and it was really interesting to listen to these two case studies earlier here. And also, on another level, I would like to actually mention the foundation that we have here. Several speakers have mentioned that earlier on. I mean, the joint declaration that we have on the innovation partnership is perhaps best described as a perfect soil for where to grow a tree or something like that. So I think the foundation is there, and that helps us, of course, a lot in our work, and also that we, I mean, it's a small team that we have here, the Office of Science and Innovation at the Embassy. So we definitely need to have a lot of contacts with different stakeholders everywhere, both in India and in Sweden. And I thank you for all the good collaboration that we have, Eric, and all the other ones listening to this. So if we talk about the collaboration as a tree that we have planted together, Sweden and India, I would say that we know that it's this tree is based on innovation-driven challenges and cross-sectoral issues with multi-stakeholder agency participation for both countries, and that's of course a very complicated task to work with. We've heard mentioning here the areas such as smart cities, energy, clean technologies, space, circular economy, and health and life sciences, of course. So we have plenty of different areas that we work with, and we also know that we have a lot of stakeholders that we need to work together with, and everything is also guidelined by a sustainability approach. So what we are doing, in short, would be that we're trying to facilitate collaboration first with partnership development activities. Of course, we have startup collaboration and incubation activities that we are trying to both take part in, but also facilitate. Of course, we support R&D and I infrastructure and testbeds activities, and also facilitate when we have these high-level dialogues that we mentioned before that lead to this joint declaration and this partnership. So we. That might be a description of what we do, Eric.
Yeah.
And if we talk, yeah, sorry.
Please go ahead. I interrupted you.
No problem. But if we talk about the activities, I mean, there are so many activities going on here, and we have since the beginning of the partnership only, we've seen about 30 research and development and innovation related projects. Where we have IST, DBT, Vinnova, and all the other Swedish funding bodies participating. So, and all this continues, of course. I think we have about 10 more projects in the pipeline, and you heard about that earlier on today in the inauguration.
Yeah.
By the way, look at the inauguration. All these participants show that we have a strong foundation, definitely. But if I can give you some examples, maybe, I mean, I mentioned smart cities, sustainability as concepts, but we have, of course, we've had the first, I think, ever India-Sweden high-level dialogue innovation policy that we have had together with PSA. So thank you, PSA, for doing that together with us, with the agency. We've had in 2019 the Swedish Energy Agency earmarked an additional 25 million kronor about over 4 years for research and innovation collaboration, and from there on we have had a new grant funding to implement projects aimed at producing new solutions within AI. We've talked about that earlier on today. We had the India-Sweden Collaboration Industrial Research and Development Program. And that's in the area of smart grid. So we have plenty of examples. I could continue for a long time.
I'm afraid that we could keep talking about all these initiatives for half an hour, Per-Arne, but I think the main message here is that you are here to support Swedish and Indian stakeholders in any type of collaboration regarding science and innovation. And really, I would like to encourage all the viewers who are interested in collaborating with India or with Sweden to reach out to the Office of Science and Innovation. And to wrap this up, I see that we are running out of time. Of course, I mean, I hope that you, the viewers, really feel and can see the diversity of the innovation partnership. And I think what we've been hearing here today from these very high-level discussions, startup matchmaking, and very concrete research and innovation projects in medicine and other areas, connecting centers of excellence and so on. The future is indeed looking very bright. So I just want to say thank you for watching. Thank you so much to all the speakers. It's been excellent and lovely having you here. And from the Swedish Ministry of Enterprise and Innovation, I just want to say that we do look forward very much to continuing supporting these projects, these initiatives, and many other collaborations in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eric, and thank you, panelists, for your fantastic and wonderful and important contribution. As we do this, I really want to invite the expert panel for the day. The expert panel is going to sit and join us. So here we have Håkan Kingstedt, the chairman of Sweden-India Business Council, who you met earlier in the day. We have Akriti Samayar, who is going to be the youth representative. But Akriti is not just a youth representative. She also has a background from KTH Energy Engineering and from UC Berkeley Environmental Economics. And we have Pranav Kasuri, who will be representing the entrepreneurship aspect as a CEO and co-founder for Brandy, and also the co-founder for Flick. And you're also the board member of Sweden-India Business Council. And we have Verena Adam Height, Senior Business Developer from Swedish Energy Agency. And Verena, you bring on, of course, the eyesight of the Energy Agency with that background, but you also are here to learn more about India. And I think it's really good to come with that eyesight into this discussion. Now, the expert panel of the day are really the voice of the audience. So all that we have heard, they will reflect and give us commentary or come up with their ideas and suggestions. So I'll leave it over to you, Håkan.
Thank you very much, Sanju.
Okay.
First of all, I think we talk about a vibrant India. I think we have a vibrant day today. I'm so impressed about the speakers, the subjects in the morning, and what we are supposed to comment now on top of this. Thinking about the Ignite, the matchmaking with so many numbers of startups from India to Sweden. We talk about the value chain. We talk about the circular economy. I mean, it's real. We have been talking about this for years. I remember for more than 10 years ago, we spoke circular economy. Now it's here. And now we need to make the transfer. We talk about the need of AI. We'll hear more about it later on, but the need of AI to make the transformation happen is extremely important. We talk also about the shift of energy. What I'm missing a little bit about, one of the keys are really the energy storage. If you're supposed to use new energy system to get a balance into the system, so it's not any longer used when it's produced. We need something in between. I'd like to see more about that part of it. I think also it's impressive to see all the large companies working on this. Extremely nice and good results, very committed. They have systems in place. And it's important to connect the small startups, so to say. What I would also like to see, that is the regulators. When all the new ideas is coming up, nicely developed, do we have the legal system in place to make the implementation? Is it okay to implement in villages in India and communes in Sweden, or do they have a veto right to say no? That's what is bubbling in my mind. Over to you.
Thank you, Håkan. I have to say that it's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of this panel. It's been incredibly encouraging as somebody, who's at the start of their career going into sustainability. It's really wonderful to see so many different initiatives, whether it's Ignite, whether it's Ecocentia, really connecting both the developed world as well as the developing world. And that's something that I know when I speak for a lot of my classmates, whether it's at KTH, it's something that we really want to see moving forward. Personally, I would love to get to know a little bit more about how the youth can be more involved in this transition. These days I see a lot of job postings, for example, people who are going into sustainability, but even then we see that we need experience for 3 to 5 years before we can actually go into it. So I'm curious, now that we have such a wonderful network, whether it's here in India or Sweden, how we can properly transition the youth, how we can actually harness our passion, our energy to make sure that we have a sustainable transition, whether it's into life sciences, whether it's into decarbonization. So these would be some of my thoughts moving forward. How do we tangibly harness the youth of 250 million people in India, as well as the ecosystem that we have here in Sweden, how we can move forward with that with tangible actions? Over to you, Pranav.
Thank you. I think that was a great reflection. I also, coming from a startup perspective, I would say it's lovely to hear about all of these initiatives. I like the Ignite initiative, working with corporates or big corporates and startups. What I'm very, I guess, like what you're saying, Håkan, like the proof is in the pudding. What is happening now? We can see that all of these initiatives are here, and everyone is talking about it. We saw some examples in the previous panels of 2 startups that are doing or walking the path. I think seeing more of them and making those stories heroes is something that also should be talked about or discussed. How can we lift that to the next level, so we also kind of break the bubble of companies that have a connection to India and then they work with India, or have a connection to Sweden and they work with Sweden. We saw Eric mentioning in the previous panel that his co-founder was Indian, and that's why they kind of happened to work with India. How do we, show the 2 markets to both of the ecosystems, like the potential of the 2 markets to, outside the bubble of people that are aware about these ecosystems? I think that's an important piece of the puzzle, like bringing that to light. So it's not only, all of these initiatives and no one is actually, taking part of them. I think that's an important, or that's a reflection that I had.
Yes, thank you very much. Everyone likes Ignite, and so do I. I found it very impressive to hear about this matchmaking, because out of my experience, this is the hardest bit. I mean, we have the political will, we have industry interest, we have structures and processes in place, but how to find the perfect match. So I think this is an excellent way to do it, and I'm very happy to learn more about it. But I want also to comment on you, Håkan. You wanted to see more storage. I fully agree with you. But on the other hand, I was very happy to see a food tech startup here, because I am deeply convinced that we really need to broaden the horizon as we think sustainability. Like, not only focus on the classical branches like smart grids or renewables or even storage, but there's so much more contributing or having an impact on sustainability, such as food tech. So I'd like to even broaden the horizon further to get a grip to it.
What do you think then about the value chain? We talk about global value chains. We are connected with the top giants in that. India is connecting to the global value chain, not producing for India, but for top quality for the whole world. And we move from the global value chain to circular value chain. How do you see that?
Yes, it was phrased excellently of Daria this morning, I guess, because this is really key to the whole system, I guess, so you can't stress it enough.
Any thoughts?
Yes, of course. I'm actually quite interested in this aspect because especially with the onset of the corona pandemic, we've really seen how the global supply chain is connected and how quickly that can collapse when something like a pandemic hits. And I would hope that in the future we don't have to wait for something as drastic as a pandemic in order to make our supply chains a little bit more circular. So moving forward, like we've already seen a couple of discussions this morning about how to sort of make sure that we move towards a more circular cycle rather than a value chain. And I'm incredibly excited about the new call to industrial innovation, where they're really going to be focusing on this. I saw an article about something the other day that said something along the lines of, the scariest thing about this Halloween is the global supply chain and its collapse. And I think that's something that's very relevant. So more power to, more circular economies and again, more tangible ways that we can go about it.
It was also mentioned about the need of center of excellence to develop that more. How do you see it from the agency part? What more could you do from what you're doing today?
Yes, I think that is one of the key strengths, both in Sweden and apparently even in India. It was very interesting to hear because this is the breeding ground of innovation and collaboration. So I think this is an asset that we really have to work with.
What more would we need to do?
More matchmakings, coming back to Ignite to close the circle, because you can't even match, you don't need to match only companies, but even ecosystems to have a connected innovation ecosystem at the end.
Good, thank you very much. And back to you, Sanju.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think that was really great too. And you will be back during the day at different points after the sessions. Thank you so much, our expert panelists. And now I would like to move to our next session of the day, the Energy Innovations Accelerating Impact to Combat Climate Change. It's very much part of our overall theme of accelerating India and Sweden's green transition. So, to start up, and talking about startups, because that's something that you all pointed, and we actually do have some startups here, and I would like to invite Stockholm Water Tech. You are based in Stockholm, and it's Karthik Lakshman Kunjali, the co-founder and CEO for Stockholm Water Tech. So Karthik, I have 3 questions for you, and we have 2 minutes. My first question is, what does Stockholm Water Tech solve? What are your USPs, and where are you today?
Okay, so if I look at it from an umbrella perspective, we work on 2 major aspects. The first is circular water economy, and also the energy water nexus, because both of them are important. So after more than 15 years of research, we have a product, a technology, which actually cleans water and stores energy at the same time.
Fantastic.
And we've packaged that technology into a product to make it a software-defined water treatment solution. So everything is software-defined now, so why not water treatment systems? So you can tell your water treatment system, I want water of this quality, and the system will generate it. And we have our first products out in the market right now, and they've got good feedback. And we're really looking forward to expanding our market within Europe and also in India, where I come from originally.
Okay. Thank you. And this, the product, I mean, it's great we heard about the circular call today, and now I want to understand a little bit about the impact in terms of social, environmental, economic. I mean, the environmental is quite clear, but can you tell us again, a little bit, very short?
Of course, I think it has great potential because when you consider how it can be used and the traits of the product, it can be powered completely by renewables. It's actually built for that. It saves a lot of water, less than 10% wastage. It consumes very little energy. And on top of it, it gives out energy, which can be stored. Okay. So you can implement the energy storage as a service and the water treatment models using one single product. So
great. So and how feasible do you think it is?
It is very feasible. We are an 8-person company now, but back in 2018, we were a 2-people company.
Okay.
We've been supported by Vinnova twice, by EIT Energy over 3 years. We have raised our first seed round investors already, and we have our own production facility, so we're looking forward to take it further.
Thank you so much. Please do give him a round of applause. It's great that we support our startups and tech companies. And next, I would like to invite D-Electric. Vishal Mittal. Are you here, Vishal? So you're the founder and CEO of D-Electric Systems. My first question to you, Vishal. Hi, in India, we are in Stockholm. What does your system solve, and where are you today? What are your USPs? You have 1 minute.
All right. So in our global quest of achieving net zero emissions and becoming carbon neutral, we already have abundant resource in the form of solar and wind. The main challenge is both these sources are intermittent. And I think that's where our company has a potential solution in the form of very low cost, long life storage batteries, which can store energy anywhere from 4 to 24 hours. And the active element in the battery, which is vanadium, is available abundantly in a lot of places in the world, including Sweden, which has the largest resource of vanadium in Europe. And currently we are commercially shipping these units, both in India, places like Australia, Europe, and soon in North America and Africa as well.
Okay. I was going to ask you very quickly about the impact from a social, environmental, and economic.
Sure. So the storage systems along with renewable essentially enable decentralized electricity. So whether it's developing countries or anywhere from a small village to large urban centers, since it makes the energy both affordable and sustainable. So it has a wide-ranging impact both on the climate front and the social impact as well.
Thank you. And how feasible is the idea? How is it as an organization today?
It's very feasible. We, as a clean tech company, are already cash flow positive and are commercially shipping out these units, are in the process of ramping up our operations now.
Thank you. And D-Electric System is also one of the showcase companies for Startup India. So great to have you on board. And I hope you continue watching the rest of the day. Now I'm going to hand it over back to Arti Davis, Senior Vice President, Sweden-India Business Council, for our India-Sweden Energy Partnership, the panel discussion. I leave it over to you, Arti, and request all the panelists to come on.
Great. Thank you, Sanju. And I also just want to say well done to the startups. Dragon's Den has nothing on India-Sweden Innovation Day. 1 minute to make a pitch.
And we have more coming up later in the day.
Great job.
Thank you.
So to our audience online and everyone in the room today, our next panel is the India-Sweden Innovations Accelerator. And we have with us in the studio today, Ludwig Lindström, Senior Project Manager and Business Leader for Energy Agency, Annika Nielsen, Senior Business Developer for the Swedish Energy Agency, Felix, Project Manager for Pamoja Clean Tech, Hitesh Kumbat, CFO for Kalpataru Power. Online, we have Cecilia Oskarsson, Trade and Invest Country Manager for Business Sweden in India, and Giri Venkatesh, who is the Executive Director, KS Venkatgiri, sorry, Executive Director for CII Green Business Center in Hyderabad. Today, what we're going to talk about is, of course, the Energy Agency's program with India that's been running for over 10 years. To start that, what I thought we could do is actually ask one of your alumni partners to make a presentation of what you're doing on the ground in India and what you see this leading towards. So with that, I invite Felix to come to the stage, to the podium actually, from Pamoja Clean Tech, and to give us your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Arati, for the kind introduction. Let's see how I can start my slides. There we go. So yeah, my name is Felix Sippel. I'm a project manager for Pamoja Clean Tech, and I'm going to talk about the E4T microgrid concept project that we're developing at Täsby University since 2017. We work together with Modio, an IoT company from Linköping, and with KTH, the Technical University in Stockholm, and the project is co-financed by the Swedish Energy Agency. So first, a quick background about Pamoja Clean Tech. We're a social for-profit enterprise based in Stockholm. We are developing and implementing innovative business models for sustainable energy systems in emerging economies. Since 2012, we are established. Since then, we mainly worked in the African continent. Since 2011, we work in Uganda on bioenergy microgrids for agro-hubs. Since 2015, we have a spin-off company here in Sweden called Lomingo, which is working with smart metering and energy management. And since 2017, we also work in Mozambique on clean cooking and rural electrification. Since 2017, we also work in India on the E4T smart microgrid concept, which we're going to talk a little bit more about today. So to give you a very quick background of our project in India, within India, we're based in the northeastern state of Assam. In Assam, we're based at Täsby University. The university is home to more than 5,000 students, staff, and operators which are working there, studying there, but also partially living there. The university has an annual electricity consumption of around 5 gigawatt hours of energy, which comes mainly from the national grid. However, they also have a 1 megawatt peak solar installation, and they have diesel backup generators. The main problems at the university electricity system are power outages. During those times, they switch to diesel generators. These come with a very high diesel cost and, of course, are a very unsustainable solution. And the PV utilization is very low, unfortunately, which mainly comes from the lack of demand flexibility at the university. To tackle these problems, we at Pamoja, together with the partners, came up with the E4T microgrid concept, which is based on 4 pillars, combining bioenergy from local agricultural residues, better utilization of the PV plant. This comes with a smart stationary battery storage for balancing and automated demand-side management for load flexibility. So now I want to talk a little bit about the work during the Corona crisis. I'm sure everyone has faced similar issues as we did. I just want to walk through 4 of them and how we tackled them in order to bring innovation one step further still. The first challenge was the international and local travel restrictions. Of course, this had a very big impact due to the given international scope of the project. We worked a lot with local manpower. We involved and distributed clear responsibilities for students, for technical operators, but also for professors. To tackle the disrupted supply chains, we very carefully selected suppliers from the local region in Assam, but also from India and the national region in order to not be disturbed too much. With the regulations and the restrictions also came new work patterns and new study patterns, which basically had a big impact on the technical design since it led to new load patterns at the university. So we had to adjust our E4T concept design towards more flexibility, where we brought in more battery storage and a bigger focus on the demand-side management. And finally, with the new study and work patterns also came new prioritizations, shifted prioritizations, and with that also slower approval processes from the TESP University Management Board. For this, we started breaking down our work plan into subsections in order to move forward with the ones that had the least resistance and not be held back by the ones with the higher resistance. Okay, so after 2 years of pandemic, where are we right now? I'm very proud to announce that we are finally installing our smart battery storage system and the automated demand-side management in the next month. We install 90 kilowatt of lithium-ion battery storage, which is provided by our external partner Ampere Hour Energy. We integrate the battery storage with our Lamingo IoT-enabled smart energy management algorithms, and with this we will be able to replace 25.7 megawatt hours of diesel energy with locally generated solar energy. For the automated demand-side management, Modi will install their newly developed retrofittable smart sensors and controllers in 12 air conditioning units and 36 hostel rooms, and this will be able to reduce 1.3 megawatt hours of diesel power through the course of a year. Regarding the biomass energy system, this is still under approval, unfortunately, as it's one of the parts with a higher resistance. However, we managed to set up a concept for a 100 kVA continuous gasification system together with the Indian supplier. This is based on a purely local supply chain of biomass, and with this we will be able to generate 672 megawatt hours of green electricity locally per year. Then, to paint you a little picture about the way ahead for Pamoja Cleantech, but also for this project in India, during 2021 we will be operational with the battery storage and with the demand-side management. We also expect and hope to get the approval for the bioenergy plant construction. During 2022, we will shift to a first commercial operation of the battery storage and the demand-side management based on a PPA and the energy savings agreement with the university. And we will also continue our R&D efforts, especially as Pamoja and as Lamingo, for the development of smart energy management algorithms. 2022 and beyond, we will then look at an expansion for the E4T microgrid concept at TESP University particularly, and we will also look at a replication of the entire or parts of the system in different opportunities and with different partnerships. For this, we will be also founding an Indian entity in next year in order to scale up and commercialize our products in the Indian market properly. Now let's take a quick look at the lessons learned. It was 2 long years, of course. There was a lot of ups and downs. However, first to talk about crisis resiliency, what we really learned and internalized is that building capacity locally is more valuable than flying in capacity. I knew there were a lot of hints before, but now it's really clear, and we're definitely gonna base our work on that in the future. Very important, and I think a good takeaway for everyone is also that we think fallback strategies have to be developed more thoroughly. With this, I mean that everyone has to identify core competences, priorities, and interests for every partner in the project, because these are the ones that you can fall back to once there's a time of a crisis. And finally, especially for R&D projects, we have to simplify supply chains, since there we very often cannot go back to off-the-shelf equipment, which makes things more complicated. What we learned about smart microgrids is, first of all, that flexibility tends to be more valuable than generation in the future energy system. This leads to a rise in distributed energy resource management systems, where Pamoja is placing themselves in the Indian market. We also understood that there's convergence between microgrids and distribution grids. With this, I mean mainly that with a bigger implementation of distributed storage and energy assets, distribution grids tend to become an agglomeration of microgrids that are interconnected at the distribution transformer. And hence, microgrid technology will find new applications also in distribution grids. And lastly, for project development, for any energy projects in the coming future, we want to highlight that we have to account for changing patterns as distributed energy, distributed storage, load growth, especially in growing economies, and also EV charging will impact load patterns and energy patterns throughout the lifetime of any project. Finally, I want to conclude really quick because I'm a bit over time. First of all, we see an immense innovation and market potential in the Indian energy sector, mainly in the fields of digitalization, flexibilization, and decentralization. We also see, and what I really want to emphasize personally from my side, that innovation must happen along the entire value chain. The energy system is transitioning from the traditional role models of generation, transmission, distribution, and consumption towards one big conglomerate where everything is going to be traded and shifted from one place to another. So innovation has to happen between those partners. And finally, as an optimistic outlook, there is an increasing traction from the government in India, but also from industries. 2 little examples are the massive solarization programs for the agricultural industry, and also that a lot of utilities are already employing battery storage and demand response technologies in their grids. With this, I'm going to finalize. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to feedback, comments, and questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Felix. I think with that presentation, you have addressed most of the key points we heard in the inauguration panel, which is a need for storage, the need for collaboration, and of course, the solar potential that we should also leverage. So thank you so much for that. And also, most importantly, walking the talk. So having the dialogue at a very high level is one thing, but showing it actually working on the ground is completely another.
Thank you.
But with that, I'm actually going to turn to the authors of the innovation program. So Ludwig, as the Swedish Energy Agency, you have worked with ASEA, or the India-Sweden Innovations Accelerator, from the ground up. How do you see this has played out in the last years of the program, and how can we move forward towards understanding Sweden and India's potential when it comes to the SDGs and, of course, climate change?
Thank you, Ms. Davis. In order to explain that, I start with taking one step back. Looking at the task of the Swedish Energy Agency. We were established some 20 years ago with the mission to work for transmission of sustainable energy system. And what we're doing is, of course, policy development and implementation, advisory services, statistics, and also financial support, both to push the market, but also to fund research. And Pamoja is one of the examples, and many examples. In that work, we also, of course, support a lot of startup companies. And we've made some calculations out of 145 of these startup companies. We calculated the potential greenhouse gas emissions savings of these innovations. And the result is 20 times the Swedish total emissions of greenhouse gases annually. Now, Sweden counts for 10%, 0.1% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. So we need to introduce these innovations to other markets. And there we have a few markets that we're working more intensively with, and India is one of our prioritized markets. And what we're doing there, the ambition is that it should reflect the energy agency's work when it comes to promote sustainable energy solutions through the whole development value chain, from basic research, innovation, commercialization, implementation, scale up. So this India-Sweden Innovations Accelerator is built to reflect that part of our mandate. So we have one collaboration, as we heard earlier today, with the Department of Science and Technology. It's about smart grids. We actually opened up that call 1 year from now at this very premises. It's been a long process. Of course, also that was affected by the pandemic. But now we're in the final stages, and we're just about to administrate the jointly selected projects. We had 8 applications to start with, and now we're coming down to a few of them that will be approved. And we hope to announce that in the end of November. And for them to be able to start in the beginning of next year. Looking at the other end of the chain, that is promotion of business collaborations. And that is where we identify Swedish companies with innovative energy solutions and introduce them to the Indian market, facilitate their process to develop market knowledge, build their networks, and find partners. And I don't want to say so much more about that because I leave that to my colleagues in this program, being Business Sweden, India, and CAI, GBC. I think they will be the right persons to explain it. During the pandemic, we actually kept the wheel rolling, and that is very, very much thanks to these teams and their magnificent work. And we have managed to actually create results and new partnerships, even though the people couldn't travel.
Thank you very much. I think what you touch upon in terms of innovation, commercialization, and impact is very much well represented in the team that is ASEA, which is Business Sweden, like you say, the Energy Agency, CII, and of course the number of network partners you work with on each call you have and each delegation you work with. But I actually want to turn to your partner, Business Sweden, and to Cecilia, who's with us online. Cecilia, of course, you've worn many hats in the Sweden-India corridor. You are now working with Business Sweden as government, but you come from an industrial background. And you have the project like ASEA, where you can see the value in many different vantage points. From Business Sweden's perspective and the role that you play to connect businesses in Sweden to India, what do you see as a core value of the ASEA program?
Thank you so much, Ms. Arti. So India-Sweden Innovations Accelerator is really a self-sustaining and growing ecosystem that acts as a catalyst to accelerate green transition and combat climate change. And Business Sweden is a proud partner to this program, which has been going on since 2013. And over 60 companies have been introduced in India across priority segments, including renewable energy, energy efficiency, water sustainability, power quality, and waste heat recovery. So together, these companies have established over 200 projects across different parts for India. And a few examples of these projects are visible on the slide that you can see. There are a number of elements that have contributed towards the success of the ECR program and its member Swedish companies in India. So let me name 3. To start with, first critical element is a continuous inflow of new and relevant technology solutions in the program. Every year, the Business Sweden teams in India and in Sweden, along with the Swedish Energy Agency, spend considerable effort and time in reaching out to companies across Sweden to invite for ECR program. This is followed by in-depth discussion around sustainability of each company that has applied to the program. A number of factors are used to define the sustainability of each company, including size, number of employees, unique selling proposition, existing references, but not the least, the usefulness of each technology from an India perspective. Secondly, the presence of a dedicated and experienced team from Swedish Energy Agency, Business Sweden India, and CII Green Business Center is another critical factor to success of the ECR program. We do in-depth need assessment of each company. We identify critical stakeholders, including customer and partner, and set up relevant and unique program for each of these companies. The team plays an important role of exactly matching requirements for each company of what opportunities are in India. And the complexity of the Indian market are of course kept in mind all the time. And a fact-based, flexible approach adopted by the team with continuous improvisation to deliver maximum value to the Swedish companies is that set this program apart from other similar initiatives. And lastly, the program continuously mobilizes support from other key ecosystem partners, including SEK, EKN, Swedfund, and Almi for Swedish small and medium-sized enterprises. And before every trip to India, a workshop is arranged with those key stakeholders to discuss potential opportunities, but also support provided by these agencies. And these discussions play an important role in preparing these companies toward their visit to India and clearly understand how Swedish companies can leverage these available facilities. So to sum up, continuous inflow of new relevant technologies, dedicated and experienced team, and lastly, key ecosystem partners.
Thanks so much, Cecilia. And you also touch upon some of the key words we set the stage with this morning, which is actually having that 360 perspective. Having just technology without the uptake is not enough, but you also have ecosystem partners that work with finance. And you have, of course, CII, who I come to now, that works with commercialization, uptake, and together this team actually hits all the points to have success on the ground in very real terms, as you've said. So I come now to you, Giri. You've been with ISIA since its inception, and you've seen how it's grown, how the market intelligence, as Cecilia mentions, is so important, has been leveraged and has been utilized, and how it works with Indian industry to actually have successful commercialization. Could you tell us a little bit from your perspective, as the voice of Indian industry, how ISIA has worked for you?
Thank you, Aarti. Good morning, good afternoon. It's a privilege to be part of the Swedish Innovation Day program. It's also a privilege for me to have been involved in this program, the Innovation Accelerator program, right from its very inception. I would completely agree with Cecilia. This is a program which fits extremely well with the requirement of India as well as the capability of Sweden. The innovative technologies of clean tech entrepreneurs from Sweden are matching exactly with some of the requirements of industries in India. I think this has contributed to the success of this program over a period of time. And the partners of the program, Swedish Energy Agency, Business Sweden, and CII have put our faith in the program, and that has also made this program pretty successful. Over a period of time, there has been significant amount of progress. The program has grown from a few companies to about 65 and more than 200 projects of implementation. And more than the number of projects, the benefits which have been achieved by implementation of these projects have been very, very high, and to everybody who has implemented the project from a Swedish clean tech entrepreneur, the feedback has always been excellent. To give you a personal example, I'm speaking to you from the CII Green Business Center building. The building has been made into a net zero building with the help of a PPM Soulcraft's installation of bifacial solar panels. And this has become one of the earliest buildings in India to have become a net zero energy building. The Green Business Center, as all of you know, has been the starting point for green building movement in India. And with the installation of the solar panels and making it into a net zero building, there is an opportunity for this to become a starting point for net zero building movement in India. I think this has been extremely gratifying. I'm sure the opportunities for this would go further. And this is also a very opportune time for the program to scale up. We have achieved some successes, but I would say this success is only a tip of the iceberg. There's further potential for the program to grow, not to just grow, but multiply manifold. That's the opportunity. Indian companies have made significant amount of commitments in terms of their climate change mitigation targets. There's an opportunity to significantly scale up. For example, Godrej has made a commitment to become net zero in another 10 to 15 years of time. Many of the large corporates in India are also looking at technologies both nationally and internationally for them to implement and achieve their climate targets. I would say the very opportune time for this program to grow further, for the existing companies to scale up their operations in India, and for newer companies to come to India and together perhaps work towards solving the climate change problem of the world. I think there's an opportunity to leapfrog and whatever we could, we can do to the climate change issue. And on behalf of CII, we are very happy to have participated in the program, and we look forward to be there with you in future too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Giri. And of course, from the discussion this morning, the importance of alignment of different parties becomes critical in terms of reaching our collective climate ambition. And I think ASEA really shows us how that collective ambition can be put together, the frameworks put in place, and then made accessible to, in this case, startups, scale-ups, and new technology partners. But as we've discussed all during the day today, is this has to be mutually beneficial. It cannot be a one-way discussion. It cannot just be Sweden to India, but also India to Sweden. And with that, we'd like to actually provide a case study of India to Sweden. And to take us through that, I want to hand over to Annika from the Swedish Energy Agency.
Thank you. I would start with the fact that power lines and transmission of power has drawn a lot of public attention in Sweden lately. And it's very much due to its importance, of course, for us to build a sustainable energy system. And I think we have somebody with us today that has foreseen this. And this is Mr. Hitesh Kumbat. You represent Kalpataru Power, which is an EPC company from India. And you're present in more than 60 countries. And you recently established yourself in Sweden. And how come? I would like to ask.
Thank you. So we are a large company with footprints in more than 60 countries, as you mentioned. And when we were looking at our expansion strategy, we looked at Europe. We saw and realized that Europe is going to be a great market for energy. There is increased demand. There is, constant increase in demand for energy. Everything is going electric nowadays, so there's no way that the energy consumption will go down. The grids are very old. Sweden, for example, is the home of one of the oldest grids. Well, we looked at one line, which was the oldest 400 kV transmission line in the world. So that's the kind of grid infrastructure. And we realized that this is a big opportunity, and we entered into this market in 2019 only, just before the pandemic. So, and we acquired a company called Linne Montage in Sweden.
Okay, so can you tell us what has happened since you became an owner of Linne Montage?
Yeah, I must say this has been an amazing journey. We are very proud of this journey. So we entered into this market with 2019. We do realize that it's a completely different market. Sweden, of course, is a completely different culture. than India. I would say more or less 360 degrees. And it's a to work in Sweden, to work with energy utilities in Sweden is a very, very different ball game than working with energy utilities in our other core markets, for example, in Africa or, for example, in Asia. And that made us realize that we have to really see how do we work and operate here. But we learned. The best thing is we let Linnemontage run on its own. We did not do much. We let them drive the show. We helped them with our procurement power. We have global manufacturing. We have a very strong supply chain, so we help them with that. We helped them with our financial support. And more importantly, we stood behind them as a partner, and we said, go ahead and take risks. And that has worked. I mean, I am so happy to share that this company has done wonders. The revenue of this company has grown by more than 2 times. The order book has jumped by more than 3 times. And in this time of COVID, last 2 years, when it was COVID, pandemic, people were losing jobs, I'm happy to share that we were able to add 100 jobs in Sweden. So we have doubled this company and added more than 100 jobs in Sweden. So that has been an immensely nice journey. We are very pleased with this company and with the people which are there. And I think with this, we get an encouragement to go forward into different parts of Europe.
Mm. And this is happening during the pandemic. So, yes. But you touched upon something that I was going to ask you about, and that is the commercial, the difference in commercial or business culture between. Could you give any examples?
Well, Sweden is a very flat country from a cultural point of view. India is a very hierarchical country. So, I mean, we always see this happening in Linnemontage that, I mean, people would, I mean, in a meeting, they would not realize that how the meeting from India is driven. So probably somebody in India would, if the boss has spoken, then others would not try to speak because the boss has spoken. But Linnemontage, it doesn't matter because it's a Swedish culture. So anybody would speak and provide their opinion. So we understand that, and we try to nurture that culture. And I think there is one thing which we have learned, and as an organization we have absorbed, is to respect other cultures. And I think that's our value system. So we respect that culture, and we let that culture flourish.
Mm. Today we have a lot of examples of innovation between India and Sweden is one of the top-ranking innovative countries. How do you see this in your development of your? How can that affect your business?
So development for our company, I mean, when we entered into this market, the idea was to see how can we make an impact in this market. Everybody talks about renewable energy. Everybody talks about generating more power. But the fact is that power is not going to reach the end user unless there's grid infrastructure is not there. And Sweden has been investing into that. We are part of it. So we can say that we are part of this renewable transition or the journey of Sweden. And we are very much, we opened an office in the northern part of Sweden. We have a strong team now sitting there. And most of the wind power is generating in the northern part of Sweden. So we are connecting, or we are bringing that renewable power to the consumer in Sweden. That's number one. When it comes to, and we are now thinking that how do we bring our other group capabilities into Sweden, and we tap onto the resources available in Sweden. So it could be railways, it could be other infrastructure work, which we do. We're looking at it closely. More importantly, we are looking at that Sweden is one of the, I mean, everybody spoke about it since morning, but it's a fact that Sweden is one of the top notch when it comes to innovation. So we keep an eye on the innovations happening in the market. We talk to companies, we keep an eye on what's happening on the energy market. I just heard about the water innovation happening here. And we can offer large markets to these companies if they really produce at a utility scale. So we are one of the largest EPC companies in Africa. We operate in more than 25 countries in Africa, and we have active projects going on in so many countries. So we can offer them, they have the solution, we can offer them the scale, we can work together with them, go to those markets, bring a difference. And that's why we are very happy to talk to these companies who come up with this solution. And we see that how we, being an Indian company, now based in Sweden, can make a difference in the Swedish innovation system and probably work with them and give them a scale.
So do you have a strategy to get in contact with, for example, startups?
Well, last 2 years have been so encouraging for us. So we really didn't start capturing or thinking about how do we capture these ideas and meet these startups, because that definitely was not the #1 priority. We were first getting in and understanding what do we, how do we manage this growth? So, doubling in 2 years is not easy. And we look at probably another year, we will again increase by another 30%. So it's a constant growth. But now we are stabilizing. We are starting realizing, let's talk to companies. Let's start. And that's where, we are talking to companies now, trying to understand what they do, trying to see how we can help them and how they can help us. We are also trying to see, working with Swedish agencies to see how they can support us in helping the companies in Sweden, and probably we take them to markets like Africa or to Latin America or to South Asia.
Okay, thank you. If we go back to this really interesting issue, the grid. So what do you do more practical in the Swedish grid today? What kind of projects do you run?
So I think the most important element in the grid is this high voltage power lines, which is the core to all the power. I mean, we can talk about solar whole day, we can talk about hydrogen whole day. The fact is, unless these transmission lines are there, nobody's going to get the powers. And Sweden needs this transition because the power generation is increasing fast. Everybody talks about Mission 2030, 2040, 2050. So for them to produce or move into this transition, they really need to have the grid infrastructure fast. So what we are able to offer is we are able to execute projects very faster. In fact, when I say we, it's the Linne Montage which is doing it. They are super set of engineers working in Sweden. And then what we are bringing is our strengths. For example, we are also manufacturing steel or towers. Now we are supplying these steel towers to Svenska Kraftnät, for example. And we hear now, initially we went through some struggles, we were learning, understanding quality requirements, but now we understand they're happy. And that helps us grow, as well as we are able to help in executing these projects in a faster manner, in the better manner, so that the grid infrastructure can be scaled up at the fastest pace. And I think that's the core to it. I mean, when you come to the ground, that's the reality, because unless you have the grid, nothing is going to work.
No, that's true. So just a final, could you just line out your plans for the next couple of years? I know you have plans for Norway.
So we now want to take that, and this is going to be a very interesting story, because now we are going to take a Swedish company. We are an Indian company. We are going to take a Swedish company to the world. So we are going to Norway. We have set up, and we are now working at scaling up that organization. We are very sure that in about a year or so, we will have a very strong presence in Norway. After that, we are looking at the Nordics close by. We probably are very close to entering into the German market. We are close to entering into the Swiss market. And in all these markets, we take the strength which we have gained from the from the Swedish market, and we take it to those markets. We are also closely looking at the Baltics, Eastern Europe. So we look at these markets on a select basis, and we see where we can add value. And I think we will also bring all our other capabilities, which we do at the group level, whether it is railways, which we are very large in railways, we'll probably bring it to the market here, work with strong players in the market here, and take it to the world. So we are very, very, very excited about the next few years out of Sweden.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're running out of time, but I hope we have a continuous dialogue with you and your company. And I hand over to Arti.
Thank you so much, Annika. And listening to Hitesh and listening to Felix, what I take from what I'm hearing is, of course, the importance of business culture and aligning with business culture. You talk about standing behind the Swedish partner. Felix, you mentioned local capacity on the ground. And I think what I'd like to do with the last 10 seconds that we have is, Ludwig, one of these things that ISEA does is bring on ecosystem partners as needed by your companies. And you have, as Cecilia mentioned, have SEK and EKN. How do you look at bridging business culture?
Well, that is part of what we do for each company that joined the Innovation Accelerator. They're there for 1.5 years. There are at least 3 physical trips to the country, to India, and there are several meetings in Sweden for preparation. And all of this has one purpose: to prepare them for the market, understand the business culture, meaning understanding the underlying culture, develop their network and find partners. That is what we do.
Thank you so much. And if you'd like to know more about ISEA, it's available online at india.innovationsaccelerator.com. Thank you very much for joining us. And thank you, Cecilia. Thank you very much, Giri. With that, I hand over to Sanju.
Thank you all for that fantastic session. I want to also especially thank the Swedish Energy Agency and Kalpatru for your support and partnership for making the India-Sweden Innovation Day. I'll ask you to now step down. And Arti, I would ask you to stay on the stage, because as we move towards the next session, it'll be great to have you here. Oh, sorry, after the expert panel. Yeah. So now I'll invite Håkan Kingstedt, the chairman of Sweden-India Business Council, Amit Kulkarni, delivery head, Power and Utility L&T Technology Services, Verena Adamheit, senior business developer, Swedish Energy Agency. And Akriti, I've asked you to step in because you also have an energy background. So I'll leave it over to you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Sanju. I think this was an excellent example about the work from agencies, connecting the Energy Agency, the Business Sweden, with CII and the market. Excellent examples. I think also the E4T example about the smart grid companies was a good example of, from a combination about Swedish thinking connected with Indian business directly, which was a great example. And it leads me back to the issue I was stressing in the last panel about storage, because this was a new example on a microgrid storage. And I think the beauty with this is we don't have one answer. We would need 10,000 answers, and we have to drive this together. I think also that what is coming out from my view is digitalization. Digitalization is really the key in all aspects, in most of the areas where we move forward. Secondly is the transition into a kind of new energy system. I think also I end my comments about solar, because solars, they talked about solar for agriculture. I think solar is much larger than that. It needs to be in all sectors. So by that, I think I hand it over to you.
Sure, Hakan, thanks. I think it was a profound discussion and a lot of insights that we got. And I completely agree about the storage. If you see, I mean, this has been the biggest lacuna, because when you look at electric as an energy, the biggest problem it has, it cannot be stored. It has to be consumed as it is generated. And the storage is not easy because I think the size or the whole infrastructure required is completely different. And that's where the new innovation is coming, because today we talk about different batteries itself, trying to miniaturize it, bring in different elements. You could have a vanadium flow battery, you would have a lithium-ion battery. We talked about a company that is working in iridium-based batteries. There is hydrogen that is coming. There are flywheel-based storages that are coming. And the system is such that it has to be hybridized. You will have to bring all of this together to be really able to
harness the possibilities that come from this from this power. And I think it is the grid that is going to bring it. I mean, that's what we heard as well. So it is highly complementing. There is a lot of innovation going, but since they're in a big different ways, they will have to be kind of integrated. But then maybe your thought on that first.
I thought it was a really enlightening panel, and I think a lot of people have brought up keywords: digitalization, high voltage, hybridization. One thing I would like to touch on briefly was the fact that Kalpataru Power especially said that we're going to have to work with different business cultures moving forward, and I thought that was very interesting because we tend to generalize the global south in a way, how it's going to go in India, sorry, and Africa and Latin America. So I would be very curious moving forward in Kalpataru's journey, for example, what the differences are going to be between these three markets. And I think we tend to do the same even when we're in India. We generalize the Nordics. So I would be again curious to see how it's going to go between Sweden and Norway and what those differences are. But overall, it sounds like we're on a great transition moving forward, and I turn it over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we start to see patterns or recurring themes in the day. It's, of course, walk the talk, seems to be a slogan for the day, but also the paradigm shift in systems as we speak of value chains or value circles that Felix also mentioned. But there's one other thing that I would like to highlight, and is the business culture. Felix touched upon it very briefly. As he said, we have to touch down, we have to be local, and then we heard it again, and I think it really has to be highlighted that matchmaking is fine, but it's not enough. You need to coach companies, you need to tell them how to, do's and don'ts, hands-on tips to make them succeed. Otherwise, there's a big risk of failure if you don't think about these aspects.
Good. I think I hand it back to you, Sanju.
Yeah, thank you. You had 20 seconds still, but it's all right. Thank you so much. The expert panelists are the voice of the audience, and that's what you've been representing. Thank you for your reflections. We'll have you back after our next session, which is the Sweden-India Transport Innovation and Safety Partnership. But before we start and get into the session, we have a startup. And now I'm going to, is Subramaniam Marimuthu, are you here? Yes, good to see you on. You represent Sense Edge, and you're the Director for Business Development and System Engineering at Sense Edge Transportation System and Solution. I have 3 questions for you. What does your system solve? Where are you today? And its USPs. You have 1 minute for this.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, we are basically the railway signaling company. We have started in 2017 by thinking of providing the innovative solutions to our customers. Normally, this railway, Indian Railway is having around 16 railway zones. Around 6,000 to 7,000 stations are available. So before the 2017, all the OEMs are designing the stations with manual designing processes. There are a lot of circuits or equations needs to be developed for the safety signaling process. So when we have come, we have automated all those processes like a circuit designing, where for the 4-road or 5-road stations, it requires 60 days to 90 days for designing. We have reduced to 30 days to 20 to 30 days. So that is our unique IP which we have.
Okay.
And moreover, because of that infrastructure development, there is a huge paradigm shift happened in Indian Railway this last 5 years. So there are a lot of stations needs to be implemented with the new electronic interlocking signaling. So we have contributed more to the social development of Indian Railway by creating the designs, fast delivery with quality outputs, because
Thank you, Subramaniam, for that. And now I would like to ask you, you have 30 seconds on your social, environmental, and economic impact. So obviously with the railways, yeah.
Yeah, obviously for the railways. Okay, this railway, this railway is one of the safest transportation in the world. So the designs which we are designing, it has to be the highly safety compliant solutions. So we are in the way by our all software tools and processes. We are making contribution to the social development for in railways.
Thank you for that. And how is the organization looking, and how feasible is this idea now?
Yeah, actually 2000 when we have started in 2017, okay, we are around 3 members. Now we are around 125 engineers. 125 engineers we have recruited and they are working for the Indian Railway. And now presently we are doing the turnover of 2021. We have done the turnover of 3.8 million USD. We are keep on planning to.
Thank you. I think we've got the picture. You seem to be doing really well. Congratulations. Thank you, Subramaniam and SenseEdge, which has been part of Startup India Showcase. And now we'll invite Aarti Davis back. And I think, Aarti, this is, of course, a subject that's so close to your heart and what you work with, the Sweden-India Transport Innovation and Safety Panel discussion. So I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Sanju. And again, Subramaniam, if you can hear me, congratulations. It's nothing like Dragon's Den. They're working you faster, shorter, and harder. So congratulations. I, as Sweden-India Business Council, am very happy to be here for this panel, the Sweden-India Transport Innovation and Safety Partnership. Sweden-India Business Council is the head secretariat for the CITES partnership, and I am working with the team for the last 2 years to develop solutions on the ground and strategy and policy advisory. CITES, many acronyms, was launched in 2020 on the side of the UN Road Safety Conference that was held in Stockholm. It was blessed by Minister Thomas Eneroth in Sweden and Minister Nitin Gadkari, who traveled from India to Sweden for road safety questions and was there at the inauguration. Minister Gadkari has also been with CITES when we had our Vision Zero Training Academy online and inaugurated that. And the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has been a very large ongoing support for the partnership as we move forward. We have with us a very, very exciting panel of speakers. We have Anders Krintz from Tech Mahindra. We have Cecilia Sunival, Vice President Research from Autoliv. We have Dilip Jose, Director and CEO, Manipal Hospitals. We have Nitin Bansal, Head of Ericsson India and Head of Network Solutions for Southeast Asia, Oceania, and India. And then, of course, we have Nicholas Gustafsson, who is Head of Vice President, Public Policy and Regulatory Affairs at Volvo Group. Thank you so much for all of you being here. So all of you, the whole panel is online, so I will be looking at you and having my back to the audience. I'm going to start with you, Nicholas. We heard this morning, Volvo was at the inauguration, talking about the importance of alignment, technology development, and innovation as we move forward to our combined ambition of Sustainable Development Goals and climate action. CITES brings together, of course, representatives from industry, R&D, government, and academia. How do you feel with the work that you're doing in CITES connects the work we are doing in the international arena in this regard?
Thank you very much, Ariti, and thank you for a very good morning in this whole innovation day here. It's been a very interesting sessions to listen into. With cities then, focusing on cities, I also would like to start as our leaders did this morning actually with the agenda of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. It's an important connection here, which of course has to do with India and with Sweden. But this is really, really for real about driving prosperity, safety, health, and other aspects, and not at least maybe the goal number 17 then, which is a perfect example of collaboration and partnership actually addressing the most important SDG challenges that we have. So I see big connections here also for both for India and for Sweden, but also in the international context as such. I think CET actually shows how safety is no longer just a vehicle and driver and passenger issue, but actually prosperity issue for our two nations and for the world, Arati. So I think we have many things here that we need to look into, and not at least our goal is then to, of course, to, as we heard also this morning, to actually decouple the rise of the safety concerns that we see in different traffic situations with what we want, the growth of the economy and of the sustainability in the nation. So future safety system solutions and approaches can achieve this. We are convinced, all of us in the CITES partnership, that this can be achieved, and we focus then on connected and secure transport, and plus accident research. So we add this in, and also the use of data and data sets and advanced data analytics and AI algorithms and so on to understand and address the safety concerns that we have. This is important, of course, with the base in India, but actually also important from a Sweden perspective. We need to learn a lot more about this as well. As I mentioned, it's also about education and awareness. So for instance, the Vision Zero approach is included in this. And we also need to connect closely with policymakers. And we want all of us to use the cities partnership as the evidence-based approach and really the research that we can have as a ground in our discussions with policymakers. Because we know that India has very big ambitions in all areas actually, but on traffic safety then a 50% reduction target in this decade of fatalities. And this is really a stretch and one important thing with today's session and with the continuous work and continuous dialogue in this area is that we believe, or I believe at least, that safety is not given as much importance as some other key challenges, since we have a lot of key challenges ongoing in parallel. So, but this format, the format of the triple helix here, as you refer to, Arat, in your start here, is really good, and we think that it can support future safety solutions and actually decouple the growth from the safety concerns that we see.
Thank you very much. And I think what I'll take as our tagline is safety is a prosperity issue. We have to move beyond looking at safety in a very one-dimensional sense and actually look at it in a larger ecosystem systems perspective. And of course, Volvo is the lead Swedish partner in the joint project that we've now submitted to DST and Vinnova to take these discussions forward, where data plays a critical component in evidence by doing. Next, I'd like to, in the same line, Anders, come to you as Tech Mahindra, as the India project lead in the same project I touched upon on looking at the roles of road safety in India. Tech Mahindra, of course, is a service company and a service provider, and you've been working with cities from its inception as well. You have your grounding in India, but now feet in Sweden. How does cities work for you in actually elaborating your agenda, both when it comes to sustainability, but also on the ground as a service provider?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Rita, for this introduction as well. And I think it's a very interesting and high on the agenda for all key stakeholders in the world, how we see that safety is going in forward. As you said, Tech Mahindra is a multicultural country company spread all over the world, and we have our head office in Pune in India. A little bit, I am then taking care of the Nordic from a strategy and the large deals approach from a Nordic perspective. But coming back to your question, from our side, our core purpose as an organization is to drive the positive change, leveraging technology across the stakeholders and communities that we operate, and also enable them to rise. For us to be a technology partner in this consortium and the Indian industry partner lead, our role is to take to our learnings in implementing technology-led impact solutions across industries in various parts of the world and bring it for solving a very real problem of road safety in the long run by helping design sustainable transport solutions. We want to leverage our capabilities and experience to create a nationwide technology backbone and, of course, an infrastructure to enable this safe and sustainable transport solution. And as we all know, more and more companies, business, come forward with their use cases, and already available technology backbone will support them in implementing their solutions. We as TechM is already working on multiple smart and safe city initiatives back in India, and we see the outcome of this collaboration to become an extension to our overall goal to overlay this technology infrastructure backbone all across the country to enable our partners like Volvo, Saab, Ericsson, Autoliv, etc., and also other relevant stakeholders, and most importantly for us, the communities, to have and deliver safe experience while traveling and working. We have also, for instance, partnered with Saab to address another important aspect in the domain of civil security in India, where we want to address specific needs, not just in public transport, but even in the workplaces, like, for example, inside the mines. I think this will take the entire village where various industry, academia partners, and government agencies collaborate in a very tight ecosystem to enable this long-term impact. This is our role in this consortium, and where we are playing, I think, together with, in this ecosystem, an important role. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anders. And of course, what we haven't mentioned before, and I'd like to bring to the audience's attention, is that CITES is made up of 15 different partners. We have 6 with us today that take on this triple helix position of bringing technology, innovation, and safety together. And that actually is a very large discussion that has many sub-elements, all of which are being taken up in different projects. Now, I'm going to come to Cecilia, because Cecilia, you were with us last year on the panel, and CITES was just starting out. We had inaugurated the partnership. We were looking at a few projects that touched upon some keywords that were mentioned by the speakers before us. But we also saw the massive transformation that was happening in India, that Nicholas has also touched upon, and how to kind of make that transformation possible. Autoliv had some projects on the ground at that time, and they were combined into a larger CITES discussion to create policy advisory and experience sharing. How do you see CITES moving forward now that you've been part of this discussion from the project level, now possibly to an advisory level, looking ahead towards Glasgow, the discussions happening on climate, and of course, how partnerships like us can actually be role models?
Yes, thank you. So as you stated, or as everyone knows, the cities have a very relevant and inspiring vision. And I think during the last year, we have established this solid platform where we have strong partners, and each partner is a leading player in their respective field. We also have very good support from both the Indian and the Swedish government, and the first projects are up and running. And I see these projects as truly fundamental projects because they are focusing on generating and collecting relevant data. And this data is super vital to ensure that the transport system in India can be developed and different countermeasures implemented in a structured and systemic way, following the safe system approach and Vision Zero, of course. And with that fundamental work being started, I think, in my opinion, we're entering the next phase of cities. And to follow the theme of the day, it's time to walk the talk. The traffic situation in India is of course a challenge, but there are also huge opportunities. And I mean, the clear aim from the government to reaching the 50% reduction of fatalities already by 2025 even, and the directions of increasing safety content in vehicles and the infrastructural investments, etc. I see this as a great opportunity to design for the multimodal transport system. So in order to, you can use different modes of transport where they are most efficient. And all of these transport modes, of course, will have to be safe and sustainable. And that means also that we also have to focus on the vulnerable road users, as we have started to do, but can do even more. So, I mean, approximately 40% of the fatalities were riding power 2 or 3-wheelers. So I think also it's important for cities to consider even growing and having more players to join. So I would also welcome very much discussions with power 2-wheeler manufacturers and other companies working with power 2 or 3-wheeler safety to join the platform. So I think it's important to continue the growth with these very relevant players and the leaders in the field. That's the first one. Then I think when it comes to the safe system approach, all relevant stakeholders are now at the table, but having more actively strategic direction from the Indian and the Swedish government would ensure that there is an alignment going forward in the project where we focus on the most relevant issues. And this is even more important. This is to touch upon what Niklas already said, really the triple helix for real. And this is how we can, this is already how we work in Sweden with a safer platform as example. And I think the Vision Zero Academy Online last year is a great example how we can use this platform and how these strategic directions can actually be then closely linked to the city's ambition. Because when we talk about progress, it really comes down to implementation of actionable policies and effective safety measures. And that's really a complex task and a shared responsibility between the public sector and us in the private sector. But I think that already now with the research we have and the innovation generated from this platform, we can use that to motivate the right investments and regulatory framework. Of course, to achieve this safe, sustainable and attractive transport system in India. And this fruitful exchange would then benefit all partners and cities as I see it, and hope can serve as this evidence-based advisory group for truly actionable policies. So that's 2 points which I see is very important moving forward with cities.
Thank you, Cecilia. I'm going to take that down. Evidence-based action group. And of course, what becomes unique about this constellation is that it's flexible to respond to timely questions and develop evidence-based suggestions and strategy for the way forward. One of those, of course, which hit CITES soon after being inaugurated was COVID. We had a situation where we were not able to meet physically, but when it comes to road safety, road users and use cases, everything shifted. It became an emergency care discussion. It became connected technologies for very different purposes on the ground. And what we are very excited to have with us today is, of course, one example of a use case discussion that has evolved during the last 2 years because of the need resulting from data requirements and AI during a COVID pandemic era. And we have Dilip Jose with us from Manipal Hospitals. So good to have you here. Dilip, Manipal has been a part of the CITES membership from the beginning. And now there are discussions specifically on Manipal with use cases to kind of create evidence-based strategy to give you a way forward with the technology, the data, and the skills of the CITES team. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, thank you, Arati. And before I address that question, let me take a moment to acknowledge the efforts of the Sweden-India Business Council in driving the agenda of the consortium so effectively. It's a privilege for Manipal to be part of this 15-member consortium with so much of diverse skill sets and positive intent that comes into play, and the work that the consortium is already doing. So thank you for that. Now to address your question, Arti, on the use cases, 2 or 3 areas that we are working on. There are 3 projects that we are associated with as Manipal Hospitals. The first one is on a safe transport corridor, given that a lot of intercity transport in India is by coaches, and so making that transport safe, that journey safe is one area. The second one is, of course, binding data sources of accidents together. A lot of accident data in India is scattered. It is there with the police, the traffic department, with the insurance companies, with hospitals, with CCTV camera circuits. So the second project that we are associated with is, of course, binding these data sources together so that there is value and there is reliable data. But what I wanted to talk about to demonstrate the use case is a third project, which is on connected healthcare. And we are happy to be associated with Volvo, Ericsson, Autoliv, SAB and Chalmers in this. And there are 3 sub-themes that we are working on this. The first one is, of course, on managing the golden hour. And now, like about 1/3 of all admissions to a hospital in India comes through the emergency room, the ER, either because of acute event like a cardiac arrest or a stroke, or sometime because of a trauma. So therefore, managing the first hour, what you call the golden hour, from the time the person falls sick or feels the symptoms to the time that the person reaches a hospital is very critical. So to give an example, suppose we are transporting a patient with a chest pain to our ER, to one of our hospitals. The ability to transmit the ECG readings live to the ER, relay it back to the doctor in the ER, could be a significant benefit for the patient, because it could hasten the decision making. It could actually enable the technician in the ambulance to do some life-saving efforts. Right now, many of us or many of the hospitals have actually worked through alternate, workaround kind of solutions, like taking a picture of the ECG, roll and sending it over WhatsApp to the doctor. Those kind of via media kind of solutions. If there is an opportunity for a live transmission of the ECG reading to the base hospital, that could make a significant difference to the outcome for the patient, because the use of that golden hour could be much more optimized. Another example that I could give is on the ecosystem. When you hail an ambulance, as a patient or a family member, the ecosystem that you interact with is, of course, the patient, the family, the ambulance driver, the emergency medical technician in the ambulance, then, of course, the base hospital. If the ecosystem can seamlessly communicate with each other, and everybody has got access to the same information, and it's not getting relayed from person to person, that patient telling something to the family member, who in turn is relaying it to somebody else. So I think that takes away a lot of time. If we can have a seamless communication across the ecosystem of this 5 or 6 groups that I mentioned, that's again a significant value add that we could bring in. The third and final project that we are working on is about creating a green corridor. The people who have worked, many of the colleagues here who have worked in India would know how congested the roads are in the cities. If we are able to create a green corridor to take an emergency case or a sick patient to the hospital quick, that again makes a significant difference to the outcome of the patient. So that means an interaction with the traffic data, with the traffic police, the traffic congestion data. I think this group who's available, the 6 of us, 7 of us who are working together, are eminently qualified to come up with solutions. And the final comment I would have on this, Arti, is that, these are live use cases. If you are able to make a difference, if you demonstrate the impact it could make in saving lives, these are scalable. These are transferable to other places, transferable to other hospitals outside of Manipal. And that's the key that we find in being associated with this consortium. And that's where I would want to leave that answer, Arti. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you so much. And I think, of course, the value of replication to be a sign of success is critical in discussions that we're having here. Anders mentioned the importance of a technology backbone when we come to delivering solutions under the CITES umbrella. And of course, what you're talking about in these green corridors and actually better access to hospitals and experts in the ambulances is clearly asking for this technology backbone to be developed and implemented. And we're very happy then to take that question to the next panelist, which is, of course, Nitin Bansal with Ericsson, who's working in exactly this area, has been part of the CITES collaboration and very actively on what Dilip talks about as the last project, which is Green Corridors, creating data-led, technology-led solutions that provide evidence-based, hopefully scalable results for replication. Nitin, I'm going to ask you, of course, you've seen now 4 panelists have spoken already about the power of CITES in creating value-led, impactful change. Ericsson has come on board and is looking at developing solutions on the ground under the CITES umbrella. Can you tell us more about Ericsson's involvement in CITES and what you hope to see for the future?
Sure, Arti, and thank you for calling me for this session. It's always a pleasure to talk here. So if you see, one of the common themes across all the 4 speakers before me has been a need for good, robust connectivity. And this is something which is becoming increasingly important as we go along, because during the pandemic also we have seen that a need for a good, robust, secure connectivity, whether it is for receiving data, whether it's for transmitting, whether it is for collecting or relaying or whatever else it could be, there is a need for very reliable connectivity. And connectivity, by the way, is also coming on top of the agendas for all the governments and being classified as a critical national infrastructure. So from our point of view, and CITES, for example, right? I mean, the collaborations that we have made and the projects that we have run as part of this consortia is very good because, like Dilip mentioned as well, I mean, once we test it, we look at how do we optimize it, and once that is done, we are able to ensure that we replicate to other places as well. So from an Ericsson point of view, what we believe in is limitless connectivity. And limitless connectivity to improve lives, redefine business, and create a sustainable future. And again, safety is not only about road safety. Safety on the road has a direct and indirect impact on safety for all the other industries as well. And specifically in India, where going forward, we expect more and more transactions or more activities happening in a digital environment, it becomes important with the collaboration that we see as part of CITES and also be able to test and explore what are the things we can bring with connectivity which is reliable. So for ecosystems, they act as gateways towards forward-looking research. And many of the 5G, if I talk about 5G, which is the latest technology with the mobile telecommunication, many of the 5G vertical use cases were conceptualized through ecosystem collaborations. And not only as part of CITES, but we have seen some very good examples, both globally and also specifically in India. And it's about, exploring the possibilities again, right? I mean, once you see one use case, there are newer ideas coming in terms of what more can we do. And it also helps the ecosystems, how they transform, how companies engage with customers, create diverse monetizable touch points and so on and so forth. So end of the day, as part of this collaboration and this consortia, what we believe is that, the more we work, the more we explore, the more we experiment, we will always come up with new ideas to make life simpler, and safety is paramount for everyone here. So, for us, collaboration is key. And again, like I said, we have had collaborations which have been very successful in the past, and we continue to do so. And, it also helps us to evolve the products and features. So, when we are sitting and talking to the consortium members, we also come up with new requirements that we believe can be addressed using connectivity as a backbone. So I believe that we have done a lot as part of this consortium, and there are more projects in the pipeline that we heard about. And I believe that both current and future problems or areas where we can add value, we will see many such foundations for exciting new technological developments. So it's extremely important for us, and we have done a few projects more in the pipeline, and we will continue to work here and make it simpler, easier for everyone around us. Back to you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to make the public aware that the projects that have been put for public support right now under CITES have the industry actually supporting the academic partners. And the academic partners get the benefit of the support provided to develop research and development on the projects that have been discussed today. We have, of course, heard from 5 different industry partners, and I turn to our one academic partner, Professor Punjari, who is the voice of academic endeavor on the panel. We are working, of course, closely with Indian Institute of Technology, with yourselves, Indian Institute of Science, as well as Chalmers in Sweden and RISE. So we have an academic and R&D consortium as part of CITES. How do you see the collaboration, like, for example, in the projects that we've put forward so far, developing in terms of evolving a triple helix impact and approach?
Thank you, Aarti. As I begin answering this question, I'd like to first congratulate and thank the Sweden-India Business Council for supporting the CITES platform. It's a pleasure for IAC to be a partner in this platform along with other academic institutions. IIT Delhi, Chalmers, Rice, industry partners, hospital chain, and government. This is an excellent example of academia, industry, government R&D partnership that comes together to address very relevant problems, particularly safety. So to say, generally, the earlier, or let me say, the classic old approach to research is do research that can hopefully have impact. But in this partnership, what we're doing is identifying questions of impact, and then going back from there to identifying specific research questions that can address those questions of impact. In this context, for example, we're asking, along with our partners in the Safe and Secure Transport Corridors project, we're asking questions like, how do we measure driving behavior in traffic conditions that are very heterogeneous in terms of vehicle mix, the types of drivers, and in traffic conditions that may not have an orderliness, and how do we measure driving behavior in such conditions? And how do we measure safe driving and road safety in such conditions? It's in that context that the database, the India-specific database that Cecilia mentioned about, the integrated databases that Dilip talked about, which really sort of try to break the silos from transport, health, and various ecosystems, and merge the databases and all that. So as we build these databases, we can start measuring things better. Then we can start answering these questions toward managing safety better. So say, in this context, other important aspect of CETIS as we work on research problems of impact is we are focusing on specific segments, such as buses. For example, a bus of Karnataka State Road Transport Corporation is all equipped with a lot of technology to be able to measure road conditions, driving behavior, and the data coming from that is being used to build collision detection and warning algorithms and so on and so forth. So doing so helps, sort of increase safety of buses, bus travelers, and the other users, and that also brings us to the fore the vulnerable non-motorized transport users. For example, bicyclists and so on and so forth. So going forward, I anticipate us moving toward also including these NMT, non-motorized, and other vulnerable road users, so that we focus on some of these specific segments, and enhancing their safety not only addresses safety goals, for example, reducing collisions and improving public health and so on, it also has a potential towards addressing sustainability goals. Enhanced safety, for example, of bus travelers and other vulnerable road users can potentially increase the usage of these modes, and hence increase the usage of sustainable modes, and hopefully move travelers away from the so-called personalized travel modes. So there is sort of a double impact that's possible to some of the work that we're doing as part of CETIS Consortium. That's very exciting for us, and we're looking forward to heading in direction as well. And speaking of some of that, in addition to technology development, we're also focusing on user behavior. So we strongly believe among all our partners, academic, industry, and partners, that it's a combination of technology and user behavior that has resonating impact on safety and other benefits that we're talking about. Technology alone will have some impact, user behavior alone will have some impact. The combination is what really has a scope that can multiply in terms of enhancing safety, enhancing the shift toward these non-motorized and more sustainable modes of travel, and so on. That's another aspect that we hope to work on. User behavior, for example, includes aspects like how safely one drives or one conducts oneself in a transport system. At the same time, what other impacts will help users to be safe, and users and the systems, technology systems and vehicles and roadway infrastructure to interact in a more safer manner, so to say. So these are all various aspects that we are focusing on. For example, as technology enhances safety, we want to be sure that user behavior also moves in a certain direction, that we don't see offsets of safety. For example, we don't want users to be relaxed too much, so that that offsets the technology benefits and all that. So these critical aspects we will sort of start addressing going forward, which I think will help us bring to the fore the resonating impacts of safety and sustainability as we bring together technology and user behavior, so to say.
Thank you so much. I'm actually going to have a follow-up question for you because you touched on some key points on sustainability and the connections with road safety in the CITES program. Now, of course, we're all here today for the India-Sweden Innovation Day on the eve of the Glasgow Dialogue and the climate challenges that we meet as a global community. The core aspect of today's discussion is green transition. Transport becomes a core aspect of that discussion, and CITES, of course, becomes a strategic advisory to how can we use evidence-based research to help impact and actually create roadmaps for these climate ambitions. I will actually come back to you, Professor Panjari. I'm going to go for a lightning round before we close the panel. 30 seconds or one sentence on what you would like to see come out of the collective dialogue next week when all of our countries come together to say how to make CITES more impactful. What do we need? What are the open gates that we need to see and the door opening actions? Professor Panjari, first with you.
Oh, that's a very relevant point. Once again, I hope to see a focus on bringing together technology and user behavior, which is where there is resonating impacts, particularly from the standpoint of safety, enhancing safety of various modes of travel. Can help also, user behavior move in a direction where there is more use of these sustainable modes of travel that can bring together benefits of both safety as well as sustainability, so to say. So again, it's predominantly the focus on resonating impacts, is user behavior and technology resonation and safety and sustainability resonation. That's what I hope to see out of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go rapidly on to Nitin.
Yeah, thank you, Arti. I believe that we hope to see that the role of that the digitalization can play in reducing carbon emission is recognized, and there is some sort of agreement and willingness to invest in deployment of technology, because for us, and limitless connectivity, we believe is an innovation multiplier in resolving the climate crisis. So recognition and understanding that investment in digitalization is extremely important.
Thank you very much. Dilip, I come to you, Manipal Hospitals.
Arti, thank you. Seeing how interconnected some of these topics are and what we are discussing today across this webinar and what's happening in Glasgow later, I think looking at the interconnections between all these topics, I hope some of these thoughts emerging from the conversations happening today in various panels would find a place into the deliberations day. And more than the quantum of decisions there, Arti, I hope that conference concludes with a very actionable, time-bound kind of a program, which actually sets in motion some of the changes that we need on the ground. I think I'm hoping for a concrete action and a time-bound action, Arti.
Thank you very much. Cecilia, I'll turn to you with Autoliv.
Yes, and I agree with everything that everyone has said before. I think this mobilizing a global climate agenda is probably the toughest test we have faced as humans. And it's super important that we achieve some significant process, as we have heard here before, using technology advancement and digitalization. And I think if we do that, we might also have a chance to create mechanisms for mobilizing efforts also on the huge road safety concerns. So also focus on digitalization and technology advancement is what I'm hoping for.
Thank you very much. Nicholas, you started by saying sustainability is a prosperity issue. As we move forward towards our climate dialogue, what do you want to see coming out of Glasgow?
Yeah, thank you, Arati. It's an important week, of course, coming up next week here, obviously, with the climate change in focus, obviously. But having that said, it's quite easy to take the step in that dialogue into transport and transport solutions then, and sustainable transport solutions. And we've heard this morning, and also in this very informed panel here from my colleagues, that the challenges there are actually even bigger than climate change, right? So we have so many challenges in parallel here that we need to address. And what we really want, I think all of us, is tangible results, of course, coming out. both from the conference next week on climate change, but also from other arenas, so that it's not stopping next week or a week after that, right? This is a continuous work that we are doing, and therefore we need operational roadmaps going forward, and I think, and also the ecosystems to actually collaborate around these challenges. And I think the cities is a perfect example, listening to my colleagues here, where we actually share the same values, and we are not limiting ourselves to specific parts of the challenges. We are actually trying to cover everything when it comes to sustainable transport. I really like that, and how we can replicate solutions and so on going forward. So really super fun, as my CEO said this morning. I repeat that. I think it's also super fun to work with all you guys here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if I were to summarize and paraphrase what's been said here, is that policy should be led by evidence, and blueprints need to be actionable and operational in realistic timelines. And with that, of course, we'll see what comes out next week and how cities can, of course, feed into those communications, especially between Sweden and India. Now, all of you are online, so not here in the physical room. So I will, until we meet in person, say thank you so much, namaste, and hope to see you all soon. Thank you very much.
Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with
thank
that,
you so much, panelists, and Aarti, of course. Thank you for this really interesting and insightful session, very important as we head towards COP. I now like to ask you, Aarti, to also, we have 2 fireside chats coming up. Mr. Kamal Bali, President and Managing Director, Volvo Group India, and then Ashish Khushu, Chief Technology Officer, L&T Technology Services. So I think you will start with Mr. Bali. We're really looking forward to this. And after that, it'll be our expert panel, which will be short, and then we have a lunch break. Okay.
Thank you very much. So, of course, before Kamal comes online, Mr. Bali is, of course, there we are. Good afternoon. It's great to see you with us today.
Hi, Aarti. Hi, everyone.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Bali, we're going to start with you, just to introduce you to the audience that we have online, but also here in person, just so you know, it's a little bit different to last year. We have a small physical audience in the room who are listening to your words, as well as, of course, our online audience. To introduce Mr. Kamal Bali, who is the President and Managing Director of Volvo Group India, also the Chairman of the CITES Partnership. We just had our panel on the Sweden-India Transport Innovation Partnership, and you are, of course, the leading light in that partnership, and also the Chairman of the Swedish Chamber of Commerce in India. So you wear many hats in this discussion today and can actually shed light on many parts of the discussion in terms of where we stand today ahead of the climate dialogue, Glasgow, and where we can go together as a collective party of actors. Starting with that, Volvo, of course, is working in many places and is doing many things when it comes to innovation, technology, and transport development. I'd like to ask you, what is especially important for countries like India that are undergoing so much progress and transformation, especially when it comes to transport systems? What can be done with countries like India in partnership with Volvo to achieve collective climate ambition?
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you, Aarti, for having me here. Pleasure to always to be on a panel like this. You're right, Aarti. Indeed, India today is in the midst of socio-economic transformation not witnessed in decades. When it comes to some of the elements of sustainability, we now have several programs going at an unprecedented pace, including one of the largest clean energy programs for achieving 175 gigawatts of clean energy capacity by 2022. We just heard the announcement of a $4 billion production-linked incentive focused on electromobility and hydrogen fuel cells, as well as advanced technology components. The authorities have committed to traffic safety by committing to a goal of cutting road fatalities by 50% within this decade. And just last week, we had our Prime Minister talking about Gati Shakti National Master Plan, a potentially path-breaking initiative that strikes at the very root of decades-old problem in execution of infrastructure projects in India. So I think this is very important for a sustainable future. Fortunately, Volvo Group in India is very closely entwined with national imperatives of clean and efficient mobility, transportation, new infrastructure, and we have been serial investors in India with presence across trucks, construction equipment, buses, Volvo Penta, and we have brought in new paradigms. So another important ingredients of our presence in India is our global technology services, through which we have about 2,500 people there. And importantly, we also have a Campex site, the only site outside Gothenburg in Bangalore. And I think this is really, and this is going to play a key role in the future development of Volvo Group in India, be it innovation, sustainability, or digital transformation agenda. And I think, I believe the future for all of us in India appears very, very promising. And I think Volvo has a very, very interesting role to play.
Thank you. Of course, now that we have Volvo Campex, like you said, in Bangalore, having that startup bridge between Sweden and India with Campex in Gothenburg, the future is bright in terms of how to cross-fertilize dialogue. But I want to come back to something that we touched upon during the course of the day when it comes to Volvo, but also in terms of the other parties we have with us today, which has been the reality of the last 2 years during COVID. Now, of course, COVID has hit India in a very hard way. All of us in the room, of course, even in Stockholm, have our own experience with what has happened in the last 2 years. But Volvo has done amazing things when it comes to leadership. In the last 2 years, of course, in India and globally, businesses have been hit. Supply chains have been disrupted. At the same time, local teams and communities have been vulnerable. Lives have been lost, but so have jobs. Volvo has actually stepped in from a leadership perspective and provided safety nets to your teams. Kamal, I know what you've been doing with the COVID buses, the medical buses around Bangalore. I'd really like for you to highlight some of the work that's happened during these last 2 years, where Volvo has really taken, to be fair, a below-the-radar role in creating safety and leadership, and something that we would like to highlight today.
Yeah, Aarti, thank you very much for bringing that up. I think these have been truly unprecedented times. Fortunately, as we speak, we have more than 1 billion vaccinations already administered in India, and infection numbers have been well in control since the last 5 months after going through a tumultuous second wave, as you all know. I think the world, including India, is at one of the most defining crossroads of change and transformation. At one level, we have this continuing post-pandemic human and humanitarian challenges on top of climate change, inequitable growth, polluted cities, while at the other end of the spectrum, we have so many boundless opportunities coming our way. Clearly, we are all living in a paradoxical world, to say the least, with a two-speed engine, one speed going in a direction which is extremely positive, and a lot of new things are coming up. But I'm very satisfied, as you rightly said, the way we have dealt with the challenges, starting with the safety and well-being of our employees and families, but we did not leave it there. We went also with an outreach to communities, and we started a 100-bed COVID care center in Bangalore in partnership with IKEA and the government of Karnataka. We supported a number of hospitals to set up ICU beds because we believe that I think it is very important to constantly be in touch and lift the morale of people around all of us, because ultimately in such times you win if everybody wins. And I think that was very, very important for Volvo Group. Here I want to really delve on the topic of values, and I think which is where leadership comes in. I think it is in this critical moments that values come to play in full force. As a leader, it was very easy for me to prioritize people and their safety along with care for our customers above everything else. The reason was simple. This is core to Volvo's way of working, and thus it was very easy for me to get support from everybody across the organization, whether it was my team in India or the global management. with this in place, it was amazing to see how employees rose to the occasion, and despite all the adversities, they were innovative to come together and make sure that we maintain our commitments, not only to our customers, but also go out to the villages and communities around and help and lend a helping hand. So I think that's been one of the things. I think it's the values which drive us along. So to cut the long story short, I think leadership is today not merely about motivating and inspiring your people. It's not merely about change. I think it's about transformation. And I think it's about the boundless opportunities which you get by doing good. And I think this is something which we learned. And I'm sure the future is going to be marked by new work cultures, collaborative work styles, and cities has been a phenomenal example, the way we have worked over the last couple of years, even during these times. So I think we've been lucky and lucky to do our bit for the society and for everybody. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think what you raised also and you touched upon is how innovation takes place best when everyone is feeling safe and they feel that they can actually focus on the job at hand rather than worry about, like you say, the very real concerns of education, health, and job security. So what Volvo has done, something that is not talked about enough. I would like to personally also congratulate Volvo and say that really it's a role model for leadership in tough times.
Thank you.
But Kamal, you also wear three hats. You are Volvo, you are Swedish Chamber of Commerce in India, and you are CITES. Now, we've just had the Sweden Innovation Transport Safety Partnership panel discussion. You have been a critical element of driving CITES forward, bringing together 15 different organizations from the triple helix model: industry, academia, and government agency. Of course, we're very lucky to have the support of the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways from its inauguration to Vision Zero Academy last year in November, and hopefully in the future with the next achievements that we have. What would you like to see? CITES, of course, has now been project-led. Evidence-based research is underway. We would like to take this and lift it to policy advisory, to strategic engagement based on evidence taken at the research level. What would you like to see CITES achieve in the coming next steps?
Yeah, Aarti, I think CITES has been one of the most important, I would say, initiatives which I have in the last, in my career, which I have been associated with. I think it is an example on how partnerships or the true triple helix model, which the Swedish people talk about, how it works. And I think this is actually working on ground. But I think, as I said, almost every sector today is going through a paradigm shift due to digital transformation and other imperatives impacting the sector. For instance, in our case, in case of the world of mobility, it is connectivity, electromobility, alternate energy carriers, and automation. I think these are some of the imperatives which are completely transforming the way the mobility is going to happen in future. So this requires really to put everything together. This requires the coming together of many different competencies, and CITES has been a good example when we took on the problem of solving the issue of safety. It started with solving the issue of safety. Of course, it is growing on to become a much wider and a much bigger platform. So I think it is the same with the future intelligent safety systems. Those will take us through the Vision Zero ambition, thanks to the CITES initiative. I think what I would like to see going forward is how some of the initiatives which have been taken under the CITES umbrella, how various actors, whether it is the authorities, the government, the policymakers, the vehicle manufacturers, or citizens at large, how we can all come together to implement some of the findings which we get out of the several projects which we have undertaken. So I think that's one. The other is taking this knowledge and spreading it far and wide. And I think that's very, very important, because all the good work done, whether it was to start with saving lives on safety, I think this should be implemented across. And I think this should be one of the major learnings out of CITES, and Bangalore and India are the right places, and in fact is one of the right locations to do a lot of work together. And with Sweden and India partnership, I feel we can take this whole initiative at a much faster pace and increase the pace of work which we are doing. So I think I want to really thank all the partners here, the CITES partners like Chalmers, RISE, Indian Institute of Technology, Indian Institute of Science, Ericsson, Volvo Group, Saab, Autoliv, Altair, Manipal Hospitals, Tech Mahindra, all of them, I think, who have played a tremendous role in really taking CITES to a new level. And I'm sure we will continue the good work.
Thank you so much, Kamal. And again, I have no problems with Bangalore. I have a personal preference for Bangalore in India. So I look forward to collaborations happening in Bangalore in the future. Thank you for being with us today. Namaste.
Thank you.
For our next discussion, Mr. Ashish Kushu, Chief Technology Officer, L&T Technology Services. Thank you for being with us today. You also might have heard the inauguration panel where we had discussions on the ways in which we can move forward, and the CITES partnership panel that came right before our discussion about the need of evidence-based research, replication, and concrete roadmaps. L&T Technology Services, of course, is doing much work in the transportation space, and we spoke last week about how this can be moved beyond traditional thinking to new age thinking or frontier thinking about transportation in a safety perspective. Tell us more about that.
Thanks, Arti. Yes, I did listen to the panel before and found the conversations fairly interesting. Being an engineering services company, what excites us is the core engineering, which forms the nucleus of many, many things that we are talking right now. So when I look at safety, and I wanted to give you a slightly different perspective to safety in the transportation segment of the future, and a topic which I believe is not really talked as much in the public forums as much as it should. And that pertains to the vehicles which are going to come our way in the next 2 to 3 years. A large number of vehicles that we are going to use on the roads will have some or the other features which are in the zone of what we call a certain level of autonomy, L1, L2, or L3. There would be functions which the car would be wanting to take on its own, ability of the car to be taking some decisions in terms of what it needs to do or how it needs to react in a particular situation. Now, safety starts here. The question is, if the car is moving from point A to point B, and I'm just taking an example of a car, it could be a commercial vehicle or a truck or a bus. If a car is moving from point A to point B, the function of a car is to go from point A to point B, and while it does so, it has to accelerate, it has to steer, and it has to brake. These are the three basic functions of a car. Now, when you're driving a car, when a person is driving a car, and there are many situations which happen where you end up braking instinctively when you sight an object or a person or a situation. Now, when you're going to give the power of autonomy or software-defined cars, the minimum that you expect from those cars is a reaction time which is equal or better than human instinct in terms of braking or accelerating when such a situation occurs. Now, that's really where safety starts. A software-defined car in executing a function which is autonomously, it falls in the autonomous category, can it brake in a time which is lesser than human instinct to save time? So really, safety starts there at the very core of the way you're going to design some of these vehicles in the future. And it's not really only about software. Now, that's really the misconception. A large number of people not working in this area always think about that, it's software, it is ADAS, or it is V2X. It's a lot about mechatronics. It's a lot. Is your software capable enough to take a decision in real time and then pass a command to a braking system to say brake within a certain time frame over a certain distance? These are very, very complex problems. So whenever we talk of safety in the transportation segment of the future, majority of the time we are talking about areas which skirt this issue. But this is where the crux is. Technically, very, very challenging, very exciting. I mean, we love the excitement of working in such areas, but that's the design problem. Now, you could have whatever type of other infrastructure which would make you safe in and around or within the car. But if the car of the future does not have the ability to take such decisions in real time, equal or lesser than the way a human instinct would have reacted, then you have a problem. So I think safety of the vehicles of the future, this aspect needs to be discussed a lot more, deliberated a lot more, and this is where the whole discussion starts.
Thank you so much. So you have Kamal Bai here, of course, Chairman of CITES, vehicle instinct and intuition being raised by L&T Technology Services. Thank you so much for that intervention. Thank you both for being with us today and joining the India-Sweden Innovation Day.
Thank you. Thank you, Aarti.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bali, and thank you, Mr. Khoshu, also for your great support for India-Sweden Innovation Day to make this happen. So really, really thankful for your fantastic insights. Looking forward to drive this car of the future, and hopefully with much more safer, vehicles of the future, not just the car. So now, before we close for lunch, I would like to invite our expert panel back, and Mr. Håkan Kingstedt, Chairman of Sweden-India Business Council, Mr. Jeevan Prakash, Vice President, VD and MD for Nordics and Benelux for L&T Technology Services, is coming online. So we will see him here. And then we have Verena Adamheit from the Senior Business Developer, Swedish Energy Agency. I will ask you to actually join us here because we will also, since we have Jeevan joining us online, so yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sanyu, very much.
Yeah.
First of all, I don't think you will drive the car. You're looking forward for the car. I think you will just join the car for the future. That's a comment, What I could see, it's about, we are talking about safety. Definition of safety could be much broader. It's about, we talk about data once again. We talk about doing the analysis of data about AI and so on. We get good support from from the technical, from the computer, from the L&T and the others about how this should be moving forward. I could really see that we have, well, not succeeded maybe, but we have come a long way to implement the triple helix model. I see that is debated, discussed in different forums now. That was not the case for 5 years ago. I could guarantee you that.
Håkan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It is Mr. Abhishek Rai from L&T Technologies who is also speaking here. So,
okay.
Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And what is coming back is walk the talk once again.
Yes.
Which is great, Question for me, being an old engineer in technical companies, is the speed good enough? Are they too slow? Could we speed up, would be my question. We talk about 40% of accidents for 2- and 3-wheelers. I know that, but that's a major issue that need to be attended, really, when we move forward. Connecting healthcare, reliable connectivity was one of the takeaway from my side as well, and a couple of more things. But before that, I think I leave it to you.
Thank you. So I'm not an engineer, so I have to admit this is a really tough one to comment on because it's that complex. We learned that the triple helix model have to work at its best to make the zero vision come true and contribute to the Agenda 2030. So I think really it's tough. But there's one missing piece I would like to have learned more about, and this is competence and skills supply. In a changing environment with technical developments, as we learned about, you really need to secure competence. And I think this is a key success factor, and that's one thing I really would have liked to have heard more about.
Okay, good, thank you. So I think I'll leave it to you to comment and take it forward, please.
Thank you for having me here. I think as an engineering services supplier, L&T Technology Services, we are carrying an expectation from our transport, customers that, we will, bring or we will invest more in cross-pollination. We are, as an L&T, we are exposed to different industry segments, semicon, telecoms, medical devices. So we will bring the best practices and best learnings from those industry vertical to our transport customers to innovate them better. And the second is because of mobility solutions or high investment in connectivity in the transport segment, our customers are having access to large amount of data. Can we all think together and convert those data into information and bring back that to R&D function, research and development, to achieve more safe and sustainable products. So I will bring those 2 points from L&T Technology Services here.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. I also would like to highlight the extremely good work Volvo have done during the pandemic situation right now. This is very impressive. And this goes along, I would also like to mention, it's not only Volvo have done that, a lot of different Indian players have done the same. But I would say I'm impressed about the way Volvo have handled this. It's like Kamal mentioned about, it's building a value system. And value system is a driver. And maybe that also comes a little bit connecting to what you were saying about the need of knowledge and competence. Because, I mean, if you do this right, you attract competence. What's your view on that? The balance about social responsibility and the competence to be attracted, because it's a shortage of competence.
Sure, but I think it goes hand in hand because you can't live without either or. So I think this is a very good example and actually a role model, as it was said before, how to act in such a crisis.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I think also for the climate meeting Glasgow next week, we also got some good inputs about what should be passed on about technology and behavior, digitalization, the mobile climate agenda, and the transport solution, taking that to next level. So I think it's a challenging situation we are in today. I see a lot of extremely good initiatives here. And I'm very pleased what we see today. And by that, I think I hand it back to you, Sanju, or?
Yeah, thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us. Thank you, Håkan and Verena here in Stockholm. From Epicenter, we will now take a short lunch break. We are back in about, I think, 40 minutes from this break, and we will continue. We have some really exciting sessions coming up after lunch. The first one is Industry 4.0, and it's about the industry transition with some fantastic and very exciting speakers. And then AI innovations from India. And then, we have a session with SciTech, which is about Sweden-India tech ecosystems with some fantastic speakers, both from India and Sweden. Then sort of culminating with the healthcare panel, and at the end, 2 knowledge sessions with 2 really extremely interesting speakers. One is on AI and ethics, also an important issue that will be raised when it comes to designing systems for the future. And the other is actually the person who's designed the COVID app for India and how successful that has been. So I think we have some really, and of course the startups, let's not forget them. Yeah. So still a bit to go, but we are getting there, and I think it's going to be getting more and more interesting as we go along.
We're really looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I hope we can finally find a way to connect the dots between all this. And, I think so that we can break our silos and actually find ways to connect and speak to each other. And I think that is the way to reach the SDG goals and the roadmap for COP in the future, once the governments have spoken. So thank you for this morning and for your fantastic initiative. Thank you, Abhishek. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste. My name is Sanju Malhotra, CEO for India Unlimited, and I'm your host for this day. We've had a fantastic morning with really interesting sessions, of course, a lot from the government side as we head towards COP26. The overall theme for today is accelerating India and Sweden's green transition. And after listening to all these amazing discussions and talks on transportation, on energy, on the innovation partnership, we will now move to the second half of the day, which has got fantastic, really exciting speakers. And before we get into that, I think we have a short film here from Stockholm, the impact capital.
I moved to Stockholm 3 years ago. I went from being a tourist and exploring all the nice parts of town and what the city has to offer, to this actually being my home. There's this great balance between nature and the city. I don't own a car for the first time in my adult life, but I don't need it. And the fact that everyone can have access to higher education makes it a very unique place to teach, to work, and to do research. There's also a lot of international students coming in that enables all these creative companies and ideas to emerge from those groups.
I like the feeling of living in a big city, but I also like that feeling of getting a bit of a break and being able to escape it. I think there's a lot of balance at Swedish companies, and here when you have the so-called flat organization, I think it makes for a better place of innovation. If I felt there was a problem, or if I felt that there was something that needed to be innovated on, I have this feeling that I could go to people that were high up at the company and that I could try to make the company better.
I'm in a place where I can be myself, where I can express myself, where it's okay to cry and no one is gonna say, oh, you're weak. I went through like real life feelings. I'm doing things that I never thought I'll do. And people don't really care who's doing what, they just wanna go support. That's how a community should be. The people here, like, they make me feel at home. Do things to satisfy yourself and not do it to make other people feel belittled. I think that's the secret formula of Stockholm, to be humble.
Thank you, City of Stockholm. We are humble and we love the city, obviously. I totally agree. It's the innovation capital of the world. And now I would like to invite Björn Ekengren, please. Warm welcome from Emirates. You're the country manager for Sweden and Finland. And Björn, we have something really exciting happening right now in Dubai, which is, of course, the World Expo. It's finally here, and it'll be fantastic to listen and learn a little bit about the highlights. What's happening there? Can you tell us?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
And to my help, I have a few slides, and have been told not to push the black button, so that will probably happen. Okay. Ah, we skipped that one. Yes, Dubai is open, and it has been open for some time. Dubai is only 6 hours away from Stockholm. Emirates are flying to Dubai, and we are the only non-stop carrier flying to Dubai from Stockholm. And from Monday, we're actually flying daily to Dubai as well. When you travel with Emirates, just to mention one of the unique selling points, a medical or an insurance, multi-risk insurance is included. So as an example, if something happens to you when you are traveling, you have a medical coverage up to 500,000 US. And I think that should be enough. But it's not only Dubai that is open. Of course, Expo is open as well. And it opened 1st of October and will continue until end of March, and as you can see from the slide. And of course, we are in Dubai, so it must be the largest expo ever, and it is. 190 plus countries are participating. And the interesting part here that is new is that each country have their own pavilion, so to say. Sanju, from earlier expos, we have seen some great inventions. I will test you now.
Okay. I'm not prepared for this, but I'll try my best.
Washing machine.
Huh. All right.
When was that introduced?
You mean which year?
Yeah.
Maybe 18 something.
1862, actually.
All right.
Other interesting inventions that came out from the expos are typewriter.
Oh.
Maybe not that popular nowadays, but it was introduced during the expo in 1876. Same year, we got also something that I think that most of us has in the fridge. Ketchup.
Oh, okay.
And so on and so on. First live broadcast, 1939. Nylon stockings introduced the same year and so on. So there has always been something big coming out from the expos. So the question is, what would be the takeaway from
this year?
Yeah, it will continue until next year.
Exactly.
Maybe it will come from India, or maybe it will come from Sweden, or together.
Yeah.
A little bit about the expo area. It's huge. As I said, it's the largest one. The size of 600 football pitches. 4 kilometers long, 1.8 kilometers wide. The organization expecting to receive about 25 million
visitors.
Right.
Okay.
And they're expecting to reach the first million now in the next few days, actually. So it's progressing. Yes. No, we have to... And Sweden and India, I was going to start with that, but I forgot that. Sweden and India are rather close to each other. The distance here is about 650 meters.
Yeah.
Sweden is in what it's called the sustainable district. India is located in the opportunity district. So of course it's worthwhile when you go to Expo, visit the Sweden pavilion and visit the India pavilion.
It also connects basically the opportunity and with sustainability, and I feel that's the synergy between India and Sweden really well. And of course, at this point of time, if business travel cannot happen all the way to India, maybe it will start soon. I suppose the expo is a good place to go and shake hands and meet people and connect. It's also on the way to India, so that's also kind of a meeting point after these years of pandemic.
Yeah, and that's what the expo is all about.
Exactly.
Connecting. Ouch. We can only see the India pavilion here.
All right.
But that's fine. No, now we see the Swedish pavilion as well. Here we have the two pavilions, by the way. India pavilion in the Opportunity District. The theme, so to say, is openness, opportunity, and growth. Worthwhile noting is that the national day, according to the Expo calendar, is the 25th of January.
Yeah.
Then we have the Sweden pavilion, the forest, in the sustainability district. And here the tagline is co-creation for innovation. National Day coming up, mid of December. So that's a little bit about our two pavilions. Okay. And by the way, both India and the Sweden pavilion has been ranked as the top ones.
Okay.
Already.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So I was there actually last year when the construction was on. So it's great to see actually all these pavilions now up and running. and open to the public. So that's, and I know each pavilion has a program for different, they have an all year round program, obviously, and innovation is a key theme in both the pavilions and so on, and co-creation, of course. So we see lots of opportunities coming up there. But I think a lot of the Swedish industry are going to be present and a lot of the Indian industry. So I think that's, this is a, so this can be the next thing, what people can do in December and January.
It's very much about connecting. There will be live shows. There are restaurants. I think it's about 200 restaurants in the area and so on. So it's a great place to visit. Where is it then located? Maybe some of you does not know, but we have 2 airports in Dubai. Dubai International, the one that we are using, and then we have also Al Maktoum Airport. And it's close to the Al Maktoum Airport. But from our airport, it's about 40 minutes drive to the expo area, and from downtown about 30 minutes. And of course, there is you can go there by metro, taxi, own car, buses.
Sounds really efficient. But Bjorn, before we close this part of the session, may I ask you, is it safe now to travel to India? Because I know you fly to, is it 6 or 7?
To India or Dubai?
Yeah, but now we are closing up, so I need to ask you this final question. So can you tell me more?
I mean, we have had our security measures on board, but not only on board, but of course also at the airports and so on, at check-in and so on. So I would say to travel is safe.
Okay.
And I already also mentioned the multi-risk insurance that we have in place and so on. But of course, it's important for everyone. You have to check the requirements for the country you are going to. And so on. So safe to travel, yes.
Great.
Okay, now when you have been to the expo, the largest expo, and you have been there for a couple of days, maybe you would like to do something different.
Okay.
And this is what Dubai is all.
Oh.
Next. I pressed.
No. Anyway.
No, okay, I talk about it anyhow.
Yeah.
2 new attractions in Dubai, just to describe what I said, the trademark of Dubai. Largest, biggest, deepest, and widest, and so on. The new Dubai Eye, the new observation wheel, double the size of the London one. Of course,
fantastic.
Must be. Yeah. And then we have a new attraction, and it's a little bit, I'm a diver. They have built an indoor swimming pool that is 60 meters deep. And crazy. But that's the way it is. I'm going to visit the expo in 2 weeks' time.
Okay.
So I really look forward to it.
Thank you so much, Bjorn. I think now we've all got a little bit of insight into Expo. We'll get into our first session of the day, or the afternoon. And thank you so much, Bjorn, for your time and for your partnership with India-Sweden Innovation Day and your support. You were one of the first supporters to promote the business links between India and Sweden. And we are extremely grateful for your support from day one. Thank you. So, I would now like to invite Econo. We have Jon Linden, the CEO and founder from Econo. You are, this is going to be a startup session. That means you get 2 minutes.
Okay.
And my first question to you, Jon, is tell us about Econo. What does it solve? What's its USPs? And where are you today? You have 60 seconds.
Okay. So Econo is a leading pioneer in edge machine learning software with customers like ABB, Volvo, Siemens Energy, Alfa Laval, and Husqvarna. And the prospect of IoT for these companies is that they extend the relationship with the products to after they leave the factory, which means that they can see how they're being used, how they feel, help run them in a more sustainable way, even upgrade them in the field. And this requires automation, and automation spells machine learning. Our machine learning, the uniqueness about it is that we can run on board the products and actually learn individually per device how it operates in a normal behavior to detect deviations, to help maintain them, but also to simulate how it can run in the most sustainable way.
Thank you. And what is the social or environmental or economic impact?
Well, I'd say the sustainability impact is huge in many different ways. First of all, I argue that this is the next big sustainability leap. Because after doing products as efficient and in the general design as possible, we help manage them so they run every individual device as energy efficient as possible. And by doing so, you actually extend the product life by maintaining them and avoiding fatal wear. And the really cool prospect for the future is when products actually get better and better the more you use them.
And my last question is on your organization and feasibility. You have 30 seconds on that.
Okay, so the product is based on over 7 years of university research at the University of Borås, led by my co-founder, our CTO, Richard Koenig. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I took my previous company in the telecom space to Silicon Valley, took it public on the New York Stock Exchange. We did over 100 million in revenue. 2 of my longtime colleagues joined me as co-founders. We have a kick-ass team of data science PhDs.
How many?
And, we are a total of 12.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
This was, please give a big round of applause. We love to support startups, and we have fantastic, really interesting startups. So this is actually part of our session on Industry 4.0 and future sustainable manufacturing. We are talking about India and Sweden's green transition, and the industry transition is, of course, an important part. I'd now like to invite Johan Harvard, who will be the moderator for this session. He is the director at Combien Group, where he is supporting leadership teams of some of Sweden's largest companies to accelerate their digital transformation. Welcome.
Thank you.
And before working at Combien, he worked for the Swedish government, where he visited India multiple times to lay the foundations for bilateral collaboration in the area of artificial intelligence and Industry 4.0. Fantastic to have you here. And we also, now you'll have give an introduction to our fireside chat guests. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, it's an honor to be here. I think the Swedish-Indian collaboration really has proven its worth here over the last couple of years. So thank you very much, and welcome to this fireside chat. I'm joined here by 2 quite distinguished guests, and I'm very happy to have both of you here. And I think both of you have really an important role in making Industry 4.0 come alive in companies throughout the world, but in 2 different ways. So we're here with Erik Ekudden, who is Group CTO at Ericsson. Warm welcome to you. And as well, Mr. Jivan Prakash, who is Vice President at L&T Technology Services, as well as Managing Director for the operations in the Nordics and the Benelux countries. Great to have you here, guys.
Thanks.
So, Erik, could I start with you? I think most people here and as well in the audience know about Ericsson, but what is your role related to Industry 4.0?
As Ericsson, well, I think we have... in a way, we have evolved technology, mobile technology in particular, over a number of generations. And as we started to sketch what 5G should be almost 10 years ago, we realized that the industrial cases, the enterprise cases, would be very important. So we actually built 5G already from the research, from the standardization, the early system to really fit into Industry 4.0. And I think that's what we see now. Technology is finding its way into advanced manufacturing cases, all kinds of logistics, transport cases, and many, many more things. So I think while we have been very focused on the consumer space for almost 30 years, now we are opening up and really make sure that this global technology, 8 billion mobile subscriptions, is made available also to industries. And I think especially Industry 4.0 with kind of all the data collection and everything that's happening there is well suited to 5G and the way around.
All right. Impressive stuff. Thanks. And Jivan, you guys at L&T Technology, you're working across the world to really accelerate and implement Industry 4.0. Can you tell us a bit about maybe how the Nordics differ in your view? Is there something else that sets the Nordics aside from when implementing Industry 4.0 compared to your other activities?
No, I would say it's very industry specific rather than putting it as a region specific. That's how I would see it. Nordics in general has been, a lot of homework, or what you say as, a consensus-based approach is quite different, takes a bit more of time for an adaptation point of view, whereas we see US far more aggressive in this particular space. But if I stick to Industry 4.0, with innovation being very focal for Nordic customers, I have seen far more of traction in this particular segment in Nordics than I would say with the rest of the clients. At least at the proof of concept stage, adaptation stage on the industrial side. Automotive is quite common, whether it is Nordics or other regions.
Yeah. So apart from automotive, is there any other industrial verticals do you think are standing out as early adopters?
So, I mean, if I look at from an industry-based perspective, automotive has been well ahead, right? Industrial has picked up in the last 4 to 5 years, I would say. A lot more of adaptations that have happened. Again, if I take from industrial, if I go into heavy engineering, I think there's a bit of a laggardness that is there on the marine segment, on the construction segment and stuff. But I mean, if I have to look at pandemic and how pandemic has changed the entire demographics today, I think 2/3 of the manufacturers globally in some form factor are implementing Industry 4.0 solutions. I mean, it's not an option anymore.
Right.
Maybe 2 years back, they could have taken it a bit more lighter.
Yeah.
And now they've seen that people who had invested on digital technologies have done far better during pandemic than those who have not.
How does that overlap with things you're saying?
Well, I think we are trying to address many of those sectors, of course, because the digital infrastructure really needs to support everything from wide area transport all the way to smart manufacturing. But maybe one good example is what we are doing in our own factories. So the 5G factory in Texas, in Louisville, where we are, it's a new build. So we had the luxury or the opportunity to build it right from scratch. So we used 5G as an infrastructure in the smart manufacturing to build 5G base stations for the world. And we really exactly to the point that now it's an imperative. We got, I think, 24% lower energy consumption. We got 75% less sort of water in the plant and a lot of other benefits because we are connecting everything with 5G, because we're doing it right from scratch. That particular factory has actually made headlines because it's one of the few identified global lighthouses by World Economic Forum. So we're using that also as a way to spread the word. This is how you can digitalize using the latest technologies. This is the kind of gains that you get. But then, of course, we do a lot with our customers. It's about smart ports, it's about smart airports, it's about kind of all the other things where 5G comes in.
Right. All right. So Jivan, I think it was actually 10 years ago that when the German government launched the Industry 4.0 concept overall, even though obviously it's been around for longer than that. So it's been 10 years now. What do you think about the adoption rate and the pace of adoption of this technology penetrating out into manufacturers across the world? Is it going according to what we were hoping and praying for, or is it maybe a bit slower?
So I have this view, about 15 years back, when everybody said cloud, it was in the cloud. Or 15 or 20 years back, right? Everybody talked about it, nobody knew how to go about. And today, cloud is a very matured technology that we use. Industry 4.0 was the same. If you ask me 10 years back, everybody talked about it. It was a buzz. Adaptation has been slow. Again, modularization, having more factories which are having a feasibility, well-structured manufacturing plants. Automotive segment did well, but industrial segment was slow. But to the same point that I said, I mean, today, if I look at our own L&T parent group, we are one of the first industrial giants in India to have started what is called as a digital factories of the future in 2016, right? And today, when the pandemic hit and there was complete labor shortage and the travel restrictions and stuff, we were well adapted as a company, both one in terms of repurposing our manufacturing plants to help the government for all this oxygen generator buildup and stuff. So there was that flexibility that we bought in. Today, if you look at it, India still has a challenge with COVID, right? With labor. So we do virtual audits in the construction space. So entire auditing is virtual that happens. We have remote factory acceptance test that's happening. So there's a lot more than the construction, which I said was a laggard, has done ahead. And if I look at on the services part of the business, which is what I represent, today I would say from an adaptation perspective, still about 25 to 30% is what in the proof of concept stage, only about 10% which have matured Industry 4.0 solutions implemented. But the pace is increasing. I mean, if you ask us, we are busy, very busy with in fact, as we speak today, we're doing for a CPG client for 52 plants, a complete digital assessment and digital implementation along with our partners like PTC and others. So yeah, exciting days, far more pace.
Yeah, just sort of thinking about the fantastic opportunity in India itself. Of course, this is something that's we're part of it all across the world. But if you just look at India and the phenomenal Well, first of all, the part of GDP that is already connected to manufacturing and growing by from 16 to 25% or something over the coming years here, I think it's a fantastic opportunity for India. But what we are also seeing is that our business, which is really the digital infrastructure operators, CSPs, they have a fantastic opportunity as well on this journey. And I think the estimate is somewhere upwards of 50%, 48% by 2030 in terms of additional revenues from digitalization across all these sectors in India.
Correct.
So they're also starting to sort of see the opportunity, invest for it, and build this infrastructure, because then you can do all the Industry 4.0, the smart use cases on top of it. But then you need to build the infrastructure first.
Correct.
So, Eric, do you think India could leapfrog and accelerate the transformation by cleverly using technology now?
In a way, and I think that's what we see with this kind of technology waves, that unless you are early in adopting the latest technology, preferably international global technology, you're losing out in terms of that sort of second wave of innovation and things that happen on top of it. And I think India has a great opportunity now. It's, of course, a fantastic market in itself, but just looking at the ambitions when it comes to things like manufacturing and what's happening in the software and services industry. So, absolutely.
So I think there is two ways to look at it. I'm sorry, I'm taking it impromptu, right? Just to add on to what Eric has mentioned.
Yeah.
India skipped a generation in mobile, right? We didn't have a fix. We directly went into mobile. So we did that on the consumer space. Now, on the industrial segment, we're again seeing that. And I think it's a mix of not only the technology leap, the competence that India brings in from a pure digital standpoint, but also, the early adaptation, like the way they've skipped a generation, there's high possibility that in the manufacturing segment, a bit driven by the sustainability goals that the central government is also pushing today, right? And in fact, our chairman was here a couple of weeks back, and he was talking about how the fossil-free manufacturing has become today, and most of the contracts are ending. So there's a lot more of drive happening in India, which will drive a lot more of digitalization in the plants as well.
The interesting thing about that kind of leapfrogging is that now we see that if you use modern digital infrastructure, 5G in particular, then you actually have a chance to meet the sustainability goals for 2030. We're talking about out of the 50% reduction that is required on the emission side, 1/3 of that could actually be enabled by digital technology such as 5G. And of course, India has the opportunity now to invest and accelerate into that.
Quite astounding, quite large opportunities that are really just waiting to be realized over the next couple of years. Thank you so much, both of you. Looking forward to following your future progress here.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. And with that, it's time to take up the next panel as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ekuden and Mr. Prakash, and also LTTS or L&T Technology Services for their fantastic support. Yes, over to you.
Right, yes. So please have a seat, dear panel.
For your digital speakers, they will come on here, so I would recommend you would stand.
All right.
Yeah. So you can speak to them and the physical.
Excellent. All right. So let's see. We have Chandrasekhar with us as well, from Ace Micromatic. Very good. And Olivier as well. Germain from Tetra Pak, you're with us as well. Great. And here in the studio, we have as well Jessica Öberg, CEO from Combitech. We have as well Philip Ståhl from PTC Nordics, who is Vice President and General Manager as well for the Nordics area. And last but not least, we have Peter Malmberg, who is Vice President of Digitization at Epiroc. Thank you so much for being here with us, dear panel. Maybe I can start with you, Chandrasekhar. Could you briefly share, because I think many from the Nordic crowd here, Nordic audience, might not know so much about Ace Micromatic and what your role is vis-a-vis Industry 4.0. Could you share a bit about how you're supporting that drive and that adoption across the world?
Sure. Thank you, Johan. Ace Micromatic is India's largest manufacturer of CNC machine tools and automation products. And we also happen to be the first mover in India to introduce what's now being called Industry 4.0. So not only we operate in India at scale, but we also operate in about 20 different select export markets. The perspective that we have brought is, while we currently have a capacity of producing more than 10,000 CNC machines every year, we have worked very closely with the traditional SME market, which the tier 1s, tier 2, tier 3s, all the way to potentially mom and pop shops as well. And from an Industry 4 perspective, we were so early on that we started to solve a lot of their specific productivity pains. And that has given us traction and enabled us to build out an entire stack of smart manufacturing applications and Industry 4 touch points. And along with our CNC machines, we're able to add on these Industry 4 elements, which make them ready for integration right from the get-go.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, great. So Philip, how about you? You guys at PTC are also working really to drive the implementation of Industry 4.0. What is something that is exciting for you over the coming years? What do you think the future has in store for the near future?
Yeah, well, I think when we talk digitalization, it's about data for sure, but the data somehow already exists. I think companies out there, they are producing tons of data already, and they are generating more and more data around the way they design, manufacture, and service and operate their products. And with even more products being connected to internet, even more data will be out there. So I think the challenge for the industry is not to produce more data. It's more, how do we get good business use of the data? And since the data, if you just talk about the product today, a product being engineered, designed, produced, operated, and serviced, it holds a lot of data today. But that data resides within functions like engineering department, shop floor production, and in the field with aftermarket and service, and even in the hands of the customer. So how do we bring all those data lakes together and bring them up to something that makes sense? How do we analyze it? How do we put context around the data? And how do we put this data in the hands of decision makers? Because data is almost useless unless you make something out of it. And that is the big challenge that we see with the customers. And that is also when you hear Industry 4.0, if you hear smart manufacturing. In Sweden, we have production 2030. We hear digitalization, transformation, a lot of buzzwords. For us, it means how do we make data available for business decision makers? Because that is where you take smarter business decisions. So we see this coming. The early adopters are already on these journeys. They have transformation plans, they have roadmaps, they are early on. But we still see a lot of companies out there. They are in the very beginning.
Right.
So I think that excites me. That is still so much to do.
All right. So what about Peter? You're from Epiroc.
Yes.
I guess you guys are working really intensely to try and find that insight from the data you're collecting. How far have you guys come in that journey?
Well, you can say we, as Epiroc, is a world-leading productivity partner when it comes into the mining industry. And of course, we have both, let's say, machines and equipment in field that is generating quite a lot of information and data that provides the customer then with a decent set of data. And we are building quite a lot of tools, softwares around those kind of data lakes, as you like, and machines. So I would say that we are on the forefront of digitalization when it comes to providing solutions to our customers around the globe. So yeah, and then of course when it comes to our own manufacturing, so because we have quite a few manufacturing and assembly units around the world, where we also then, as previous speaker here, when it comes to machinery and equipment and steel cutting and also softwares. So that is also an area where we feel that we are getting further and further developing than the digital analytics around our own manufacturing as well.
All right, but you still have some ground to cover, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. No, you never, let's say, get to the finish line. That's for sure.
Definitely.
So we still have plenty of things to do. Definitely.
All right. So Olivier at Tetra Pak, I would assume you guys also are really working to try and get that insight from data. How is that progressing? How far have you come in that journey?
Yeah, for sure. I think the Industry 4 is very present in Tetra Pak, and we have been investing a lot in that field. And I'd like to basically take a bit of a step back on the history, because we have always tried to do more out of less. You know, our customers in all industries are centered around that. It's a bit of a holy grail. And it's obviously to get more operational effectiveness, and this is a way to gain competitive advantage. Now, one thing we have high in our mind in Tetra Pak today is on top of this mandatory operational effectiveness, we have now another mandatory goal, which is to be sustainable. And this is super important for our planet. You know, the scarcity of resources, we want to leave behind us a planet that can feed our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. But I think the good news is that Industry 4, you know, which was triggered with this formidable breakthrough of technology, IoT, data management, cloud, and AI, I think those are really key enablers for us to develop those smarter solutions to get to do more from less and leave that planet hopefully in a better state than it is going towards today.
Now, are you making any specific initiatives to drive sustainability on the Tetra Pak side?
Yeah, we do. I think one of very tangible results we are having today with some applications is on the waste. You know, in the food and bev manufacturing process, there is some waste, and there is ways to reduce that further with Industry 4, with AI. Very tangible results on the way we offer applications to manage the OEE, you know, overall equipment efficiency. We have some means of finding root cause of waste during the manufacturing process and help our customers to eradicate that waste. You know, this is one of the direct application. The other one is more on the quality of these packs, you know, that we are producing. For the aseptic performance of the packs, we need to do some sampling. This is very classical in the industry. And any package which is sampled is a waste. And so it is our interest and our customer interest to reduce that waste. And we do that with a quality data management systems, which are using AI insights, you know, to better understand and better predict the aseptic performance of the plant itself. Better predict as well the forming, you know, the quality of the shape of the package. And those applications allow us as well to reduce the waste. These are one, yeah.
All right, yeah, obviously waste is a really important aspect as well as efficiency. Thank you, Olivier. I'm turning to you, Jessica, as well. And you joined Combitech quite recently as Saab's subsidiary. And I understood that at Saab as well, you were working with the manufacturing side of things. Yeah. And now you said as well previously that sustainability is really at the core of what Combitech is doing as well. What is your view on sustainability in the Industry 4.0 area?
I think it's multi-dimensioned, because sustainability for me is both to be very competitive, to make sure that our manufacturers here in both current and what we have in Linköping, for instance, within Saab, but also new built facilities in US where you're using the greenfield, to make sure that you are using it in the smartest way that you can, making sure it's sustainable for the future and for the next generation. Of course, it's easier for greenfield because you can talk about smart lighting and from a fresh start, but also to be sustainable in the brownfield. When you are already having an existing production line, how do you get that to be even smarter? How can you make sure that that is sustainable? But also from a perspective of the culture, that we have a work environment for our employees, both within Combitech and Saab and in other of our customers, that the production lines are as attractive so you can both keep your employees and feel that you are part of something that is bigger moving forward, and have that as a way of being sustainable from a workforce as well. And then you have, of course, the environment. How can you use the production line that you have in the very, very most efficient way that we can, and integrate smart technologies. And I think that's where Combitech, a company that we don't have our own products so much, a lot of solutions, and we are consulting partners, and we bring smartness between different both segments and companies and creating this partner network, I think is really important. So maybe a long answer to a quick and sharp question. So sorry for that.
No, thank you very much. That's great. So Chandrasekhar, turning to you again, we heard a couple of examples of greenfield sites as well, being set up by Saab and Combitech previously, and also Ericsson setting up these new sites that can really be state-of-the-art. But obviously, brownfield upgrades is also going to be an important aspect to drive Industry 4 as well as sustainability. How is that from your perspective? I mean, looking at the developing markets as well, what are the opportunities with greenfields versus brownfield investments?
I think you're asking a really important question to ensure Industry 4 takes hold and actually delivers on its promise. What we have done and the perspective that we carry is that a lot of the large manufacturers, the product companies, tend to get it right in terms of being able to deploy Industry 4.0, especially for assembly operations. However, even in large product companies, harmonizing the entire value chain inside the company sometimes itself is a challenge. A bigger challenge that we see is when they start coming down to the tier 1s, 2s, and 3s, which is where the bulk of manufacturing actually happens in terms of components and part assemblies and sub-assemblies, is where the greatest need for Industry 4.0 is actually there, but is currently not being felt as much. And part of that is when you look at the typical efficiencies of the tier 1s, 2s, and 3s, all the way down to the mom and pop, they could be as low as 40%, the OEE that the earlier speaker mentioned. So there is a lot of upside for OEE to go up. So essentially, they can find a machine behind every machine. And oftentimes what we have found is that the factors that prevent that from happening are not necessarily high-tech in nature, not necessarily production engineering or new methods of manufacturing or automation. I would say a good 70–80% are low-hanging fruit, transient in nature. So the ability to access the right data at the right time by the right person and be armed with the tools to actually make a difference is what makes Industry 4 happen in scale. And that's what we have focused on. And I'm really happy to say that a lot of our customers in that space have seen incredible turnarounds in their efficiencies and their ability to sustain a competitive advantage and a cost advantage to their value chain.
All right, thanks. Olivier, at Tetra Pak, I guess you are also working not just within your own operations, but also, as Chandrasekhar was alluding to, with the supply chain and the suppliers in different ways. What's your view on that? Like, how much can you achieve on your own, and how much must be done in collaboration with others in your value chain?
That's a very good question. Yeah, indeed. This is one of the challenges of Industry 4. We are, it's a high-tech thing. And we are in the equipment business, and we are not a Google, company. So we have to build the capabilities to sustain these developments and support our customers. And it cannot be done organically. This is not an option. So we do grow organically, bringing in capabilities in-house, but we also look for a strong partnership, with high-tech system integrator, for example, and also with startups and also prominent universities. So this is building around us, the capabilities we need to develop our products and roll them out in scale. And thus we are building this ecosystem, which is a big change from what was done earlier in the company. The R&D was a bit more internally focused and more as an ecosystem. Right now we are definitely moving to this ecosystem, and this is how we answer to that challenge.
All right, thanks, Olivier. What about Epiroc? Is that also an approach that you're having to work with, not just within your own operations, but with partners and value chain?
No, I think that's absolutely critical for us to work with partners, both when it comes to, let's say, customer solutions. We don't have, let's say, the complete package to supply a kind of long-term sustainable solution. We have our, let's say, capabilities and where we are investing in and so forth, but we need partners also to support us in that development. And as I said, we have electrification, automation, digitalization as the core focus areas in our company. And of course, we need to collaborate with different partners to uplift, let's say, our offering then to our customers. And referring back a little bit to the sustainability discussion previously, I think we have in a couple of important initiatives when it comes to sustainability. For example, solar panel projects in India that we have been investing in right now. Also when it comes to use heating in our own operations, in our own manufacturing from our machines and so forth. So there are plenty of things that you can do from a sustainability perspective in your facility. The most important thing is that you do something and you start that journey. And there is a lot of things that you can do already now from you don't need to start from a complete platform perspective. You can always start small and accelerate.
Right. With the opportunities of technologies and softwares that are out there already.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Does that resonate with Combitech as well? How you guys are working to collaborate with others?
Very much so. As a partner, it's kind of our task to make sure that you have the right people around the table to take the decisions. We bring processes and methods and knowledge and experience and trying to cross-function or cross-use the functionality or experience that we have from example, the defense business to really tricky environment in the mining industry. You might look at these two segments and say, what do they have in common? A lot, I would say, and especially now when we're talking digital transformation. How can we reuse the knowledge? How can we reuse the experience that we have? And then we all are really interested in having this as a secure area. The cybersecurity, making sure that the information isn't getting in hands of people that are not trustworthy, that shouldn't have it, in order for us to run our individual business with our partners. So a partnership is really important to us as well, for sure.
Right. Turning to you, Philip. PTC, I would guess you have a suite of nice new solutions, brand new cutting-edge technology to really revolutionize Industry 4.0 and how manufacturing is done, as do other providers as well. Yeah. Why is it not progressing quicker? Why are not these tools and solutions being used more rapidly? Why is the take-up not going as fast as we would be hoping?
I think, yes, it's an advanced portfolio, but it also spreads across many functions within a company. Back in the days, our solution portfolio was only kind of targeting the engineering and R&D function in a way. So the business decisions were a little bit like functional, but today it's much more cross-functional. And in order to get a company aligned on a change or on a transformation, to get the full value of a complete suite of solutions, you really need to anchor the decisions pretty high up in the organization at the level where you have a complete overlook. Because if you not anchor it up there, the decisions tend to be functional again. So you can drive a lot of efficiency out of the engineering department, but from a Industry 4.0 perspective, it might be very much sum-optimized. You don't really generate the bigger business value for the business unless you target the end-to-end process. And that is complicated. It's complicated for us, being a partner to our customers, but we also see that the customers are struggling to get this kind of anchoring, to get senior business leaders involved in digitalization. For many of those, digitalization is also a little bit difficult to grasp. What is it? Is it a term? How can that help me make my business more efficient? How can I turn kind of technology into something that adds value to my business? So this is complicated for everybody, I think.
Right, and as we heard just previously, it's not just about aligning internally between functions, but maybe also with your partners and your peers and your value chain to make sure you're in sync over there. Olivier, you mentioned when we spoke a couple of days ago that you have actually been trying to break down silos between functions in the companies to work more together and not just work within the operations silo and the engineering silo. Could you share a bit more about that?
Yeah, I think it's a red thread, between engineering and operations, and And we are designing solutions, which are, let's say, Industry 4 is serving both the design of our machines and their operations. I mentioned, waste reductions. We also develop solutions for the asset monitoring so that we can maintain the assets up and running. And we develop for that digital twins of these assets. And those digital twins are model representations of the asset. And they are fed with data from the field so that we can predict what's going to happen with that equipment. And this type of information flow and this type of simulation is used both by the engineering department and again by the operation and by our customers. So it is really that digital thread, which another buzzword that we hear, but which is reality. Something continues from the engineering of equipment down to the utilization on site and the optimization with services improvement. That's the way we are breaking up those silos, I think, between parts of the company and our customers.
Super interesting. Chandrasekhar, what about from your perspective? I gather you're working across many continents and many different regions globally. Are you noticing different patterns in how companies are managing to align their priorities and also internally between functions? Any tendencies there vis-a-vis the Nordics, perhaps specifically, and India?
I'm actually happy to say that a lot of Nordic companies operating in India, we work very closely with them, like the Alpha Levels, the SKFs, and others. So what we see is more than the divide across geographies, it's really the product companies versus the supply chain. That's where we believe there's more contrast that can be seen. While the product companies across the globe tend to have a fairly harmonized approach, the differences in their next tiers is where we see regional disparities as well. So, however, the bottom line that undercuts all of that is each one of these companies, specifically from an engineering shop floor perspective, want to bring in more predictability of production, more predictability of, let's say, cycle times, and reduce downtimes. And that seems to be the thread that ties all of them together. And that's what we have been trying to look at, which is the thread with which we can take a tier 1, 2, or 3 and spread it across geographies and increase their ability to sustain a level of efficiency that's independent of either the geography or the people specifically involved.
All right. So Peter, does that resonate with you? I'm thinking about the challenges to really drive this transformation in the organization.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. No, I think it's perfectly, let's say, corresponding to our ambitions. So, and I was also thinking a little bit about this kind of setup and the digital thread that we have, of course, a global footprint, and for us it's very important then to be able, we saw that now also during the pandemic here, that we need to be able then to supply from our different manufacturing units. So that kind of if you call it a regionalization supply, if you like, is also critical for us to be able then to serve our customers. So I think the digitalization for us is really, really important, both when it comes then to the platforms and also to the supply model, that we are flexible with that.
All right. Mm-hmm. Interesting as well, you're mentioning that there's been a slight shift in strategy post the pandemic.
Absolutely. No, I think it has been, let's say, previously a little bit the trend that you have been centralizing your manufacturing to be able then to get the scale of economics and that. But since pandemic, and maybe also a little bit before pandemic, we saw at least that we need to be able to serve our customers in a service and lead time is of course important for us to be able then to be a competitive equipment supplier, OEM supplier. But the pandemic also brought that a little bit higher on the agenda, if you like. So I think we have managed very well actually to manage that by really utilizing our global footprint. We have very, very skilled people around the world that has done a tremendous job now during this period here. Getting the supply together and yeah, so it's been a challenge. But as you say, there's been a little bit of shift in between the kind of more centralized versus then the localization of the manufacturing. Absolutely. So the digitalization is, of course, an enabler for doing that a little bit more efficient.
Right.
Sure.
So Philip, at PTC, you're also working in different regions. Are you seeing this post-pandemic changes as well? Regionalization, more regional manufacturing, or does that differ maybe in different industrial verticals?
No, I think what Peter's saying, we see that there's a tendency that they want to move production and the supply chain a bit closer, at least have a plan B or something to hold on to when next pandemic is around the corner. That's what we see, but we don't really see major trends, major moves right now, but that might come.
All right, so more adaptations to make your supply chains a bit more robust, perhaps?
Yeah, but also we clearly see that the pandemic has resulted in something positive, that people are getting more used to actually collaborate across different geographies. And I think that's a positive thing, that you can actually design and develop products and manufacture products, even though you not meet every day. So I think there will be a new normal. That is a combination of the past and the future. And I think if you manage that, you're in a good position.
Right, Jessica, is there any specific technologies that you're looking at and thinking about in Industry 4.0?
Yeah, a lot of technologies, but I would actually like to enter it in from another angle, because I think most of us are engineers. We like new techniques. We're digging into that. We're finding it so fascinating. We're trying new things. But in the end, I think it's really important to not lose track of the people perspective. So I would like to bring that in, because it's about building trust for all this automation, all about this digital transformation, all these new techniques and way of workings. But in the end, it's us, human beings, people within the organization, no matter if it is blue collars on the floor that is running the production line, or if it's the senior management who's taking the strategic decision. It all comes down that we need to have a trust and understand where we're heading. And so I would like to emphasize the people in this process, not just the technique, even if I love the technical perspective of it, but don't forget the people perspective.
Indeed, yeah. So Epiroc, are you also working with the people aspect?
Absolutely.
In this
Just also to add the diversity, I think that has also been a great benefit with having a global company and having a diverse teams. So I think that has been a very, very important, let's say, ingredients then of being able to actually solve these issues. So yeah, diversity is a fundamental thing for us when it comes to innovation and designing the future company. So that's really, really important to use the different skill sets and the different cultures and so forth. For us, it's really, really important.
Olivier, at Tetra Pak, you're both having your own operations, but you're also developing solutions for others to run in their operations, obviously. People must be central in this strategy as well, to retain the right talent, to train your in-house talent, as well as with the customers. Is that something that you are working with as well?
Yeah, of course. Retaining people is key for our company, and especially on these high-tech segments, which are very attractive to people. One of the things that Tetra Pak does very well is care about people, and that I think contributes to keeping them with us. And another specific point is on getting young talents from out of universities. We have for that a specific program, which is called Future Talent, and where we bring in people for a cycle of 2 years. During those 2 years, they will rotate like every 3 months in different parts of the company to be able to learn, the full value chain in Tetra Pak. And we do that only, for so many engineers every year, but it does bring a way to create a network and assemble people together so that they're going to want to continue working for the company for a long time and grow in the company. That's a very effective way of doing this.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Chandrasekhar, what do you think is essential for companies that want to be in the cutting edge to really have the right people when trying to implement their digital transformation in Industry 4.0?
I would talk about firstly, a culture of change. And the second is the competency building that needs to happen at multi-levels, not just with the people that, quote unquote, operate the systems, but also the consumers of that insight, right all the way to the CXO level. And the third is a methodology that needs to sustain through whether it is different teams, whether it is different generations of, so let's say typically the family-owned businesses, or the different processes that a company uses in order to effect change to happen. So these three, I would say, are the pillars of ensuring that Industry 4 and its adoption towards business goals can happen.
All right. On the sustainability area, Chandrasekhar, is there any trends you're seeing that? Is that picking up on your side of things as well?
What we're seeing is that most major companies today are doing two things. One is Industry 4 or digitalization is actually becoming front and center in terms of their key result areas that they're monitoring right from the CXO level all the way down to the individual, maybe the factory floor level. That's number one. The second is most of the large companies are asking their value chain to also replicate the same model. And the third is, especially in India, CII, I'm part of the CII Smart Manufacturing Council, which is doing a lot of policy research, advocacy, and we've gotten the federal government to seed centers of excellence funded by a fairly substantial grant. And these centers of excellence are typically at top academic and government institutions, which are trying to propagate Industry 4 in a fairly methodical way, supplanted by things like assessments and training and whatever the ecosystem needs. So this is what is happening in India, the way we see it. And also, the same model is starting to replicate in several other countries as well.
All right, interesting. It's very promising development, I must say. I think it's looking really, really positive for the future. And actually, on that topic, Philip, as a final question here, what do you think is something that you're hoping to see develop in the Industry 4.0 area over the coming few years?
Hoping or expecting or what's realistic, but I'm coming back to what I said. I think more and more companies they're getting matured. They understand that as soon as we can get the data in the hands of decision makers, that will drive a complete new way of doing business. And more companies are getting there. So I think if somebody here earlier said Industry 4.0 has not really materialized in the pace that we expected. I think we're not maybe in the beginning, but we are still in the early phases. So if you look from now and the next 5 years, you will see a lot of things happening. Companies are getting matured.
Yeah.
People are getting matured. They're preparing themselves, and it's going to be interesting years ahead.
Sounds very promising.
I hope so.
Jessica, anything in particular you're thinking about or looking forward to for the next couple of years?
That the next generation is proud of what we contributed to. I mean, we have a huge challenge that we are in the middle of, but we need to leave a workplace after us that is really interesting and that people want to join us and help pushing forward. So that's what I see when I look ahead, that we can leave when we're not in the companies, that the companies are stronger than when we started.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so sustainable in every aspect,
Absolutely,
many aspects.
because they won't join us if we aren't sustainable and if we don't have a bright future. So.
Indeed. Peter, anything you're...
No, I will just echo what Jessica said. I think that's the most important thing, that we take care of our people that we have in the company, and of course making sure that we are taking those bold decisions that needs to be taken. But also that we share the knowledge in a way that we collaborate with the other partners. We need to, let's say, we have been used to many years and many decades to work with incremental change. But I think we need to be able then to be bold enough to also take larger steps, by collaborating with others and making sure that our people is also safe and secure, and that we are investing enough in competence development and so forth.
Right. So
absolutely.
the change will not come by itself. We're going to need to have some hard work to really
absolutely, yes, absolutely.
Mm. Olivier, any final thoughts from you? Looking forward to for the next couple of years.
Yeah, a bit echoing what was said before. Human has to be better treated when it comes to manufacturing. So trying to avoid repetitive tasks and nights shift and this type of thing. The vision is to go towards what we call light out factory, autonomous plants, basically, not having to intervene to get the thing to produce, and following those trends that are set by like the car industry or semiconductor. So I think to do that, we need to bring more intelligence to the machine so that it can make some decisions which are made today by shop floor operators. And that's something we are working on. We need to get those insights from data, and not just on looking at the components' health to avoid a breakdown, but more the functionality of the process and detect some abnormal behavior so that we can feed that back to the control system. This is what we are working on. Of course, it's not in the next 2 years. I think it's a bit further ahead, but that is driving us in that direction.
All right, thanks, Olivier. Chandrasekhar, anything in particular you're thinking about for the next couple of years?
What we see is us having the ability, both in terms of technology and reach, to create large-scale impact across the entire value chain. And especially, like you mentioned at the start, brownfield is an area where it's hard to do, but it's got to be done. And we've put a lot of effort into that as well. While the greenfield will happen and it's easier to happen, we are in the process of ensuring that we're able to propagate large scale into the brownfield projects as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's been some really insightful comments and remarks here from all panelists. Thank you very much for a great discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johan, and all the panelists. Thank you so much for your time. I want to especially thank L&T Technology Services and Saab and Combian for helping us put this session together. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd now like to invite the expert panelists. We have Håkan Kingstedt, the Chairman of Sweden India Business Council, Shankar Subramaniam, Director, Digital Advisory Europe, Digital Manufacturing Services, Industry 4.0, IoT, L&T Technology Services, and Verena Adamheit from Senior Business Developer from Swedish Energy Agency, for your quick reflections.
Thank you very much, Sanju. First of all, I could start with, it took 10 years to develop 5G. I'm not surprised. It takes a long time to develop things, We have a certain reflection on that it will go fast, but it normally takes time. Second reflection is the 4.0 industry development is driving digitalization. Could we add fossil-free to that framework? Because we are standing in to move now to step into total new change. And fossil-free need to be addressed. That's my second reflection. I have seen so many digital factory models over the years. Now it's starting to boil down to be something really, which is very promising. I'm really interested to see what is happening in here. Thirdly, it's about people. We need to have attractive production lines. That means we need to have harmonize the working lines and think about that. I remember for some time ago we talked about minds to machine. Now we talk about artificial intelligence, but still we haven't done mind to machines, an attractive working place. I think I'll start with that and then leave it over to you.
Yes, I think you've said it almost all. From having no digitalization to can't think of anything else than digitalization that is all around. So that's very fascinating, I guess. And I personally am very happy that we spoke about competence and people that I mentioned already earlier. So I think we have a new red thread. Not so much walk the talk any longer, but still value chain, supply chain, and now the digital thread. So I think we'll hear more about this. And from our perspective, another comment, you were into fossil-free, and I want to stress the energy aspect, because we spoke about that digitalization is an enabler of energy efficiency and resource efficiency. And on the other hand, we heard about electrification, which requires more electricity. So there's a connection to energy with the whole area of digitalization, I think.
Sure. I think if I put it in a nutshell in terms of the takeaway, what I saw from the panelists, what they were talking about, the key thing is definitely, I heard people talking in terms of the engineering and the manufacturing world, not really, intersecting. And digitalization is something which brought in that intersection. And it helps in terms of, creating that closed loop feedback. Now, to run this Industry 4, people started having a fear initially that, there could be the workers, going away. But it is not so. People are the pilots to run this, Industry 4. So it is all about, unlearning and, doing a, skillful reskilling in a perspective. That's very important. And that we heard it from, Jessica and others as well. So that's where in the Operator 4.0 comes into play. And the other part is, at least everybody is realizing that the digital thread, right from the design till the aftermarket, where they are able to look at the product being intelligent and the manufacturing becoming intelligent in terms of the production lines. And that's something, designed to aftermarket. And also from a shop floor to the top floor, that is something, getting realized more and more as we see. Of course, the initial adoption was a little slower, but then I think, as Peter mentioned earlier, the pandemic has really, helped in terms of, fast-tracking these. And that has really helped. That's what, I would put it across. And more and more we are seeing, we being a service provider from an engineering, background, I think we are seeing a lot of companies, especially in the manufacturing area, getting into these, and, we are helping in that area.
Good. What do you think about the global value chain and transport chains now after the pandemic situation? It should be easier to move production from one factory to another, but it isn't. Because we may have the same machine set, but we have different people and we have different skill set. To be flexible in next pandemic, that will happen, of course. We need to move production faster from one country to another. What's your take on that?
Yeah, that's where, we saw a lot of actions in terms of the line transfer and plant transfer, and, going local in terms of the supply chain itself. And the way we are looking at this is in terms of repurposing those lines for some of the customers in terms of so that they are able to see the future of tomorrow, and help them in terms of getting that baseline ready so that they are not able to they are able to sustain in terms of the next pandemic if at all it if it is there. So that's something we are.
Verena, any take on that?
No, I think we're fine.
Okay. Then I think we close the panel, and over to you, Sanju.
Okay. Thank you so much once again for your expert commentary. Really appreciate it. We will now move to our next session. It's all about AI innovations in India, bold new frontiers. And to bring this topic, I would like to invite Kai Andersson. He's the Chief Experience Officer at Canusi and Head of Major Impact Initiatives at AI Sweden.
Thank you very much.
Warm welcome. And Umakant Soni, who's the co-founder and CEO for ArtPark, which is an AI and robotics technology park, also one of our partners for India-Sweden Innovation Day. Thank you, Umakant, for your great support, and fantastic to have you on board here. Over to you, Kai.
Excellent. I think it's fantastic. Of course, I would have loved to be in person there, but I think this is COVID, and this is the new reality, as they say.
Okay.
So as per the theme of the session, this is true digitization in some sense.
Well, I guess this is the most in person we've seen each other for almost 2 years. We met here almost 2 years ago. I mean, how are you, first of all? You good?
Yeah, fantastic. I think, we hope that the wave 3 doesn't arrive in India, but I think, touch wood, we're doing well.
Thank you. You're the co-founder and CEO of ArtPark, who focuses on AI and robotics, which, I mean, we at AI Sweden, the Swedish National AI Center, we've focused a lot of our modeling on looking at you and been in dialogue with you and learning from you. Could you tell me a little bit more about what ArtPark is and how it's been set up to help facilitate new AI innovations in India?
Fantastic, and absolutely, you know, we've been actually learning from Sweden a lot. I visited Sweden, I've lived in Sweden for a while, so and of course I've seen the innovation ecosystem quite close. And so ArtPark is India's attempt to bring leapfrog AI and robotics innovations to life via the triple helix model, where we bring academia, industry, and government together. And so it's been set up with a seed grant of close to $32 million by Department of Science and Technology and Government of Karnataka, and it's promoted by one of the leading AI and robotics clusters at Indian Institute of Science and supported by AI Foundry, which is trying to support leapfrog innovations for the billion-plus users. So this is a unique initiative in India. Of course, in Sweden, people are a lot more familiar with the triple helix model, but it's new for India. There are three major areas that we are focusing on. We see that India, because it has got the billions, it can be the place for growing the innovation for the world in terms of what we call societal scale AI, right? The AI which is actually going to be really nationwide, billion-plus users wide. And we hope to do it through the leapfrog initiatives, through what we call as moonshots. We literally have to take those bold technology moonshots to actually help implement societal scale AI in India. The second one is we have a very robust ArtPark innovation program where we are supporting and nurturing AI and robotic startups. And to select those startups, we actually have a global investment committee, and I'm so glad to share with you that Robin Sukhia, President and Secretary General SIBC, is also part of the global IC. So it will actually help us to not only select interesting startups in India, but also globally and bring them together. The third big initiative that we are actually creating under ArtPark is what we call as Art Venture Fund. It's a $100 million venture fund designed to support disruptive AI and robotics companies. And taken three of these together, we hope that it will actually truly allow India to create innovations which will not only work in India, but actually globally as well.
Well, thanks. I mean, I'm happy you mentioned the triple helix. Obviously, as a Swede, we're familiar with what we call the Swedish model, and we believe that that's the way forward to work together, industry and society, for those moonshot goals. And I mean, $100 million, that's a lot. Maybe we need to take a step back. So we've been talking now today about innovation and industry and automation, but what's the opportunity with AI if you take a step back? Why is this so significant? Why should we even care about AI?
Absolutely, and I think it's a very pertinent question that you're asking, that why should we even care? There are three major things that I'm seeing. One is that we already have image and speech parity, apart from success in the strategy games like, Go. Anybody who's watched this fascinating the documentary about AlphaGo, there is stuff in there which is interesting, and also in some way it's also a bit of a challenge as well as a human being to see that there is AI is able to achieve success in strategy games, but that is definitely progress for sure. The second big interesting rise that what you're seeing is what we call as the one-shot learning, what GPT-3 and Video 2.0 demonstrated, which is about the transformer approach. And I think probably it actually is, signals the beginning of a new wave of AI in which you could actually take the learning in one domain and apply it to other domains as well. And of course, it is right now, just the beginning, and we have a long way to go. But the disruptive potential is actually quite unique. Right now, it is probably starting with NLP, natural language processing. But I believe that approaches like this, or maybe some different approaches, could actually allow us to have cross-domain AI, and that could be truly revolutionary. The third thing, which is kind of interesting, and actually I want to share something on the screen. So I don't know whether I can, show my screen and show you this fundamental shift that I'm seeing, but I will try to see if I can.
Yeah, do give it a try. I'll tell you if it shows up.
So this is kind of interesting to see. On the left-hand side.
I don't think we're seeing your screen. Any tech person in the room? Okay, I don't think it's possible. Sorry. So you'll have to describe it. We're not there yet.
No worries. I think we're still evolving. But it's interesting to see, right? If you look at 1975, that was the peak of the industrial economy, where we actually had 1 billion places connected by train, rail, air. And so you could actually sell the excess production of one place to another place. And that was the industrial economy. And that gave rise to the multinationals. So 1975, the total assets were $715 billion. Out of that, the tangible was close to $600 billion. And the intangibles were 1/5 of that, close to $120 billion. If you cut across to 2005, where the knowledge economy started to bloom, you connected people by email, by social media, and you were able to bring more than 1 billion people there. The ratio of tangible to intangible completely flipped, so that intangible were close to $9.5 trillion, and the tangibles were around $2.5 trillion. So almost the tangibles were like 4 times of the intangibles were 4 times that of tangible. And when you see now, where we are actually heading into what we call as the AI-driven experience economy, where we're going to connect 5 billion people with 50 billion intelligent things in next 10 years or so, creating what we call as the experience economy. Just a case in point is example is Alexa, where that gives you an idea that what would have been probably in the past, maybe the king and the queen would have their personal butler or assistant, but now you can actually have the same virtual experience, something that can actually help you shop, can order songs, do other things. And this experience economy, we're going to have more than 90% of the value chain lying with what we call as the intangible intelligent experiences. And that is a remarkable shift. And what it means is that we're going to automate the tangible part of the economy, but the intangible is going to be much, much bigger. And while people talk about with AI economy, you're going to be loss of jobs, this experience economy will be driven by the human imagination, intelligence. And we're probably going to see, abundance of jobs. I mean, so much abundance that people will not do jobs. They will actually work. They will choose what they want to work on. And it's a fundamental shift. And that's a shift that I feel that, we need to actually focus on and bring insight as to what is it that we can, truly create. Because if I look at it, especially if you look at it from an India's perspective, next 15 years are very critical. We are hitting this, demographic potential. We will have the largest working population, and at the same time, there's this fascinating AI experience economy coming together, which is driven by this exponential growth of computing. So that's where it's kind of interesting and insightful, the way I see it, that it's going to be really interesting times in India, because if you look at it, we have the diversity in terms of data. So many 20+ languages, 5,000 years of heritage in terms of all kinds of data. We talk about food recipes, we talk about the language recipes, we talk about the different aspects of the culture. The culture is actually, it's accumulation of longitudinal data sets, the practices which have actually proved to be sustainable in nature. And it is kind of interesting, and I talk about it because we actually have been investigating the whole perspective of how do we prevent disease to happen. And we looked at the recipes, and we realized that the vegetarian recipes that India actually has, they've been derived over a whole bunch of experiences, and they're ecologically sustainable. They are sustainable from the health perspective, and they're also actually very interestingly sustainable from economic perspective as well. They are the cheapest to produce with the lowest amount of energy consumption in them. So it's kind of interesting to see that if you can actually take the data and you could actually code that into algorithms, it will not only result in something that will be useful for India, but actually something that you could actually take across globally as well.
Yeah. Can I ask you about something there? Because I think what you mentioned was really important in the beginning, that the comparison between tangible value and cognitive value output in our like the augmentation of human value output, and where AI can help grow that value. If you were to put your money invest your money in AI automating and making things that we really already do more efficient, or boosting cognitive power, where would you put your money?
I think I would say there are two phases to it. I think in the beginning of the curve, most of the solutions that we're going to actually see will focus on the tangible part, because the tangible part of the assets where you will try to share the assets, bring in intelligence that you could actually automate a part of that and create value, because those are the low-hanging fruits. But as AI gathers steam and it actually will start to go across the domains, the customer experience perspective, which will actually be the core of the experience economy, it will start to take the center stage. And if you were to ask me, frankly, I think I see that in 2025 to 2030, that's where the experience economy will start to come on its own, and you will see so many interesting, disruptive companies getting built. And I predict that we're going to actually see companies which could be really, really large. There could be we talk about unicorns today, but we probably would be talking with the same perspective, maybe companies which are $10 to $50 billion worth. And that's why it's really exciting time, because we probably are laying the foundation of this experience economy. And we actually did some interesting experiments recently, and that's where it's exciting to talk about the bold new frontiers. At the heart of this COVID wave in India, which was really, really challenging, we realized that we have 850 million people living in the rural areas, and they have only 1,000 radiologists to work with. And we realized that the whole healthcare system was actually providers, driven, in the sense that you have primary, secondary, and tertiary. That's how you classify even how do you get access to healthcare services. And we realized that we need to invert that. How do we actually take care of 850 million Indians, because they were going through this COVID wave, and they had a major problem, because if you can't assess the lung health accurately, you could die. We rolled out, it's a very interesting application called, X-ray CET, which worked on WhatsApp. So you take an image from WhatsApp and you share it across to the AI service of the X-ray that you've taken, and we will provide you with almost real-time access to what actually that X-ray means. And the insight was very interesting. More than 12,000 doctors and X-ray technicians used that, and they just blew us away. And that's what we realized, that if we actually shift this healthcare from a provider-centric approach to a patient-centric approach, which emphasizes on the experience, because you want to take care, as a patient, you want to take care of prevention, you want to take care of the early diagnosis experience, you want to take care of the care workflow experience, you want to take care of the follow through. So this is where we see the shift actually happening, and I personally believe that we're going to see really interesting companies coming up, which are going to dominate in that kind of flip.
I think that's a very, very good example of a tangible case where AI can really help, and where you can innovate and improve improve society and improve life for humans. But we see those kinds of ideas and implementations in startups with venture capital backing all the time, but they kind of bump into the hurdle of legacy and get shot down either on public side or on big corporate side. What's the model of Art Park and the collaboration and the triple helix that can kind of break through that barrier so we can take those innovations and get them out into society?
Absolutely. I think you're so right. The deep technology innovations have always found it very hard to get back because the cycles are actually pretty long. And that's where the innovation ecosystem that we're trying to develop with Art Park is actually very fascinating, because we see that the new breakthrough ideas are going to come from the global academia and the industry collaboration. And that's what we try to seed it with the research ecosystem, where we can actually give them funding and the grants to start with. Then as they develop, we can actually support them with what we call as the Art Park Innovation Program, where we take the validated research and convert them into product and companies, and then we can spin them out and back them with the venture funding, so that we actually take care of the technology risk. And there are tons of people who want to fund based on the financial risk part. But if we take care of the technology risk, then these deep tech companies that suddenly become very lucrative, because here's the thing, right? I mean, a company like Google took only $25 million in funding, and today let's look at it where it is. It's north of $1 trillion in market cap, and those are the kind of companies we see will come out of this ecosystem. And the interesting thing is that India, because you have data and then you have talent, we have 8% of the global AI talent working in India. And then most importantly, we have the desperation to solve these problems, like something like accessibility, maybe an overkill in Sweden, where you actually every 2 kilometers you probably have a hospital or access to healthcare ecosystem. But in India, 850 million people living in rural Indias, we need to think breakthrough ideas. And that's where we feel that India is going to be sort of like the cradle for some of these innovations to actually come out. A case in point is what we are trying to develop in terms of this avatar robotics, an avatar nurse. Now, it could be interesting because you have aging population in Europe, and migration is going to become more and more issues. It's going to be very difficult post-COVID. I feel it's going to be really, really difficult. So how do you take care of people? So what we see is that while robotics will develop, we talk about consciousness, but I still feel that it's a bit time away. We need to probably have a deep understanding of consciousness before we can build them in the machines. So what's actually going to work is these robots, which can be actually operated by human beings. And it could be a nurse sitting in India could actually take care of an elderly patient in Europe through this avatar robot nurse. And it could be a very interesting experience, because one, you have access to human touch, but through a robot. And at the same time, you actually have a very personal experience of actually interacting with a human being across time, scale, and culture. And you could actually have the AI technologies working. So maybe the Indian nurse might be speaking to it in its own language. Maybe it could be Malayalam, and it could be actually talking to maybe a person sitting in Sweden in Swedish. And that could be an interesting future. And I think that's an exciting way where we feel that Art Park can play a role, because we can definitely see that something like this would really benefit not only Europe, but it could be even India as well.
I think I like that. I like the concept of bridging market problems with the help of technology. Obviously, maybe the obvious connection is like Westworld, but I think the more humanistic connection is there's a need here and there's a solution here, and if we can connect them also across cultures. But if you put yourself in the shoes of a bunch of Swedes in a company, it can be a big company, a startup, or a research department. When should they look to Art Park in India?
Absolutely. Anytime they think that they actually have something to share, work with us. I mean, we talked about Atmanirbhar or self-reliance in India, and I think it's a term often misunderstood because it's a very collaborative term. We want to work with the global ecosystem. So if you have, a technology that you have tried out, you validated the research. If you're an industry, you feel that you have a large market to access in India, you could come and work with us. You come and work with us, even if you're a university. We are very receptive to global university collaborations. If you are even a large size industry who's probably want to take strategic bets in the areas like, I'll give you an example, like, if you have not visited Bangalore, that, probably a car that's designed by Tesla in Silicon Valley will probably get stuck in the Silkboard Junction in Bangalore because it's a very different kind of traffic that you're talking about here. But imagine if you can actually develop probably a car in India, or maybe, maybe that's not the way it's going to work in India. Probably we need to fly. Maybe we need to have, some kind of a drone robo-taxis, and that could be probably a lot more successful in India. And maybe India might be having the desperation to adopt such solution as well. So imagine if you're, Swedish, you're working on a cutting-edge research problem, just write to us. You can reach out to me, umakant@artpark.in. Very, very, very happy to encourage you to take advantage of this kind of ecosystem that we're building up. It's based on the triple helix model, something that I think the Swedish inherently understand it really well. So I think, and the most importantly, the reason I feel this, that India and Sweden, they both are democratic countries, and they have the same value system at the heart. And I think the future AI, there are three paths that I see. One is that we actually could have large monopolies and that they could actually have the data. But that's tricky because I don't know what kind of AI that will develop. Would that AI prioritize profit over everything? Quite possible. The other model is where you actually have semi-autonomous human beings in the hands of autonomous machines. And there's a part of the world that is actually trying to do that. And that's a very scary situation for a person like me. But I think that if you're thinking about the future of man-machine society as something where you will have autonomous, human beings along with autonomous machines, and they will, collaborate and cooperate. I think that's an exciting future that should be the path that India and Sweden can travel together, and that's why we're excited to actually try to build this, the Sweden-India innovation bridge. And that's why we feel that the whole Art Park ecosystem is not just about triple helix in India, but it's actually about triple helix globally, with a mandate to collaborate with global industry, global academia, as well as global governments.
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, thank you very much for saying the last thing. And you mentioned the values, the shared values, and shared democracy and belief in humanity. We're reaching the close of our time, so could you kind of just mention some examples of what you see, or what are the shared values we need to build into our collaborations? What's our version of Asimov's 3 robot laws?
Absolutely. I think we need to probably go back to some of those science fiction novels and exercise our imagination of what could actually happen. I think 3 things which are very clear. One, AI future has to be inclusive. I think if you're building these pockets of AI excellence, and while the vast majority probably suffers, I think that's a very tricky situation. It could actually lead to very explosive transition. So it has to be inclusive. Second is equitable. I think we have to treat whether you're made up of carbon or silicon, you should be treated with same amount of respect. And I think that we would have to probably bake that in ourselves. The third is, and I think it's going to be really, really interesting and exciting, is the perspective that it has to be built with global collaboration, and I think no country can do it alone. And I think the AI future needs to be built by all of us coming together.
Thank you very much, Umakant. Very good. Thank you for a good talk, and I wish you a good rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kai. It's fantastic to have a chat with you, and hope that we meet soon in a physical way as well.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Thank you so much, Umakant. Thank you, Kai, for
Thank you very much.
This great Q&A. And for us, giving us also a little insight into the future. And I think this take on being inclusive is really a key for sustainability and for the planet. Everything connected with nature positive movements is fantastic. So, talking about what is possible and what is not, one thing we know that pioneered the possible is obviously one way forward for us. This is a very interesting program from Sweden. I think we have just a slide here, basically bringing together the best of Sweden and in India to co-create the future. To kick this off, we're going to have first, the session is called Making It Happen with Sweden-India Tech Ecosystem. Before we get into the next part, I would love to have Niramai, Geeta Manjunath, the CEO and co-founder of Niramai. Are you here, Geeta?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Geeta. How are you? Good.
Good, thank you.
Okay, great. And you're in Bangalore?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to travel to Sweden due to some...
I thought you'll be here, but great. Anyway, you're there, but that'll happen soon, I hope. So, Geeta, I have 3 questions. We have 2 minutes. Here it is. What does Niramai solve? What are your USPs? Where are you today? You have 60 seconds on this. Thank you.
Sure. So I have a slide. If somebody has, you can put it up. So what Niramai brings is a new method of detecting breast cancer using artificial intelligence. Breast cancer is the largest cancer killer with 680,000 women dying and almost 30% of them being younger than 50 years. How do we enable early detection to this crowd and save many, many lives using technology? That's the problem we wanted to solve. And we picked a new or a renewed imaging called thermal imaging and added artificial intelligence algorithms to it, patented algorithms which can now detect lesions as small as 5 millimeters to 4 millimeters, make it possible in a non-contact, non-invasive way, no radiation-based screening, and it works for women of all age groups, all demographies. It is equitable, it is universal, and it is portable, can be done inside the hospital or outside. What is new is that recently we got CE marked, and so we are ready to be piloted and tried in Sweden. We look forward to collaborations here, and we have so far done 40,000 screenings in India, and we are commercial. We would love to collaborate with all of you to make this happen in Sweden as well.
Okay, I don't know if we have a lot of time left, but I have 2 very quick questions. Of course, you've explained the societal impact for this, for your thing. How and it comes to feasibility, and it's great to see your progress. And as an organization, where are you today? You have 30 seconds to help me with the answer.
Right. So we are very happy to let you know that we have now scaled to 15 cities in India. And we've just started conversations in Sweden as well. Just this morning, I had a beautiful conversation with Karolinska. So we look forward to collaborating with Sweden to make this happen in Europe. Sorry, again.
Yeah. Thank you, Geeta. Please give Niramai a big round of applause. We'd love to hear from startups like you, and it's great that you've connected with Sweden in so many different ways. And we're looking forward to seeing you here next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Right. Now I would like to invite Cecilia Olne. She's a Senior Vice President for Sweden-India Business Council. Cecilia is also an entrepreneur and an investor, so it makes her all the more interesting to be the moderator now for this session. You will have a fireside chat with Anna Gisler, the CEO of Invest Stockholm, about Stockholm as Impact Capital, and with Startup India. So, warm welcome, Cecilia.
Thank you so much, Sunny. So good to be back on stage here at the India-Sweden Innovation Day. And thank you for the introduction. Anna, yes, so lovely to have you here as well. Thank you. We're going to have a session. We're going to talk not only with Anna Gisler, but also we're going to have someone joining us from India, Sanju, if I'm not mistaken myself.
Yeah.
Good evening, India. And this is Sahil. Sahil is joining us from Delhi, I believe.
Yes,
and
Salil Seth.
Very nice. You are representing, of course, the government of India, and you will be talking a little bit more about what you do to support the startup ecosystem in India. Before I speak to the two of you, I say a few things more about myself. I do stand here on stage in Stockholm today, but I live in India since 2007. So this session is very, very interesting for me because I sometimes get a bit torn about whether I should spend my time in India or should I spend my time in Sweden. And I often come to the conclusion that I should spend my time in both places. And one of the reasons, of course, is because Stockholm happens to be a favorite city to be in, and India happens to be where I have been spending my last 14 years and become very close to everything around it. But now we're going to talk about why it is that Stockholm is very much the place to be. And on that note, I would like to leave the word to Anna. I spend more and more time in Stockholm, and I truly believe that it has a reason when it comes to what Invest Stockholm is doing also to make it, so to speak, the impact capital. Could you tell us a little bit more about this?
Absolutely. Actually, Stockholm made the biggest impact on me as a city like 20 years ago when I moved to Stockholm and I fell in love. And I've been in love with Stockholm since that. And I think Stockholm is a combination of, we are all like early adopters within techniques. We have a heritage of old technique companies, which nowadays had ended up in startups and a lot of software and hardware innovations. And also the way we live and also the way we are really entrepreneurial souls in most of us actually, even through from daycare through school and into university. So I think that a combination of the culture heritage and the business heritage here together with the sustainable issues that we have always been in forefront of is the ground to be an impact capital actually. And that has, together with examples as co-working spaces and incubators and hubs like Norrsken, who is hosting, I think it's over 300 entrepreneurs within impact, where every company or every entrepreneur has except the ordinary thing in the company and the startups, it also connect to one of UN's sustainable goals. And I think that is pretty much the ground in why Stockholm and Sweden is seen as an impact capital and maybe an impact country also actually. So a lot about connecting to the sustainability and being in the forefront of what you see within the impact. And already today, Stockholm attracts 10% of the VC capital to Swedish impact startups. So even though we're not maybe in the top, we are getting there in different things. And within investments, foundings, of course, but also a lot of startups and entrepreneurs connecting in this area and develop within this area.
And I can, of course, see that more and more happening, and I see it, of course, happening from the Swedish startup point of view. But one thing that is also an example of that, also the world is looking at Sweden, and of course we were instrumental in that because we had, with Invest Stockholm, we had a delegation from India to Sweden in 2019 during Stockholm Tech Week, and we had 20 entrepreneurs, we had 5 investors and 5 influencers. Some of them who you're going to be hearing here on stage in a couple of minutes. But we also have Gita, who was just pitching from Niramai. And she came on this delegation to explore Stockholm for the first time. And she was actually supposed to be standing on stage here herself and not be online today because she's coming back to Stockholm to work more in Stockholm with her breast cancer solution. And she also has Anna Kinberg Batra as an advisor. So we see how now really people are coming. It's not only like talk it's happening. Companies are coming, even from India, to set up business in Stockholm. And of course, Invest Stockholm has played a very important role in that. And on that note, I also felt that it's worth mentioning that Stockholm is a women's place.
Yeah,
so you
that's
see,
right.
like, these women come from Bangalore to Stockholm.
Yeah, that's right.
Could you say something more about this?
Absolutely. We realized a couple of years ago that we haven't communicated that Stockholm is a women's place, and Sweden, of course, as a country also is. And it's not that only women are welcome in Stockholm. Everyone is welcome, of course. Stockholm's DNA is open, visionary, and trustworthy. And the openness has been in our historical nerves since way back, within business and within culture, of course. But what happened was that we realized that talents moving here, and the biggest talent group in Stockholm from outside Europe is the Indian tech talents. So that's a really crucial group. They realized that and told us that Stockholm is a great place for women to be and to fulfill their dreams in both the family life but also business life. Because a woman is supposed to be wherever she wants to be, and that is possible in Stockholm. That is possible with the best or the most developed maternity or parental leave system in the world, actually, with 480 paid parental days, and where one of the part, mostly the man, but the part who isn't the mother in the case has at least 2 months that person need to take out in parental leave also. So it's one of the best systems in the world, I actually would like to say, and that make it possible for both women and men to make career in different ways, both in family lives but also in business lives.
Excellent. Thank you so much for these words. And if you haven't heard enough about Stockholm, we'll tell more about that later. But I think now it's time also for India to say a few words about what it is that you do to support the startup ecosystem, to support the ecosystem in general. Tell us a little bit more about that. Why do you believe India is the place to be, and what is it that you do to keep companies and people in India? I mean, I'm one of them, of course, that have stayed back for so many reasons that Startup India has been engaged in.
Thank you for that question. So first of all, I would just like to start by apologizing that Shruti ma'am couldn't be here, and so we are here and filling up and representing Startup India. At the same time, I would like to thank you and your audience for inviting us and giving us a chance to explain why they should come for India. So just to give a brief background about Startup India. Startup India was launched on January 16, 2016 by an Honorable Prime Minister to build a strong ecosystem for nurturing innovation and startups in the country. That was supposed to drive sustainable economic growth, generate large-scale opportunities, employment opportunities, and so on and so forth. Startup India has worked extensively on supporting the Indian ecosystem through regulatory reforms, procurement opportunities with government department, partnerships with corporates, and with international partners, such as you were just mentioning that we take we take our contingents and we take our delegations to international ecosystems and make the interaction happen. Similarly, as a country, we have worked towards strengthening our startup ecosystem at both at the central level and at the state level. Since some of you might be aware that India is a federal structure, some laws are with the central government, some with the state government. But how we do a focused development is some of the key pillars of this journey have been, first, we provide institutional support to startups. We have created a mechanism to provide availability, have a startup policy, have a nodal department, have mentorship available for startups, do partnerships with result in creating a lot of value for startups. Second is increasing ease of doing business for startups and simplifying regulations. So whenever a startup has some law or something which is hindering their growth, they come to us, we help them write the white paper, make the representation on behalf of them to the concerned ministry or the department, and then ease the way out for them. Third, as I was just mentioning, easing public procurement. We have also taken initiatives to host a host of initiatives in relaxing public procurement guidelines for startups. Fourth, and which is something very interesting, back when we started in 2016, right in January, there was only 100 odd incubators in the country. But we are happy to share that now we have more than 700 plus incubators throughout India. And the aim is to have an incubator in every district of India across next 5 years. So, we provide wide-scale incubation support for all the companies which are just growing. Then after incubation, when the company has taken off, we have launched our seed fund scheme, where there's a total outlay of $125 million, which is available for a startup. Already some 70 odd startups have received them. And finally, we also have venture funding support available for our startups, where we have made a commitment of over more than $700 million to more than 70 AIFs. And the total corpus that has been put in is $4.55 billion. So right from incubation to funding, to giving them mentorship, creating partnership with corporates and international stakeholders to allow them more opportunities, I would say it has been an overall wholesome development of the ecosystem.
That's fantastic. Very impressive numbers, I must say. I believe, though, it's very important also for your startups and the companies in India as they've grown and flourished to bridge themselves and to make themselves an international brand. Well, for many of them are, of course, 1.4 billion. It could be enough to do in India. But if they want to go outside of India and if they want to go internationally, do you see opportunities for collaborations with, Europe, potentially, using Sweden as a bridge to Europe?
Yes, absolutely. So one of our key objectives is also to help connect Indian startup ecosystem with the global startup ecosystem through various engagement models. One of the fine examples would be what we have done is we have launched international bridges with 11 countries. They are like kind of a soft landing platform for startups where from partner nations, we provide soft landing platform to the startups from that company coming to India, that country coming to India, or Indian startups going there. That's what we expect from the partner. And one of these bridges we have with Sweden as well, called Sweden-India Startup Sambandh Hub, to strengthen and foster the connection between the Indian and Swedish startup ecosystem. So yes, there's a lot of possibility of cross collaboration. And yes, easier said than done, but our startups should actually be the manufacturing or can actually manufacture or innovate for the world as well. Because a lot of our innovations are very frugal in nature, which we believe that entire world can take benefit from.
Absolutely. And I think, this whole session is about pioneering the possible and something that we created to bridge both Startup India and, of course, Invest Stockholm is the Sweden-India tech community, which you're both a part of. And I know that you already collaborate, but I at least wanted to, pose the question to you. Looking forward to further collaborations between the two countries and playing an important role in that. And on that note, Anna, anything in particular that you would like to say in regards to why India is important for Invest Stockholm as a closing line?
But it's crucial, actually, because all the talents, or most of the talents from outside Europe is from India. So, and I think it's around maybe up to every fifth person who works in Stockholm is actually connected to tech work. So for Stockholm, it's crucial. So that's the easiest answer.
Super. Well, thank you very much, everyone. And thank you so much for joining from India. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon again. Happy Diwali. And thank you so much, Anna, as always.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Startup India. Great to have you, collaborate with you, and to the Stockholm, to Invest Stockholm for partnering with us and collaborating to make Stockholm a much more attractive destination for Indian talent. And I think that's a great synergy that we want to absolutely explore further. So before we get into your panel, which is, of course, a very, very exciting panel, we have a short film from Pioneer the Possible that we have to show.
Okay,
and
then
we would love to... It does take 2 minutes, so please, we'll just get the film. Yeah. In the meantime, you can get your panel ready.
We used to say that we often need two for a tango, but it's not enough. We need a square dance.
The transition of our industry will be dependent a lot on innovation, and innovation together with others.
Building new industry requires a collaboration between politicians, society, industry, and people who want to develop a better world.
I think the most unique thing is that we have industries, sectors that have produced their own roadmaps voluntary, and they have changed the mindset so they see the possibilities of being fossil-free. They say that if we are fossil-free, we increase the competitiveness. And that's the crucial thing.
This is the greatest change in the iron and steel industry in over 1,000 years.
In the transformation, we can see a paradox. It's extremely costly for the industry to transform to fossil-free steel and climate-neutral cement and all that. But for the consumer, it's not a big difference. The difference is so small that you barely see in the price.
An important area is raw material. And that's why we're joining forces with other industry leaders to push forward breakthrough technologies for large-scale recycling of textiles.
We've done it before. We've changed the society all the time.
We have a history of cutting-edge technology development. We also have very strong political support for the development. And then, of course, we have the access to the fossil-free electricity that we need for this process.
The transformation will go much faster than we believed just now. Electric cars or mobile phones and so on, it will go much faster than you thought it was possible.
5 years from now, we will be ready to implement in large industrial scale a unique technology that will reduce CO2 emissions to almost zero. So I think we have great opportunities.
Welcome back, Cecilia.
Oh, thank you, Sanju. So good to be back.
Great. Great to have you on board. And now I leave it over to you for listening into this amazing high-energy panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanju. Lovely. So, here we are. Quite a few of us. This is so nice to see you all amazing people on the stage together with me. And why is it that? Well, that's because everyone here on stage now are a part of Sweden-India tech community. And for you who didn't hear the previous sessions, I'll say a few words about me, about Sweden-India Business Council before we move on to this, yes, very high energetic session. So, my name is Cecilia, and I live in India since 2007. Well, I've been spending more time in Sweden now over the last year, for obvious reasons. But I moved to India to spark the Indian wine industry. So on this note, we're talking about pioneering the possible. A lot of people said at that time, India, wine industry, is it even possible? And I said, well, watch me. So we are here, all of us, having the kind of the same, I think, mentality. Since about 2 years back, I'm working also with Sweden-India Business Council, which is one of the most active country-to-country networks. We bridge Sweden and India. We're a team of 4. Arti, sitting front row. Then there's Robin, and there is Nisha, who is in India. We also have advisors. We have a great board. Anna Gisler was just on stage. She's actually on our board. Kari, who's here, calling in on our board, etc., etc. Sweden India Business Council is a network of about 140 members, and we also work with India-Sweden Business Leaders Roundtable with 40 CEOs from Sweden and 20 from India. On the Indian side, we have Baba Kalyani from Bharat Forge being the co-chair. On the Swedish side, we have Marcus Wallenberg. To be able to kind of connect these large corporates with the members, with the startup ecosystem, we created something called Sweden-India Tech Community. And I wanted to talk more about this today. What is a community? Well, it's when you create something where people are free to collaborate and to make things happen. And everything from the startups to the scale-ups to the grown-ups to the academia, investors, media, influencers, large corporates, incubators, and also the government bodies, of course. So that is, in short, Sweden-India Tech Community, engine of this Sweden-India Business Council. And with no further delay, I will tell you a little bit more about the panel that we have today. So, as we have 2 amazing people sitting next to me, I would like to say for Emma Ridderstad, who is the CEO of Varpin. She's new in the, so to speak, tribe. And she's also, so to speak, called the queen of the metaverse. And she will talk more about that in a bit. Stay tuned. We also have Shamek Ghosh. He's the founder of TrustTrace, and he's kind of making sustainability, traceability more easily for us, and he's kind of helping us to create a better future for planet Earth. And he's going to talk more about that also in a minute. Very nice to have you with me here today on stage.
Thank you.
But also, of course, calling in all the way from India, Miss Malini Agarwal, my friend from Mumbai. She's been with us in Sweden at a delegation about 2 years ago, together with, of course, also Gita Manjunath. She's the founder of Miss Malini Entertainment, and she's also started Girl Tribe. Malini, welcome. So good to have you back.
Thank you so much for having me. So excited to be there virtually. I remember being there in person, so it's pretty surreal.
Yeah. Well, it's great. Kari, of course, you are the Chief Commercial Officer of Truecaller. You are on our board, as I mentioned earlier, and you're a very active member of Sweden-India tech community. Welcome today.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
And then we have Mayank Kumar, who is calling in from Bangalore. He's the founder of Get Mega, who is becoming the largest entertainment platform in India, and someone that I met through Sweden-India tech community. Umakant Soni is our AI advisor, and very excited to have you with us today, Mayank.
Thank you so much for having me, Cecilia.
Great. So this is the panel. Now, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about why they're here and who they are. And I would like to start off with actually talking to you, Shamek. And Shamek, you are from India. Yep. You moved to Stockholm 2009 as an IT professional, but you decided to stay back and to create a whole new business. And you're the founder of TrustTrace, you know, kind of coming as an offshoot, sitting from Norrsken back in the days. I know that you've been backed by Backing Minds, etc. But for you who don't know what TrustTrace is doing, it's definitely about time to learn more about it. And I would like you to say a few more words about your company and why you started it. Why is it so important to you?
Yeah. So what we do is not very simple, but I think it is interesting. We are a B2B SaaS platform for product traceability and supply chain transparency, and predominantly focusing on fashion industry. As I think we all know that fashion industry has a significant amount of environmental, social, and ethical footprint, and there's a significant amount of attempt going across the globe to improve that industry's performance on ESG parameters. And we are trying to help them through data. So what we do is that we are helping fashion companies in their journey to be more transparent, more compliant, and to be much more sustainable. We are helping them to achieve that through traceability. And what is traceability is, we help them to track the complete journey of the product, right from the source of each of the fiber or fabric to the end garment. And this may sound very simple, but it is a very complicated journey which the product almost transforms over some 4 or 5 continents, because the wool can come from Australia, the cotton can come from Egypt or India or some other parts of the world, and then all are blended together in some 4th country, and then it is converted into a final product in some other part, right? So it's a very complicated journey. Plus, I think if you look at the scale of the fashion industry, it is where it gets complicated there. So we are helping the fashion companies to understand this whole journey much more transparently, so that they can take actions to selectively work with suppliers or factories who have got a better environmental, social, or ethical practices, and also move more towards sustainable materials like organic materials or recycled materials.
And I think that's, I mean, we're talking about Stockholm being the impact capital. So then we have, of course, Shamek, you're coming to Stockholm. And I think, you know, when you're in Stockholm for a year, which is kind of what I've been now, it comes into your DNA, this whole, like, you live and breathe sustainability. And I can imagine that kind of has something that happened to yourself. But then to really make an impact, you have, though, gone to work more, and you have more employees in India. I believe you have 90 employees in India, and you have 10 in Sweden. So it's also like where you have this really magical match where you can really make an impact by being in a place like Stockholm and create it, but you really, you know, take it to the next level. That's where you, of course, are so active in India.
That's right. Yeah. So I think we are a classic example of how Sweden and India can come together and help to innovate.
Yep.
We all four of us, we are 4 co-founders. One of us is here also. 2 of us are based in Sweden. 2 others are based in India. We do most of the product and technology work in India, but we do most of the service, customer engagement based out of Sweden. Now, what is interesting is the journey that we went through. Like when we started, we all were tech guys who wanted to make a difference into this world because we have seen environmental issues in the textile hubs in India or in Asia. We have seen the challenges that the workers face when they're exploited by not so good actors in these parts of the world. So we wanted to take an action towards that, and that is where we were brilliantly supported by some of the leading sustainability leaders in Sweden, like Houdini, Philippa K, Iceberg, right? We came from non-fashion background, but they gave us their knowledge, their time, their experience to build a platform like ours. It has got millions of lines of code in our platform, but I think thanks to the domain expertise that they brought us, we were able to build that. And of course, we have used the India's scale in programming it at that level.
It's excellent. Super. No, I've been following the journey and I'm very impressed.
Yeah.
And I want to hear more. Talking about being impressed and following journeys and making a difference, Malini, you're another person whose journey I've been following and how you've been building your empire in the digital space in India with Miss Manlis Entertainment. But what I've been so excited about seeing and what has happened also during the pandemic is how you really been connecting women in particular through Girls Tribe. Could you tell us a little bit more about what it is that you do with Girls Tribe and how you are making a difference, because you really are in this world?
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for having me. I love that technology allows us to do things like this today. So the Girl Tribe is something that really came out of 2 needs. One, I feel like, and especially if you're an Indian woman, and I think any woman living in India, your DMs are probably filled with quite a few creepy messages most days. And I wanted to find a way that women in India especially could use the internet in a way that social media would really benefit them, because social media is an amazing thing. It's allowing you to amplify your ability to connect with people at a scale and a number that is not otherwise possible. So I really thought we need to be able to get rid of all the noise and let women actually connect with each other without having a bunch of guys saying, hi, hello, be my friend in the middle of their conversations. Not to mention all the obscene pictures. So that was 1. 2, and I think a lot of people of all ages are feeling this now, there is a certain social media fatigue that comes from this whole social currency of likes and followers. You know, we've forgotten what it's like to really engage with each other. We put up a post and then we frantically look at the number count and how it goes up or if it doesn't go up. And the interesting thing that's happened is it's not that you're worried so much about how many likes you have. You're worried about what other people will think about how many likes you have. So it's become this really weird thing, especially for young women. So I wanted to create a space, which is now an app that is available on iOS and Android called Girl Tribe by Miss Malini, where we're trying to flip this switch, where you actually earn points for posting any interesting topics or anything you want. You earn points for mindfully commenting. And you can then redeem those in a Tribe store for actual products. The purpose of me telling you this is that I think it is up to our generation genuinely to make this shift for all of us. You know, I'm 44, so I've kind of had one leg online and one offline. So I've lived in a world where you had to pick up the phone and make a plan, otherwise it didn't happen. But I think it's our generation that while we are doing so many things, especially like we're discussing about technology and growth and building businesses, it is equally, if not more important, that we really think about the mental health impact and how women are being affected by social media and the interactions online. Not to mention things like safety, children's safety online. A lot of people don't know who is talking to their kids, using what identity. So I think while we take care of all the other things and make work and make business thrive, we must not make the same mistake we have made in actual society in the past, where we didn't have any governance and we let people eve tease or do whatever they wanted. So I'm a big propagator for this, and I've joined the council as well to try to amplify this reach within the Indian government as well, to have actual cyber laws put into place that are more effective, that if someone harasses you online, it makes a difference. So Girl Tribe is a community of women where they feel safe, they feel comfortable. We propagate encouraging people to do businesses and build each other up, something Cecilia has always done as a woman herself for all other women. So that's kind of our purpose and goal, and I'm very glad that I'm able to share it here.
Thank you, Malini. Yeah, well, I'm really pleased to see the development on Girls Tribe and how you've been growing. And if you don't know about this as yet, you should totally check it out. There are apps where you can join. And there are some amazing points to be redeemed. There's some amazing things that you can get also for the points. So it's a great platform. On the note of also like just going out of the way, supporting women, and doing other things than maybe men could potentially be, is a person who sits here next to me, Emma. So Emma and I, we happened to study in Gothenburg, and Emma was also always this person that she never really did what the other women did. She was like totally into her like tech scene already, in the 90s, and at that time I was like, she's interesting. What is she onto? And she was onto something big, because she's now, according to many of us, the queen of the metaverse. And well, why is that? Well, that is because she has built a platform, Varpin. If you didn't hear her and the story on Fox News, that was, of course, streamed global yesterday. She will now tell you more about herself. But I'm so really proud and impressed of your journey. But I will leave it to you to say a few words more about why did you start Varpin? What is Varpin? And where do you see Varpin moving forward? And we'll talk about how exactly, with what brand in India in the next round. But first,
well, thank you very much for that amazing introduction, Cecilia, and I'm so happy to be here. So Varpin is a company we started 5 years ago with the only job to work with virtual and augmented reality. So we work with virtual reality for education and training. So we have built our own software platform where it makes it very easy to scale and deploy, and it's very cost efficient to train your employees in virtual reality. And why is that? Well, it has tremendous benefits of doing that, and I will come back to that. But on the other hand, what we're also doing is that we're working with augmented reality, where that is right now, and it's through our phones and through glasses. And there we're working much more with retail brands, making them, get good experiences in how to use this technology. So we started out with thinking that we're going to use the technology for how it can enhance the human experience and how we can work with the things that humans are really good at: creativity, empathy, all of that. So training in virtual reality, it is tremendously better than all the other training methods that are out there right now. You can reduce work injuries with up to 43%. You have a retention rate of 75% with everything you learn in virtual reality, and you're 3.75 times more emotional connected to the material that you're training in. So there are a lot of benefits. So we have built this platform to make it easy to scale and to make it cost efficient, because we were talking about this. I'm also in my 40s, and I grew up without, having to make a call, actually. And to see how the technology is taking over and how to use it is something that we are working with almost every day. So
For example, I lost my point now, I felt. What was I going to say about that? I'll get back to that. But going forward, our platform has been used today by a lot of big Swedish companies. We have the Swedish Postal Service using that. We're using H&M, for example, is using it to train their staffs. But we're also using it in ways to help people not injure themselves, to lift correctly and to do certain jobs in a great way. Yes.
Well, I think it's a fantastic platform, and I've been able to experience it myself at various activities. You had, you have H&M as a client, and you had this exhibition with Jakob Verlander a couple of weeks ago, and I was just so impressed on how I could, move into a whole new world by just using what it is that you have created. And I can see so many different companies being able to do so, and one of them is the gaming industry. So for that reason, I'm going to move on to the speaker here in Bangalore. I think, well, of course, Mayank, I see so many synergies and I get very excited. But of course, there are so many in the tribe and in the community, and I love to connect people on a regular basis. But now I'm seeing even more synergies than ever before. So after this, we need to have a talk, all of us. So Mayank, gaming, building India's largest entertainment platform, social, real money gaming. We met at TechSparks through, as I mentioned earlier, our AI advisor, Magan Soni, and I was just so impressed by Mayank as a person and intrigued by what it is that he's building. So I'm now an investor in GetMega and an advisor, and been really following this journey over the last 2 years. And we've been growing from having 10,000 subscribers to now being 5 million plus and aiming to have 50 million. So like the numbers that we have in India can't really compare them to the numbers that you have in Sweden. But I would like for you, Mayank, to tell the story about what it is that you are creating with GetMega and why.
Sure. Thank you so much for that introduction, Cecilia. At GetMega has had a very arduous journey in the last 2.5 years. We have evolved ourselves every 3 to 6 months to sort of, reach our only goal of building the most immersive form of entertainment in the world, right? And I see somebody's building a company in the artificial reality, AR/VR domain, right? A metaverse of sorts that you mentioned. And it's something, but the use case is essentially education or skilling up, if I'm not mistaken, right? So our use case of building GetMega is to sort of entertain people. And after sort of looking after a lot of different modes of entertainment, we realized that real money gaming is essentially the most immersive form of entertainment, right? We realized that this industry has been there for like more than 2 decades online. But there were certain challenges which is plaguing this industry, if I can sort of use that word. Essentially, trust, fraudulent behavior, and a bunch of other things which inhibits a larger audience to sort of participate in this journey and have fun, basically, right? And so what we did was that we have evolved the platform GetMega into sort of building a social network, the largest of its kind, for real money gamers. Basically, now you can play any or all kinds of real money games with your friends, family, or peers in a very safe and secure manner, right? You know who you're playing with. All these people are KYC verified. There's a very strong fraud detection and fraud mitigation algorithm on the platform so that everyone involved can have fun in a very safe manner instead of playing in other platforms who have been there for quite some time, wherein you don't know who you're playing with, essentially, right? You're playing with a bunch of strangers. More often than not, you're not trusting the platform enough to have fun, and that is what we're sort of taking care of in our industry. I hope that
I think that
makes sense.
No, for me it makes sense because of course I'm involved and I'm aware. But it's so good to see that is happening in the gaming industry, where we're taking charge and we take responsibilities for this very important matter that is so close to many of our heart, including Malini, well, of course, Emma and Shamek as well in what they do. It also leads me directly to Kari and everything that you do at Truecaller. I know that you are very much involved with your campaigns in India to be a secure point for women. But before we go into that, maybe, Kari, be good just to say a few words. I mentioned earlier you're on the board, you're very a part of the Sweden-India Business Council and the Sweden-India tech community, but you moved to Sweden 2016 to join Truecaller. And in India, a lot of people know Truecaller because Truecaller has about 200 million plus users in India. But for the Swedes, and maybe for some others as well, would you like to say a few words about Truecaller before we go into what it is that you do also to be a safe place for women?
Thank you, Cecilia. To correct the course here, I think I came on board of Truecaller in 2013 as a lone man operation in a small business center in Gurgaon. And 2016 is when I moved to Stockholm.
Right.
Yeah, Truecaller is a communication platform. We are a communication brand with the simple purpose of creating the three important pillars of trust, safety, and efficiency in any mobile communication. I think that will define what our brand is. What the features that we offer is typically the caller ID, which caller ID is spam blocking, and we have moved on to messaging as well, which will offer instant messaging as well as the same DNA of blocking unwanted spammers on SMS and also identifying unknown SMS as well. And also have pivoted to enterprise segment in offering business caller ID. So I'm sure many of our friends in India would recognize the fact that when they get a call from an Uber or a Ola or from any other delivery services, you will have a branded caller ID. And again, that's our effort to simplify the communication, remove the strangeness or remove the anonymous part of the communication and put the real faces and the real names of whoever is trying to reach your communication space. I think I've dwelt a bit more into it, but I think you can call us one of the smarter communication brands out there.
I agree. Truecaller is a Swedish company. You have about 150 employees in India, though, so you have a large part of your business in India. And very exciting is that Truecaller was listed on the Swedish Nasdaq on the 8th of October. So Truecaller is definitely a company to look into. And I'm really proud to see everything that Kari has done for Truecaller over the years. And it's a great honor to have you here with us today on stage and always with us at SIBC. So
thank you.
Talking about, what we do, in the entertainment business, when it comes to safety, when it comes to so many different things, I'm going to go back to you, actually, Emma, because when it comes to the metaverse and everything that is happening in that space, how do you see, brands? First and foremost, why don't you explain to all of us here, in short, Queen of the Metaverse, what it is? What it is that the metaverse is? Because I think it's really important to understand it first, and then you can kind of say how you feel this will affect people and brands and how we work and how we integrate in the future.
Yeah. So the metaverse is Internet 3.0, you can say. The metaverse will be built by VR, AR, AI, and other technologies, but it will bring everything that you do today on your phone or a computer will happen in a couple of years in 3D. So everything that you do, concerts, music, art, shopping, experiences, work, people that you meet, you can do in the metaverse. And people are always talking about metaverse as something being in virtual reality, but the metaverse, the true metaverse, is going to be in the bridge between the AR and the VR. So when you, instead of taking up your phone and calling and doing things, you will have a pair of smart glasses and you will do things in 3D in front of you. You can have a game watching on the table. At the same time, you can talk to a friend. You can share a digital space where you can actually work with projects together. So for me, as a very positive person, thinking of how this will go, I think that this will free us from the 2D cage that we are in today. And I mean, we have all of these questions about the internet today, and I think I was going to that point when I was starting on talking about that, and I lost it. But it is, we have the same problems right now with privacy, with, you know, who owns the data. These are going to be, and, you know, bullying, all of that is going to follow us into the metaverse if we don't solve those issues.
Very, very important. So you're playing a very important role there. I mean, there's so many things that you can do that I can see myself also being important aspects for everything now with Miss Malini. I think there could be a really interesting conversation. Emma still hasn't been to India, so I'm going to bring her to India, and we're going to spend time at Soho House with Malini and talk about how we can grow this even further. And then we're going to go to Bangalore to Mayank and talk about how we can do it in the gaming and the entertainment industry. And of course, we always have Truecaller as full support on that. So there's so many things that we're going to do in India with you, and I'm really looking forward to that. I also look forward to further collaborations between Sweden and India, also in the investment space. I, of course, myself have invested in some really exciting companies, GetMega being one of them. But a company that I've been following, and I know that you just closed your Series A round, Shamek, is yourself. Yeah. And I'm just throwing it out here. Can you tell us a little bit about this round, and what is the next step here now? Because I find it very interesting what it is that you're doing with all the brands that you are working with, and what you're trying to, well, what you will achieve. There's no trying in the Sweden-India tech community. We make things happen. So tell us a little bit more about your round that you just closed, and what's the plan for the future?
Yeah, I think we have been very blessed that way, that we have been backed by good investors, starting right from the beginning by Vinnova. Vinnova supported us with 2 big grants, and I think coming from the background of being non-fashion companies, we participated in these 2 grants, working with fashion companies, and which has been a great asset. And we started building the complete data platform with these 2 grants there. Plus, then we were supported by Backing Minds, who were the first round of investors, and I think you guys know them very well now, as they are in the Sweden's Shark Tank program. And in fact, we also featured in that program for a very short 3-second filler there. But yeah, so we have been supported by, and they are the Women in Investment team there. Super people, super collaborative. They've introduced us to some very, very influential players in the fashion industry through that part. And now we are very, very happy to have seasoned investment companies, Industry Fonden and Fairpoint Capital, in the cap table. And with this round, we are looking at global expansion. We already have been, I think, quite a few names in the Sweden ecosystem, plus a couple of good names in the Germany, in France, and in UK.
And India?
India, we do not have any brands as a customer. We only have the main suppliers in there. So overall, we have got 40 brands as customers, predominantly European brands, and most of them Nordic brands there. And then we have got now aims to expand into the US to try to, as sustainability is really becoming a very, very big topic there, driven by the Biden administration now there. And also we see that emergence of new regulations like the Xinjiang cotton issue and all such kind of things there. So we use this capital, first of all, to expand. Second, of course, to improve the product, because what we have been able to see now is that in the last 1 year, we have traced 32 or around 12 billion worth of goods, right from the source to the final product in this last 10 months there in the platform. So which is a tremendous amount of scalability, and we have got a lot of data with us now. And this data can be used for significant amount of analytics for people to take decisions to how to improve the sustainability performance of their product portfolio. So that is where we will invest this money on.
Super. Okay, well, that's very interesting, and I'm really looking forward to learn more about it, and then be fully aware when the next round is coming up. And I do believe there should be some interest also from India as you expand in India, and also with a lot of brands.
Absolutely.
So we'll make that happen. Great. Talking about making things happen, Malini. Of course, you built the largest digital entertainment platform when it comes to influencers, and then you're creating Girls Tribe, which is growing by the day. But I also know that you're in the midst of starting a talent management. So as that is something that I have not heard of before, and it became as news to me, I believe it's also kind of news here for India Sweden Innovation Day and many of the listeners. Can you tell us a few words about that? And congratulations to, one achievement after the other.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so we launched Ignite Edge, which is our talent management agency in-house. I realized as an influencer how important it is to have good management, because at the end of the day, you're putting your entire livelihood and your trust in your talent managers to run your life, your reputation. And with influencers, it's very different than somebody just going and doing one project, right? This is what becomes your value and how people know you and how they respect you. And so management is so important. And we've always worked with so many brands as the Miss Malini Entertainment company. So we have automatically this great role to play as matchmakers between content creators and talent and the brands as well. So we started managing about 20 people. We're going to keep it small and not make it crazy big, because I want to give everyone the right kind of attention and make sure that they get a special edge. The reason why it's called Ignite Edge is because obviously they're coming under the umbrella of Miss Malini, which started off as an influencer when the word influencer didn't exist. And so they also get to be promoted across all of our assets and platforms over and above everything that they do. They get all the insights and learnings that, we have an entire entertainment agency that's going to help them grow, help them create content. So I'm very excited about this new sort of piece that we've added to the company. I do warn everyone that there's so many people out there telling everyone that, hey, you can become a creator. Do you want 10,000 followers? Don't fall for that. There's a lot of hacks online who are messaging you and promising you the things. A lot of times you'll get a DM saying, click this or your Instagram will be deleted. Don't fall for any of this, go to a respected agency, work with the right people, never buy followers. These are the things that you have to keep in mind, especially if you want to do this professionally. I think nowadays everybody needs a social footprint, and it's not a bad idea to get the right people to help you do that. And I'm very happy that I finally be able to bring to the table something that I've been working on for a very long time and able to do it in the way that we know is going to make a difference to the creators as well. So thank you, Cecilia.
Oh, that's fantastic. And of course, you've been to Sweden. You came with our flight that we had, the startup flight with Invest Stockholm. And you've seen Sweden. Do you see, are there some synergies? Could this company expand into Sweden? Would that be a future, a possible future?
I think so. I think now, I think the pandemic actually catapulted us into the future that we don't even realize. We all thought the future will be full of flying cars. We don't realize that we're already in the future. I was watching Back to the Future actually the other day, and it was set in a time where the furthest in the future he goes is 2020. And the thing about the future in Back to the Future is that there are flying cars and fax machines. They still don't have cell phones because no one would have thought of it in the 80s when they made that movie. So I think that there are going to be jobs tomorrow that do not yet exist for the next generations. And I think absolutely the world is becoming much, much smaller. And if you see some of the things that influencers work so closely with, the tourism industry is massive. It's going to be growing back again. And Sweden is one of those places that I think does very well in promoting tourism as well. You were talking about H&M. There are brands that are so well integrated into the India retail industry as well, that I think, H&M is now even investing in larger Indian companies. So you're seeing a lot of crossover, and I'm very excited to be able to do stuff like that. I would love to also explore the Indian diaspora that live in Sweden. How can we help them if there are creators there who are trying to make a niche for themselves? Can we help them, give them a virtual voice? So if there's anyone that you think would be interested in talking to us, I'm more than happy to connect.
Well, I can think of a few already now, so we'll definitely take that afterwards. But yeah, we're looking forward to have you back in Sweden. So we'll find any excuse to make it happen. And so talking about Sweden and talking about how Sweden and India can collaborate, I think Mayank, you, of course, you're in Bangalore, but you have over the last years been working strongly and closely with Sweden. Could you tell us a little bit more about this journey and how it has been for you?
Sure, Cecilia. So Sweden is actually at the heart of Get Mega, to be honest. Umakant obviously introduced us to you, and you since 2.5 years ago, 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. And since then, you know, you have opened up the world for us, if I'm being very honest. You have been very, very helpful, particularly in introductions, especially to people like, you know, John T. Rhodes, who is now, I will consider him a Swedish guy now, because he's probably settled in Sweden, right? And you've introduced us to a bunch of, you know, angels in India, like Ashish, who's the founder and CEO at Book My Show, Karan Johar, who is one of the leading filmmakers in India. A bunch of these people who are not only angel investors in our country, but what we like to call as mentor angels, right? And these guys actually mentor our leadership team, you know, 1 to 2 hours per month, and allow us to sort of kind of jumpstart from wherever we are, you know. So they allow us to sort of move faster than we would have if they weren't in our lives, to be honest, right? One of the most important helps which we have gotten from Sweden is that when we started this company 2.5 years ago, we realized that India is a very talent-poor country when it comes to game engineers or game designers, right? And we wanted to sort of control the entire ecosystem of building games so that we can control the experience on a platform. So what we realized is that what we did was that we got one of the angel investors, namely Michael, who was leading AI and monetization at King.com, the makers of Candy Crush. Like most of India plays Candy Crush, most of the world plays Candy Crush, right? And he was very instrumental in helping us set up our own gaming studio in-house. So we are one of the only companies in the entire country in our domain which owns a gaming studio. That means we make games for our own platform, right? And with the help of Michael and his expertise of building games, we were able to jumpstart our own ecosystem of building games. And so far in the last 2.5 years, we have built 50 games, 50, 30 single player games and around 15 multiplayer games, right? And that has been to a large effect with the help of, creative minds from Sweden. So I cannot thank people from Sweden enough who have been our mentors, our angel investors, and been sort of leading from the front in the last 2.5 years.
I mean, well, that's great. Well, Sweden is very happy to be part of your journey with Get Mega on in many different aspects. And I think Get Mega with Sweden it's a great example of how well an Indian company, Indian entrepreneur, Swedish company, Swedish entrepreneurs work so well together. And as we come together, we can grow even stronger and do even more things. So think about that. Should you be Indian or should you be Swedish? That find an Indian or a Swedish partner or a company or an investor for that matter, and magic will happen. On that note, I'd like to say a few words, have you actually say a few words, Kari, more about, because you have been part of Sweden-India Business Council, and I'm not going to, blow our own trumpet, but I think it could be interesting for some to hear how Truecaller has had Sweden-India Business Council as a partner, and it could be nice to hear from you why you believe it's important to be a part of a council such as Sweden-India Business Council and Sweden-India Tech Community. And of course, Alan Mamedi is a part of India-Sweden Business Leaders Round Table as well. Do you have some comments on that, Kari?
Absolutely. And it's a good question. I might be biased, but I'll try to speak the truth. I think for long we have heard about the startups coming together. It's a lovely experience, a great experience, all said and done. There has always been a bit of resistance when it comes to tech community, startups, engaging with regulators, policymakers, and government. And my first exposure to government agencies was on a personal level in India, but SABC has been a pivot when it comes to breaking that sort of a glass wall and made us coexist. And I think that's been a significant impetus that SABC has provided not only to Truecaller, but many other companies. And we have engaged very closely with SABC. And whenever we meet with government agencies and regulators, the conversations are much more vivid, much more truthful, and much more transparent. And that is where I believe the scope of further engagements and cooperations can really blossom, cutting across geographies. And I would encourage every member and every participant or all the viewers over here to see Sweden and India Business Council as a great stepping stone to break very, very crucial barriers, which we tend to make it up mentally, that you can coexist, you can work in close relationship and tandem with regulators, policymakers, government agencies, NGOs, entertainers like Ms. Malini, and a lot of influencers without sweating too much about we are an engineering company. We want to have a very closed user group sort of an experience. I think SABC has been successful in breaking that sort of stereotype, I would say.
Well, thank you. That was very kind words. And I'm sure they're coming from your heart, and it's honest. It's true. It is true. But I would say any kind of network. I mean, there are networks such as International Women in Business. There are all these kind of networks that you can be a part of, and you can really grow together. So Sweden Business Council, of course, I would recommend that. Sweden Tech Community, say no more. And India Sweden Business Leaders Roundtable, we have mentioned a few times during the day. I wanted to say, I'm going to go back to India, so I'm looking forward to whoever is in India to see you there, maybe celebrate some Diwali. If you are in Sweden, I'm going to come back to Sweden as well. I'll be here on the 17th of November for an event called the AI and Digitalization Day, India Sweden Bridging in Gothenburg. So if you want to come to Gothenburg on the 17th of November, hit me up. Otherwise, I would like to thank everyone, thank the speakers, thank Sweden Tech Community, and thank you everyone who's been listening. And namaste, thank you, tack så mycket, happy Diwali.
Happy Diwali.
Thank you so much, all the speakers. Thank you, Cecilia. That was really excellent and exciting. And I really want to now invite our expert panel. Håkan Kingstedt, Chairman of Sweden India Business Council, Akriti Samayar, the youth representative from KTH Energy Engineering and Berkeley Environmental Economics, and Pranav Kasuri, the CEO and co-founder of Brandy and co-founder of Flick, board member of SIBC. Reflections, please.
Yeah, first of all, I must say I'm biased to this, it's SIBC. This is how we work.
And
it's a great opportunity. Just see here, 140 guys in the Sweden-India tech community, developing, working together. So that means that SIBC, we work on different levels, from the large companies to the mid-sized growing, to the startups, to the investors. I mean, it's a full-fledged program. And this was an excellent example about that, to show that, of course. So maybe I should not comment. Why don't you comment?
Yeah, sure, happy to. I actually thought this was a super fun panel, not in comparison. It was really interesting hearing about everything that happened in the morning. But I think when we look at, energy transitions or Industry 4.0, they're still relatively heavy topics in a way. And so this one, it kind of brought the fun back into what it is that we do with technology and innovation. And so that's something I absolutely appreciated with what they're trying to do in the gaming industry and in Warpin. So that was one key takeaway for me. The other was that I really appreciated what Shamik was saying from Trust Trace, where earlier today we were talking about, going from supply chains to a more circular economy. But still, realizing the fact that it's probably going to take a while to happen. And so I think the solution that they've designed, where they kind of accept that, okay, like we have things that are coming from Egypt and from India and being put together in a third country. So how do we tackle that problem and actually come up with a solution that increases traceability along the supply chain? I think it's well ahead of its time. And I was very impressed with that. So great panel.
Great. Pranav?
I totally agree. I'm also a little bit biased since I'm sitting in the board of SRBC. But I think this is really my forte, right? The startup and tech community. When me and my co-founder Douglas started Brandy a long time back and looking at India as a market, it was kind of lonely, right? There were some patrons like Vinit, who was running Bombay Works, There was Kari and Allan and Nami at Truecaller that were, great inspirations. But what we can really see from this panel is that, it's starting to bud up. There's a lot of different companies and startups that are, starting to work between Sweden and India. I think a very important point that Anna Gisler made was that there's so much Indian talent in Sweden, and harnessing that both from the company's perspective, like absorbing them into the companies, to get access of, it's, you have both the cultures there, so it's easy to learn from and start, going towards markets. But I think the important thing here is that, seeing TrustTrace is a prime example also of this, taking it in their own hands and building something in the Swedish market, but also having that base in India. I just love the panel. I think this is a start of something, and it's just fun to see.
What do you think the importance of two different cultures meet? What do that makes to the development?
I think in India we have a very can-do mentality, and it's almost that we have to have one based on, kind of the daily challenges that we experience. And in Sweden, it's like people have sort of moved on from that, and so they have the room and the imagination to just be able to innovate. And I think marrying those two propositions together, it's something that's truly special, and I'm very proud of how far we've come with this.
Yeah, I think, there's there's definitely a lot of differences between the cultures, but I truly believe that, in Sweden, and we saw, once again, I go back to TrustTrace, the openness from some of the companies here in Sweden, and they want to be in the forefront, so absorbing startups. India is getting there. Startup India that was presenting previously, they're doing a tremendous work in India as well, but I think Sweden is a little bit in the forefront there, that, together, it's a super match.
Sweden in the forefront, but India has the scale.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, the expert panelists. They are the voice of the audience, and they really express what's going through in our minds. So thank you once again.
Okay.
Now we are continuing our sessions on Pioneer the Possible. This will be with co-creating patient-centric healthcare and innovations. I hope our moderator for this session, Amrit Hinduja, who's the head of Business Sweden Bangalore. Amrit, are you there? Yes?
Thanks, Sanju. Yes. Good to see you.
Great to see you, Amrit. So do I leave this over to you to introduce Maya Feistad, the State Secretary, and of course all the panel members?
Sure. I think we're all here, so I think we're good to go.
Okay, great. Thank you. And we are watching you here in Stockholm and looking forward to listening to this session. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Sanju. And it's great to pick up from the startup work we just ended with gaming to another important area, especially which has become more important in the last 1.5 years, health and healthcare. And how do we drive patient-centric healthcare, and I think bring the patient more in the center of care, which has been the need of the hour. And today, I'm very happy to host this session where we would like to maybe share how we have been co-creating, trying to pioneer something new under the India-Sweden Healthcare MOU. We call it the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center. We have with us today Maya Feistad, State Secretary for Health and Social Affairs from the Government of Sweden, Dr. Randeep Guleria, Director AIIMS Delhi, Dr. Sanjeev Mishra, Director AIIMS Jodhpur, Mr. Gagandeep Singh, Managing Director AstraZeneca, and Cecilia Oskarsson, my colleague and the Swedish Trade Commissioner to India. And we try to use the next few minutes to run a dialogue and see what have we been up to in this innovation center. And maybe, Maya, I'd like to start with you. I think you were there when we kind of sowed the seeds of the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center in India. And I think you also met Dr. Mishra and some of the members when they visited Sweden. So I welcome you to say a few words of opening.
Thank you, Amit. And yes, I was there. It felt truly historical. I'm very happy to be able to participate a little bit in the continuation of this important moment. So good afternoon and good evening to some of you, depending on which part of the world we are in. It's my pleasure to address you at this very important India-Sweden Innovation Day. I'm State Secretary to the Minister for Health and Social Affairs. Maybe you already heard that. So in 2019, Sweden and India celebrated 10 years of collaboration within the field of health. And we are guided by the Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation in the Field of Healthcare and Public Health, signed in 2009. And in 2019, I participated in the state visit to India by the Majesty's King and Queen of Sweden. And I did have the opportunity to witness the signing of the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in India, together with my Indian colleague. A very memorable moment indeed. And we can see over the years that research collaboration has indeed flourished. Policy exchange between our government and government agencies has been initiated, as well as increased trade between our countries. But to be able to further implement and integrate, for example, precision medicine in the health sector, new innovation platforms are needed. With many Indian companies now developing ambitious precision medicine research activities, I think the time is just right to partner up with Sweden. By showcasing Indian and Swedish life science solution, benefits of sharing technology and information, we can create a common ground for new innovative platforms. Discussions on platforms like India-Sweden Innovation Day will help us highlight questions such as what governmental support would be required to attract more industry, academia and business-to-business collaborations in this domain. What infrastructure is required to enable collaborations? What role can industry play to strategically promote precision medicine in India and Sweden? Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Löfven, as you know, have had several conversations where health and life science has been mentioned as prioritized areas for collaborations between the two countries. During the virtual summit on March the 5th, 2021, the two prime ministers welcomed the creation of a Sweden-India Health Hub at AIIMS in Jodhpur. The purpose of the Health Hub is to create a hub with joint knowledge and common solutions together with Swedish public agencies, universities, hospitals in the private sector. The India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center is indeed a good example of the kind of results our collaborations have enabled. Several programs have just taken off the ground with AIIMS Hospital during the past 1.5 years, including a joint oncology center of excellence, development of a physical innovation hub for startups, and creation of a skilling program in non-communicable diseases. The collaborative partners under the Sweden-India Health Hub have agreed on 3 thematic areas to start their joint projects. And these areas are geriatric care, precision medicine, and non-communicable diseases. And recently, we've had several joint workshops on, for example, geriatric care and precision medicine. And I'm very glad that the collaborations between Sweden and India have not decreased during the time of the pandemic. Quite the contrary, many new ways of collaborations are taking place. My hope is that we, the life science sector in the world, can keep the same speed and engagement with which the new and safe vaccines against COVID-19 were developed, going forward in even more areas than vaccines. I'm very much looking forward to today's discussion and how collaboration about patient-centric care for the future can look like. Thank you very much and all the best to you.
Thanks, Maya, for highlighting the importance of this health cooperation and as a key pillar in the India-Sweden cooperation. And I think rightly so, the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center being developed by the AIIMS Institute in India has been a very powerful vehicle, especially the past 1.5 years since we started it. And I know Cecilia, the team from Business Sweden representing the Swedish partners in this, while AIIMS Jodhpur and AIIMS Delhi are the Indian partners. I think Business Sweden has played a key role in kind of creating this framework, but also a dedicated coordination and PMO, so to say, because we know these things require a lot of effort consistently. Could you, Cecilia, maybe highlight and maybe paint a high-level picture of what does this center really do?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Amrit. Well, indeed, it's a very unique framework that we have created. And our idea from the start has been to work closely with the healthcare stakeholders in India and together with them identify problem statements and improvement areas of mutual interest between India and Sweden where we can work together. And there is a lot that we can share and learn from each other within healthcare. We are two different countries, but many of our problems are very similar, such as rising non-communicable diseases, reducing infection control, and AMR. Hence, our aim with the Innovation Center is a holistic way to work with India towards developing best-in-class protocols and new model clinics via our Center of Excellence concept, but also fueling technology solutions through startups and supporting Swedish and Indian startups to fill the technology gaps. And lastly, also capability building through skilling. We need to continuously grow talent and adapt them toward new patient pathways. And by addressing those areas, we are able to, through this collaboration, drive a more patient-centric and outcome-based healthcare. The triple helix model, where we have strong hospital partners in AIIMS, the minister on both sides, and industry partners such as AstraZeneca, make this a truly Swedish and impactful way towards innovation.
Thanks, Cecilia. And I think you rightfully said, I think for any collaboration to thrive, I think working of the partners together is so important. And I think we've been very lucky to have the strong support of AIIMS Delhi and AIIMS Jodhpur to help us as thought leaders here to really understand these mutual areas and the gaps which we can work towards. And I think the past 1.5 years has really shown that we really need to work together as one team to solve global health problems, and you really need to co-create. And maybe Dr. Guleria, I think you have been in the forefront of this from the Indian side in a large way, and also been a part of a thought leadership document we are creating on healthcare in the after COVID world. We can't say post-COVID, but it's probably here to stay. Could you maybe highlight to us some of the key transformations we are witnessing in healthcare in India today?
Good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are, and thank you very much for inviting me. You're very right. We've gone through a pandemic, or we are still going through a pandemic, but there's been a lot of lessons which we've learned, which will continue to really guide how healthcare is going to be in the coming years. I think the most important thing is that we have to start working together. Different regions of the world have to start working together. The pandemic showed us that this is one world, we are a global village, and what affects one area is the other area is also affected, and therefore we cannot sort of do research or work in silos, and we will have to work as a team. Also, it showed us that we need to innovate in health. We need to innovate, and one thing that really came forward was the strength of technology. We were able to use technology to a very large extent in the health sector, which we were not doing in the past, to provide care to patients across the country and across the world because of the innovations that we were able to bring about thanks to technology. And I think we started off with what we call teleconsultations. It was something that doctors were not doing that frequently, but we started a whole system. We had the notification of the law, and now it is something that is considered routine, that you could have a teleconsultation or a follow-up with your physician without having to physically go to a hospital. And that is good from the infection control point of view. It's also very cost effective. It also led us to really look at other ways of patient care. The whole concept of eICUs. We have resource limitations, and therefore you could run an ICU remotely from a tertiary care hospital if the doctor had a connection with good connectivity with the physician out there. You could monitor the patient, you could monitor the patient's vital, you could monitor his ventilatory signs, his other parameters, including the medication the patient was getting, and actually be almost physically present there to guide the physician there how to manage patients. So eICU also became something which became part of what technology taught us during the COVID pandemic. I think we also learned the importance of webinars. We're right now here talking to each other across the world through the whole issue of having meetings which are virtual. And it showed us the strength of having virtual meetings, which was so convenient. And I think many of us have become used to this because it really decreases the time that we lose in traveling and other things like that. Also, I think it really, what it will bring forward is how this technology can be used in future in terms of preventive and promotive health. By using technology in this manner, we will be able to really guide patients in terms of management, be able to monitor them closely, and prevent acute attacks from happening before they happen by using various means of monitoring that can be done. Similarly, screening for healthcare, whether it be cancers, whether it be hypertension, whether it be diabetes, can be done using technology and using the healthcare force, which may be semi-skilled. You don't need to have doctors or nurses, but the technology can be used there. And that's where a lot of startups can really come in by bringing in this technology, which could be cost effective and be available in our country. Also, finally, I think this could also be used to increase awareness, both in the health sector for professionals, but even for non-professionals in terms of how they can actually be more guided towards preventive health. It could be looking at obesity, it could be looking at exercise, it could be looking at yoga. So many things that one can do which are helpful in having a good, healthy life, both physically and mentally. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Guleria. I think absolutely. I think a lot of things while were aware in the past, I think the past 1.5 years, as you pointed out, have been really fueled and accelerated in this process. In fact, technology is one of the key pillars of the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center, and working with startups on both sides is one of the key areas that is being worked with in a very focused way. I also know that AstraZeneca, you have a very value-driven approach with patient-centric care, science-driven care, where you have also used innovation as a key way to address some of these, both in India, but also through the A-Catalyst network. So maybe Gagan, I'd like to invite you to kind of maybe highlight to us, you work very close with the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center. What has this led for you, and how are you working with startups in this vehicle?
Thank you, Amrit, for inviting me to this panel. It's always very exciting to be part of the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center. A very warm good afternoon and a good evening to all my friends on the panel. I think we've all adopted technology, as Dr. Guleria said, and one of the things is the way we now connected through these webinars. Absolutely. I think clearly, if you look at, where Cecilia left, let me start by there saying that diseases are getting more and more complex, intertwined. One of the things that COVID has been the intertwined infectious disease, with the non-communicable diseases like diabetes or others, which got, physicians were challenged to try and manage both together. And this is where India, as an example, has had its own set of challenges, which is because of the known challenges of inadequacies in our current healthcare system, shortage of staff, equipment over the years, which we've been plagued with. But I think what is, the last 2 years is bringing out is that potentially with technology, one can really, leverage the best of the talent that you have in the country to solve some of the challenges which has plagued us as a country for multiple years, and provide healthcare solutions across a wide spectrum. Amrit, to your question on where is AstraZeneca's, again, I think the whole India-Sweden healthcare sits pretty close to our heart because, at the outset, our reason for existence is the patient centricity. we're in it for patients, and we like them to control more of their lives, have better quality of life, and live longer. And I think ISHIC provides that opportunity in a big way because of the affordable and accessible healthcare for all that it can be leveraged into. Very, very clearly, one of the panelists in the previous panel said it, that India comes with a can-do attitude, and I think I like to borrow that. And I think the can-do attitude is also about trying to find solutions which are more frugal in nature and not just look west and implement east. And that's what ISHIC is trying to do, is trying to really, really leverage. And for AstraZeneca, the A-Catalyst Network is a collection of 20 AstraZeneca Health Innovation Hubs, and with the aim of bringing digital R&D and commercial together to create a home for patient-enabled innovation. So it's a very important investment from an AstraZeneca perspective, and I'm glad that India is participating in this. I can think of many, many examples, but I'll kind of just share one example which left an indelible mark on me, was the standout partnership with Cure AI, a startup identified and incubated with ISHIC, which uses AI to interpret chest X-rays and is able to identify 29 different conditions, whether it's tuberculosis or lung cancer malignancies. Not only, Cure AI has been deployed in India to screen for early lung cancer, but has also been scaled up across multiple countries. I think overall, I would say, this partnership, this platform for identification is promising solutions and deployment, not only in India, but across the emerging markets, with the frugal innovation at the heart of it, and is a very, very important cog in the wheel for our Catalyst Network. Thank you so very much for the invitation. Appreciate it again, Amrit.
Thanks, Gagan, and thanks for linking the importance of technology with patient centricity, and not just technology for the sake of just having something innovative. And I think that also brings me very well to another very important way of working at the Healthcare Innovation Center, which is creating new patient pathways where such innovations can be fit in and bought in. Dr. Mishra, at AIIMS Jodhpur, you run a Center of Excellence in Oncology developed under this program. Could you maybe drive us through how is this really enabling patient-centric care?
Thank you, Amrit. Good evening and good afternoon to all the panelists. We have Center of Excellence at AIIMS Jodhpur for cancer under the India-Sweden Innovation Center Hub and the collaboration. And at AIIMS Jodhpur, we have been involved in treating cancer from the beginning, with radiation, medical oncology, the surgical aspects of it, all the diagnostics and all the lab facilities. But what we have seen is that as clinicians and people involved with cancer care, at times we end up giving less time as far as the psychological support goes, nutritional support goes, and rehabilitation, because you get so much bogged down with your patient care. And this Center of Excellence, what has been there, that we have got now trained nutritionists, psychologists, people with rehabilitation, counselors on board at the same time, where we have your radiation, medical and surgical oncology, the core departments looking after patient care. And these people work closely with the core healthcare providers, our doctors, and also at the same time, the patient, they get on board with the patient care. So I think that really helps them in dealing with their psychological problems, getting involved with their rehabilitation, and then nutrition, because each region, especially at Jodhpur, people have different food habits, and so they're trained and they can counsel them as to the food which suits them, their if they're a Jain or if you're something that the food changes, so you can advise accordingly if you're taking treatment and what to go for. And I think it also helps our doctors, because that is one aspect which we also realized that once we started, that more focus can be given, and it gives the doctors to be giving this extra bit there, and you can give more time to the patients and they come on board. And this is a sort of a pilot thing which with the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center, that is the Center for Excellence, is there. And I think this can maybe a thing which can be replicated across the country as we see. And we do look at the information, the data, the questionnaire, how it is filled, and it's in a very structured format. We even look at quality of life in these people who have gone into this study protocol for this. And I think this is something which is very interesting and good, and I'm sure that's going to have an impact on patient care. And we can go beyond cancer and look at geriatric care and this sort of thing, and also looking at skill simulation, etc. And I think that's what we would be working on in the future. And then also getting out, adding yoga and other components to this, and then reaching out to the society and with this. Thank you. That's in short about.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. Absolutely, I think this is indeed a very interesting way where you create these new patient pathways, which can be new models of healthcare delivery. You integrate technology, and I think also then bringing me to the third area that the Innovation Center works in this holistic way, which is upskilling. And maybe I invite you back, Dr. Guleria. I think last week when we met, we started to speak about this also as a very important area of upskilling of nurses, doctors, young physicians. How do you see this, the importance of upskilling in such an approach, Dr. Guleria?
So I think this is very, very important because of the simple fact that medicine is changing so rapidly. We're actually living through a revolution. What we learn today becomes irrelevant tomorrow. And I think the pandemic has really shown us that the type of knowledge that changed, or our management strategies that changed in less than 2 years, was breathtaking. We started off with drugs like hydroxychloroquine. We moved on to other drugs, and then we looked at remdesivir, we looked at steroids, we looked at anticoagulants, and then we started looking at monoclonal antibodies, convalescent plasma. I think we've been through such a lot of change in the last 18 months that it has shown us how evidence-based medicine is changing so much. And this is happening in all areas of medicine. I'm just giving you an example of COVID because that was breathtaking. But you take any area in medicine, you will see that there is such a lot of change that is happening. And therefore, for the future healthcare workers, whether it be paramedical people, whether it be nurses, whether it be doctors, we have to have the training built into any program that we do. Because if we're looking at doctors for the future, they have to have the skills to manage patients at that point in time with the best available knowledge, with the best available techniques, so that they can provide the best care for their patients. That, I think, is paramount, and that is what we need to do. So with changing times, with technology, we need to really develop new strategies. And I think that is something that we're also doing at AIIMS New Delhi. We have set up a whole CET facility, simulation, e-learning and telemedicine. That's what CET stands for. And it's basically trying to use technology to train nurses, paramedics, and young doctors, or undergraduates, in various skills, so that when they pass out, when they go into practice, they are confident that they can manage patients with the latest technology that is available. But I think it's very, very important that we develop strategies so that we can roll it out to a larger way, to a larger population. And that's where we have to look at various things. I'm not saying we can change things overnight, but we have to look at various strategies. It's like blended learning. How can we mix and match new techniques and new technology with traditional teaching methods so that students are able to grasp things which are required? Today, students argue that they don't need to know all that is available. Like we used to have to really mug up everything 20 years ago. Everything is available on your smartphone. But how best to use that is more important. If I take the round in the hospital and I ask a question, I know the person who's answering at the back of the group is the one who's Googled it and has found out the answer and is giving me the answer rather than knowing about it. So it's how you use your knowledge better that is important, and how you can use the skill that is more important. And that is why I think that skill training for all healthcare workers is important, because they can also assist the doctors. They can help in preventive medicine. They can help in promotive medicine. They can also help in increasing the pool of quality care that we can provide to our patients. So I feel that this is a very important area which we really need to work aggressively on, because there is a lot that can be done, and it's something that needs to be done not only at an India level, but at a global level. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, and I think by saying that also, thank you for closing the loop in many senses, bringing, we started a technology, creating new center of excellences, skilling, and back to the importance of technology. I think it's so intertwined, as Gagan, you were highlighting, it's a more complex world than before. So Cecilia, it looks like a lot of interesting, impactful work is being done. And to just wrap up, maybe I invite you back to what's the vision ahead of the India-Sweden Healthcare Innovation Center?
Well, thank you very much, Amrit. We can say like this, despite the situation we have had during the past year and a half, we have achieved a lot during this Healthcare Innovation Center, and that we've heard today by my co-panelists. We've heard about the Oncology Center of Excellence. We've heard about the work we're doing with the startups and helping them scale up, and how we have identified the first skilling program in the diabetes management that we started actually this morning. But we have a lot more in the pipeline, and I can say, I dare to say that the ambition of us, but all our partners as well, is to have to strengthen the current work that we're already doing, and to set examples towards adding a dimension of cancer screening and patient education and awareness in cancer to the current Center of Excellence. We are also building another Center of Excellence together with our technology partner, Scandinavian Chemotech AB, at AIMS in electroporation for tumor-specific cancer. And then we are continuously discussing to identify more therapy areas to work with, including infection control and AMR and geriatrics, and also to build more on our work that we already are doing in non-communicable diseases area. But we also would like to say that we would like to invite more Swedish stakeholders to join us in this vehicle that we have created, both universities, but also companies, to work with us and to explore how this action-oriented collaboration and model can work towards joint areas and interests and partnership. I think that sums it all up, Amrit. So thank you very much for today.
Thanks, and I see Sanju waiting for me there. Great, Sanju. And then with that, I thank everyone and hand back to you.
Thank you. And from Stockholm, thank you so much for this distinguished panel and for, of course, one of the most important areas that concerns each and every one. So thank you for your insights and also for showcasing the opportunities of where we can head and what are how Sweden and India in your healthcare innovation can work together to make everyone's health better. Thank you so much. This was so important. Talking about education, we now have a startup pitch. This is Puneet Goyal from iDream Education. He is the co-founder for iDream Education. Puneet, are you here with us?
Yes. Hi, Sanju. Good evening.
Good evening. I can hear you, and that's great. So, Puneet, I would like to know, I have 3 questions for you. You get 60 seconds on your first question. What are the USPs? What does it solve? And where are you today when it comes to iDream Education?
Sure, definitely. Thank you, Sanju. I hope the slide is up there.
Yes, it is.
So at iDream Education, our focus is to ensure that we facilitate universal access to enjoyable, adaptive, and personalized learning, both in vernacular and English medium. And that too, post-COVID now, both in schools and at homes across all devices, both offline and online. See, basically, we are trying to take digital learning to Bharat, the last mile learners across the cornermost regions in the country, because India learns in various languages and students need learning access in all local vernacular languages, along with English in a bilingual format.
Right.
That is what iDream Education is empowering through all devices, whether it's a mobile device, a tablet, or a smart class setup inside schools.
Very interesting, very holistic. And can you tell us from the impact point of view, I understand, of course, some points, but from a social, environmental, or economic perspective, like how can you give us, talk about that, please? 30 seconds.
Yes, absolutely. See, learning, and that too in vernacular language, is the key to unlock the real economic value and growth of our country. Students are really hungry to get access to learning and growth opportunities in all domains. And as we have seen in the last couple of years especially, that once you have access availability, that is the biggest challenge that our country has been facing. But the digital divide that is being bridged now with access to learning content across all skills and subjects, that is what we are focusing on. And in the last 5 years, we've been able to reach 2.75 lakh learners across all formats, and working with various...
Thank you. So 2.7 lakhs is 275,000. So as an organization, and when it comes to feasibility, where are you today?
See, the solutions have been very well accepted across B2C and both B2B, which is in schools, in government projects. We are working with various state governments, taking our solutions to students in both display and tablet formats. So very well accepted. We are very focused and clear that we are going to take it to every corner of the country in the next 2 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Puneet, for this. And I would ask the ladies and gentlemen here to please give him a big round of applause. We always want to support startups and encourage them. And you are part of the Startup India showcase that we were showing here today. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Per Arne Wikström. He is the head of Office of Science and Innovation, Embassy of Sweden in New Delhi. Dr. Per Arne Wikström, are you here? Yes. And of course, you will have a fireside chat with two very distinguished people. The first is with Virginia Dignum, the Wallenberg Chair and Professor for Responsible Artificial Intelligence in Umeå. And then it will be with Arnab Kumar, the former program director for Niti Aayog, about digitalization during pandemics. I'll hand it over to you, Dr. Per Arne.
Okay, thank you very much, and a pleasure to host this section of today. And this section is called Pioneer the Possible, Making It Happen, AI and Digitalization, and we will discuss this topic, making it happen. What is it that we make happen, and how does it affect us? We will have some really interesting discussions here, I hope, and I will present our fireside chat friends here soon, but I will begin with introducing a startup, Puneet Goyal at iDream Education. Or do we want to is that maybe that was the pitch that we listened to? Yes. Okay, so we will continue with the discussions, with the fireside chats, and I will first welcome Professor Virginia Dignum. As you said, she's professor in social and ethical AI at Umeå University and Wallenberg Chair on Responsible AI, scientific director of WASP HS, and WASP is Wallenberg AI Autonomous Systems and Software Program, if I understand everything right here. She's also the author of the book Responsible AI, and she focuses in her research on the complex interconnections and interdependencies between people, organizations, and technology. She is a member of the European Commission High-Level Expert Group on AI, and she is also a member of the World Economic Forum Council on AI, and I would say many other AI-related expert groups and organizations. We can't continue with talking about that because we would never end. She also tweets at vdignum. Have a look at that, it's really interesting. And among other things, Virginia, is that you've tweeted, which I thought was really interesting, is you write something about the data being the new oil, and that we messed up things with oil. So can you expand a little on that phrase a little? What do you mean by that?
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you also for your introduction. It's my pleasure to be here today to talk to you. And indeed, the comparison of data with oil is not something that I made. There is many people who have been comparing data to the new oil or the new gold. What I was tweeting about was the fact that as with oil previously, when we are at the moment, all of us feeling the impact of the way that we used oil in the last 200 years or more, we are living with the consequences of how oil was used, and namely with the consequences for the climate and for society in terms of how we profit from the benefits of oil, but maybe we not all the time look at potentially the negative consequences of using oil in ways that were only motivated by profit and by development. So my comment on Twitter was that as we are comparing data to the new oil, we should take into account the potential negative consequences of data-driven approaches of this big data, and the idea that we have to use and to collect and manage as large as possible amounts of data, because at the same time we need to also consider what are the potential societal impact of doing that. How are our lives going to change by using increasing the amounts of data, and how is that going to in the future change the ways that we are used to do things, for the good but also for the bad. So that was the issue of the Twitter.
So that's very much related to what you are writing about and doing research on as well, of course. So if we look at artificial intelligence and AI decisions, and I mean the need to balance between moral, social aspects, legal aspects, and so on and so forth, what would you think say are the biggest challenges for us now and in the future when it comes to AI decisions?
Yeah, I think one important issue that we need to realize is that AI is a tool that we use, is a framework, is an artifact that we build to support us making decisions. It's not like AI operates in a lawless world, and also not that the decisions that AI make can be done impunely by the systems if they were not been the same when it's done by people. It's also important to realize that at the moment the drive behind development of AI is often an economic drive, is one of efficiency and of accuracy. As we are pushing forward in that direction, we need as well to take into account how can we push in the direction of ensuring fairness, ensuring inclusion, ensuring transparency of what is being done. Because we see a lot of cases in which AI decisions are afterwards, when people look at it, not the most fair to everybody, because the data that they were used to base those decisions on was maybe not the one which was more inclusive and more fair to all different types of people in terms of gender, in terms of ethnicity, in terms of culture, in terms of many other things. So we need to balance between the drive to develop increasingly accurate and efficient systems with the equally important drive to ensure that the decisions made by this type of systems are fair, are just, are transparent, and are benefiting all of us in general. To do that, we can look at legal aspects and at regulation. And in Europe, we are looking with the European Union at ways to regulate the use and the development of AI. But regulation is not the only way to go forward. We can also look at standards. We can look at education and at awareness, providing awareness to all of us about what AI can do and AI cannot do. So there are many directions, and we do need to balance. And it's not like we can just go for the accuracy without taking care for the consequences of that accuracy in terms of fairness, for instance, or safety or justice.
Do you have any, it's really interesting, the whole question here, but do you have any advice to give us when, since we're now talking about collaboration between India and Sweden, and related to this, to these, I mean, really big questions? Do you have any advice to us? What would you say that we need to think about when we collaborate around AI?
Yeah. I think that inclusion is a very important issue, and it's already very good that we are working here together and see how we can work together between India and Sweden, because AI is going to affect the whole world. We cannot leave the development of AI systems to only a certain subset of this world. We really need to take into account the many different cultures, the many different languages, the many different types of people, the many different needs of people. And to do that, it's something which needs to really require some participation of different groups, but also taking into account that the developers or the computer scientists, the ones who are programming these systems, they only have a part of the solution. They don't know everything, and we need to encourage that development teams include also people and groups that are able to understand more the impact, the ethics. So we need to involve philosophers, we need to involve sociologists, maybe psychologists and so on, to do a multidisciplinary and participatory approach to understand not only what can be done with AI, but also what should be done with AI to ensure that the systems are beneficial.
That sounds really interesting and important, and with participation in a broader sense. I would like to invite our next friend by the fireside here, and Arnab Kumar. He's India Director of Strategy and Growth for Process FinTech. Served as the first Program Director, Frontier Technologies for Niti Aayog, where he led strategy and implementation initiatives in AI, FinTech, and digital currency. You also co-authored India's national strategy for AI and spearheaded the development of this Yoga, I don't know if I pronounced that right, sorry, which is India's mobile application for COVID-19. You read a lot about that recently, tracing contact and information dissemination. And you also worked as an investment banker at Deutsche Bank around the globe. So you have a business studies background. And so I have two different topics I would like to discuss with you. First of all, can you please tell us a little about the work with this application for COVID-19 from a digitalization point of view and from a collaborative point of view? What can we learn from those processes?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for hosting me for this session. Well, when we were developing Arogya Setu, there were multiple things that we had to solve when we had to build a product at population scale, assuming a large part of the population adopts this, and so that the contact tracing for COVID-19 becomes effective. A bunch of things that were critical for us was, first of all, a product that this has to work across every single possible mobile device. And if you know India, you know that in India, you have mobile phones, smartphones that go for 3,000 rupees, $70, all the way to $1,200. So making sure that the technology work across all of this, it's primarily using your Bluetooth and GPS technology inbuilt in a mobile device. It works across. So we had to do a lot of work to make sure that the RSSI signal tuning, etc., is done. But more importantly, what needed to be done was we had to understand that the digital or the technological sophistication is not the same across the board. And when we think of digital or technological sophistication, a lot of people in this forum who have logged in through a video conference are digitally sophisticated, and we think that everybody else will be the same. We had to flip that construct and say, if people are not comfortable with this, we build something that they will be comfortable with. So an application which is simple enough for people to understand in the front end. All the complexities are taken care of in the back end, all the algorithms, calculations, etc., for potential risk, etc. That is taken care in the background. But what is in front of you is a very simple application. A lot of complexities and a lot of tech built for enabling policymakers and decision makers to take effective decisions as the COVID-19 infection was evolving across the country. That is what is required. More importantly, this was a fantastic example of public-private collaboration. A bunch of people, 70, 80 odd of us, we came together. We built this in quick time. So people from the government, people from academia, people from technology, startup community, leading epidemiologists, people who knew and understood population level statistics and how people move, etc. They all came together and we built this in a rapid time frame. I mean, we had the product ready in 3.5 weeks and we went open source in less than 8 weeks since launch. So for this to be possible, a lot of people had to come together. Fantastic example of public-private collaboration, trying to build a technology when it was needed, that too at a scale which in India, typically a product of this scale is a billion scale. So those were the key learnings: build for everybody, build for simplicity, and build for all kinds of technology sophistication, keeping in mind the scale that we have to solve for.
Thank you. Really interesting to listen to that. So let's shift focus a little towards your business background and what you've done within that field and related to digitalization and AI. One question that always arises when you talk about making business is of course security aspects. I mean, that's a very hot topic. So do you have any, based on your background and your experience, do you have any advice things to think about when it comes to digitalization and security from a business perspective?
Sure. So I can share a few things that I have learned and I've been fortunate to work on. I moved back to India in early 2017 for the last 4.5 years. Been very fortunate to work on a bunch of things. There are a few things that need to be understood. The first is that the privacy and security, these are the kind of things when you build in a solution, be it a product or a business or whatever digital solution you are trying to build. These have to be by design, which means that this can't be an afterthought. You have to build it from the start. If you have to make sure that you are dealing with, say, personal sensitive information, you minimize both asking for that information and then minimize how you expose that to people who may not need it. And that becomes the central construct. How you make sure that the least amount of people are exposed to a lot of information is something that has to be built by construct. And for example, if we are building a product that requires people's, and as an example, Arogya Setu, we were taking a Bluetooth handshake between two devices, which was a proxy for two people meeting and potentially being exposed to a chance of infection. That kind of information does not need to be pulled to a central server unless absolutely necessary, which meant that most of this information was encoded, encrypted, and kept on the phone itself using the phone's native encryption technology. You don't need to pull this. So rather than trying to be a data hog and pulling everything to a central server, keep it decentralized, pull the information only absolutely when you need it, and that's how you minimize. And that's what I said, privacy and security by design. If these are the fundamental principles you are adhering to, then chances of, something going wrong gets minimized. And I'm very proud that the engineers that built this product, the product has been live for about 1.5 years now. And we have seen, and I hope this remains that way, we have seen no incidents where people may have said that, look, there has been a data exposure or whatever. So a lot of people have put their thoughts together. We have been very, very rigorous in testing the product. And this happened, and this is a theme that I've carried to a few other products that I've built ever since, which is every iteration when you are pushing out a release or a product, you thoroughly test the product. You look for normal cases, you look for edge cases, you become paranoid about the privacy and the security of the product. That is something that will be a simple one-line advice to everybody.
And from a collaboration point of view, I mean, today we have a discussion about collaboration between Sweden and India. Do you have any, based on your experience again, do you have any advice here in what to think about when countries collaborate on these kind of questions?
Sure. So what people, and I think a lot of people have understood, and in the last several years, is that what India offers is a variety of use cases, is a variety of people trying to consume technology solutions. And people may not have same level of, say, awareness or ability to consume in the manner that you want to push the product. And that is where the challenge comes. A lot of technology solutions that you see in India are a combination of technology and operations trying to solve for a specific use or a set of use cases. And that is where the opportunity to collaborate. If you are a technology first company, find a use case or find a partner who understands operations at a large scale, unless you are in a very niche segment where only technology can solve for that. Otherwise, at India, for most of the business solutions at this stage is a combination of technology and operational excellence. There's one true outlier and which has been very, very successful and which is a fantastic example of India-Sweden collaboration, which is Truecaller. Truecaller, a Swedish company, all the operations are here in India, massively successful. If you have seen Truecaller, say 5, 6, 7 years out, you would have wondered what is the model that will be successful and what is it they're trying to solve. Outside India, it would have been difficult to understand what is it that is trying to be solved here in India. But the validation is in the success. The validation is the success of everything that they have done in the last 7, 8 years. And this year when they have gone and IPO'd with almost 80% of the operations in India. So if you have a fantastic technology, find a use case. If you have a fantastic technology, find an operational excellence partner or set of use case partners, and then try to solve. That would be a good collaborative effort. Sweden, in my limited view, fantastic engineering capabilities in a bunch of areas, including AI/ML. Use case India can provide.
Thank you very much, Anab, for those closing thoughts. Really nice to listen also to a good case study in the end there with this Swedish company. So thank you very much for that. And now let's listen to our expert panel, who would also be closing today's Innovation Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Perane, and thank you, Arnav. Thank you for joining us and giving us this fantastic insight for the amazing work you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are in the last segment of the day. It might be last, but not the least. We want to hear the wisdom and the voice of the audience back on the stage. Our expert panel of the day, Håkan Kingstedt, Chairman, Sweden-India Business Council, Akriti Samyar, Youth Representative, who has a background from KTH Energy Engineering and UC Berkeley Environmental Economics, Pranav Kasuri, the CEO and co-founder for Brandy and co-founder for Flick, board member of SIBC, and Verena Adamheit, senior business developer, Swedish Energy Agency. So how are you feeling? Is my question to all of you. How are you feeling now?
First of all, excited.
Okay, great.
Inspired.
Energized.
Overwhelmed.
Wow. I think with those 4 words, I'll let you do the conclusion. And before you leave the stage, I will just come and say thank you again, of course, to all our partners. So I'll get back to you in 10 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think what comes to my mind is that the triple helix model have grounded. We have been spoken about that for many, many years. We have shared it. I think it has been adapted. So that's a great thing, how to work forward. I also think about the Industry 4.0. I would like to add fossil-free to send that message for next week's meeting. Thirdly, it's so important to combine technology with people. Getting people aligned, getting people in. We talked about having attractive production lines, using smartness. People's value need to be respected. I think that has come up from different participants in today's meeting, which I think it's the combination of both are extremely important. We spoke about data, and we talk about data. How should we use it? What is the security about it? Does data have a value? For me, as a business person, if you could sell it on the stock market, it has a value. and probably take it into your P&L account, then it has a value. That adds the value to the company's profit. It may happen. It may happen. Right now, it's used for technical solution and technical development and so on. And question from my side, of course, we could gather data, enormous numbers of data, but is it useful? Well, honestly, I don't know. Probably parts of it is, but maybe not everything. I think also the development on the safety side, on safety on roads, has been addressed very nicely, and it's a high priority. Also a little bit shocked about that 40% of the accident happens with 2- and 3-wheelers. Was not aware about that at all. And we focus very much about the cars, the trucks, the train system. We need to get, at least ask the industry to be part of that side as well. Then it was very interesting to hear the India-Sweden Health Innovation Center about what our Business Sweden team are doing in India. And one part there was also skilling. Remember now, skilling is one thing. I think we need reskilling whole our lifetime. So system for reskilling are important as well. We also need to lift the circular economy. And I think I just end with the storage. We talk about the energy storage, and we add the data storage on that. So storage, in some way, is a very important factor we need to address. I think I'll leave it with that.
Thank you, Håkan. I think that was a fantastic recap of a wonderful day. I would like to add that, as a youth representative, that it's a very, very exciting time to be in the technological and the innovation space. My generation, I feel like, sustainability, technology, innovation, it's kind of inbuilt into us. It's not just a form of PR or personal branding, it's very much, in our blood. And so it's really exciting to be at the forefront of this kind of panel. One thing I would like to address is, I think, in a way, we need to reassess the way that we're assessing how well we're progressing. So I think we have a tendency maybe to sort of combine business jargon with a number. So, Industry 4.0 or ESG 2.0 or 5G, 6G. And so there's this perception that we're moving forward. But I think we do need to sort of reevaluate it and make sure that, we are sort of still connecting with people, making sure those aspects are still there. But besides that, I think we've done a fantastic job. And I'd like to thank all the panelists that we've had today. And to Pranav.
Yeah, I think it was a super fun day. I've been part of the India-Sweden tech community for quite a long time now. I think almost from the very beginning. And why I said energized is because it feels like there's so many things happening now, and it feels like now it's actually starting to take off. That's one of my takeaways from this session is that government are doing a lot of things. Both governments are doing a lot of foundation works to set different processes. We see, and coming from an entrepreneurial background, we see that both Sweden and India are focusing a lot on startups. India now have, I think it's the third most unicorns in India right now, and catching up to Sweden. Sweden has been a lot maturer in the startup community before, so there have been a lot of there are opportunities to learn, but India is catching up rapidly. And I think just coming back to that this is just the start. It's a lot of talk, we hear a lot, but being in this system, I see that things are actually moving forward, which is really, really good. And I encourage startups that are listening out there to actually reach out to these organizations that have been part of this, this event, SIBC being one of them, which is really good on actually bringing together people. Because I think like the key point, if you should take away something from this event, is collaboration is key. And I think that's super important. But fantastic event. Sanju, what an amazing host, and SIBC and all the other partners that have been there. Just wonderful. I talked about it in the beginning, saying that we should celebrate the efforts that are being made and we should lift them up. And I think this event is one crucial part of that celebration. Sorry, now Sanju is coming up to
my name, so I said I must come up and listen, of course, and join you maybe at the end. Yes.
So, of course, a big thank you even from my side. And when I said I was overwhelmed, it's because of all these success stories, the startup pitches, the role models, the triple helix, Håkan, you mentioned it, to see that it really works. So that was fantastic to hear. So what do I take with me from this day? It's 3 things, actually. It's walk the talk, it's cooperate, and the real magic happens if you share visions and values, and if you look into the same direction and act responsibly, then you really can fly. And I absolutely hope that this spreads to Glasgow next week.
I think with those words, we definitely would like to call this a day, and I think you've really expressed, and really thankful for all your insights, collaboration, for taking that step of stepping inside the audience's shoes and bringing your insights and opinions, and of course sharing that. The day has been, of course, full of sharing. It's been really eventful. But before I close the day, I really want to say a big thank you to my team, who have worked really hard for a long time to put this together. It's a huge program. And the technical team behind, I hope I hear an applause from them, maybe at some point. There, okay, yeah, good, I hear that. For doing a fantastic job, and it was a seamless production today, so I'm really happy about that. And of course, it goes without saying that none of this would have been possible without our partners. And I would really like to mention them: the Embassy of India, Sweden-India Business Council, Confederation of Indian Industry, Startup India, L&T Technology Services, Swedish Energy Agency, Saab, Emirates, Volvo, King, Kalpataru, Art Park, Embassy of Sweden in New Delhi, Swedish Institute, Vinnova, Business Sweden, Kaizen Communications, Combient, and Stockholm, the capital of Scandinavia. So yeah, I mean, having said that, I just think that heading towards COP, it's great to imagine. I would like to hear more about planetary goals. I would like to lift this whole discussion to another level, and I also hope that it's also more nature positive goals, that when we think of that we are not alone in this planet, there are others. And how do we share this vision together with them? I think that would be taking that next milestone or that step, and going back to what Gandhiji did. He was a true innovator and he really broke. So if we can, even start envisioning ourselves that we are sharing this planet with many other beings, and how do we then create a value system that is good for everyone? I think then we have reached a new level, and I would love to see that. Thank you very much for today.